The Jack Vance Treasury by Jack Vance, DB 65161. Copyright 2007 Jack Vance. Read by Mark Ashby. This book contains 633 pages. Approximate reading time 26 hours 5 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the contents, preface, Jack Vance and appreciation, introduction, stories, biographical sketch and other facts, and editor bios at Level 1, to the chapters at Level 2, and to the sections at Level 3. Library of Congress annotation. Compilation of Hugo, Nebula, and Edgar award-winning authors' short science fiction stories published between 1950 and 1977. Includes The Dragon Masters, xenological mystery The Gift of Gab, several Dying Earth tales featuring wayward hero Cugel the Clever, and Sail 25, a story about a solar sail-powered starship. 2007. From the book jacket. Nebula and world fantasy grandmaster Jack Vance is one of the most admired and cherished writers of science fiction and fantasy in the world, and is one of the truly important and influential storytellers of the 20th century. From his first published story, The World Thinker, in 1945, to his final novel, Lurulu, in 2004, Vance has shown an astonishing range of inventiveness, versatility, and sheer storytelling power, as well as a gift for language and world-building second to none. Winner of the Hugo, Nebula, World Fantasy, and Edgar Awards, his acclaimed first book, The Dying Earth, and its sequels helped shape the face of modern heroic fantasy for generations of readers and writers. In more than 60 novels, he has done more than any other author to define science fantasy and its preeminent form, the planetary adventure. Born in San Francisco in 1916, Vance wrote much of what you'll find between these covers both abroad and at home in the hills above Oakland, either while serving in the Merchant Marine or traveling the world with his wife Norma, all the while pursuing his great love of fine cuisine and traditional jazz. Now, at last, the very best of Vance's mid-length and shorter work has been collected in a single landmark volume. With a preface by Vance himself and a foreword by longtime Vance reader George R. Martin, it stands as the capstone to a splendid career and makes the perfect introduction to a very special writer. Acknowledgements. The editors extend sincere thanks to Ralph Vicinanza, George R. Martin, Tom Kidd, and Gardner Dozois, and would also like to thank Charles N. Brown, A. E. Cunningham, Nick Geevers, Jerry Hewitt, Russell Letson, Daniel J. H. Lieback, Darrell F. Mallett, Charles F. Miller, Charles Platt, Jesse C. Paulhemus, Tim Underwood, Paul Rhodes, John Schwab, and the members of the Vance Integral Edition team. Special thanks to Jack Vance, Norma Vance, and John Vance for their enthusiastic support and assistance. Dedication. In loving memory of Tammy Vance. Contents. Preface. Jack Vance. Page 11. Jack Vance, An Appreciation. George R. Martin. Page 13. Introduction. Fruit from the Tree of Life. Terry Dowling and Jonathan Strahan. Page 17. 1. The Dragon Masters. Page 25. 2. Liane the Wayfarer. Page 107. 3. Sail 25. Page 119. 4. The Gift of Gab. Page 149. 5. The Miracle Workers. Page 201. 6. Guile of Sphere. Page 267. 7. Noise. Page 311. 8. The Cocoed Warriors. Page 325. 9. The Overworld. Page 359. 10. The Men Return. Page 385. 11. The Sorcerer Pharism. Page 395. 12. The New Prime. Page 419. 13. The Secret. Page 443. 14. The Moon Moth. Page 453. 15. The Bag Full of Dreams. Page 489. 16. The Mitter. Page 517. 17. Morayon, page 525. 18. The Last Castle, page 567. Biographical Sketch and Other Facts, Jack Vance, page 623. Editor Bios, page 632. Preface. When I look down over the table of contents in this collection, I think back over many years, to times when I had attitudes far different from the day I wrote the end to Lurulu, which, as some of you will be aware, was my final book. At one time I tried to be a million-words-a-year writer, and over one weekend I produced, first draft, the first two Magnus Ridolf's stories, low-quality efforts of which I am not proud. However, I sold one of these to 20th Century Fox for enough money to take us on our first trip to Europe, where we stayed 13 months. At Positano, on the Amalfi coast below Sorrento, I wrote a boys' book, Vandals of the Void, for the Winston series. In general, most of the stories here collected were produced under different, often unique, circumstances. The Dying Earth sequence was produced while I was an able seaman in the Merchant Marine. I wrote The Last Castle for Fred Pohl at Galaxy for free because of some disaster in connection with the Dragon Masters. The Miracle Workers was aimed for Astounding because John Campbell, the editor, had a predilection for unusual ideas. Some of the stories here included I am pleased with, others less so. Still, I am happy to have them in print. Thanks go to Terry Dowling, Jonathan Strahan, and all who worked to create the Vance Integral Edition. I have known Terry since the days when the world was young, and we have had many adventures together, including a visit to a haunted house and a sojourn at the Hydro Majestic Hotel in the Blue Mountains where Graham Bell was playing the piano. For non-jazz types, Graham Bell once managed a world-famous jazz band. There is much more that I could say about the included stories and past years, but this will have to do. I hope everyone gets half the pleasure reading the stories as I did writing them. Jack Vance, Oakland, California, June 16, 2006. Jack Vance, An Appreciation, George R.R. Martin. There is only one Jack Vance. I am sometimes asked which writers have most influenced my own work. That's a tricky question, since the writers who have the most profound impact on you are the ones you read when you are young, and hardly aware of whatever influences it was you were absorbing. I will confess, however, that Jack Vance is one of only two writers that I have ever set out consciously to imitate. The other one was H.P. Lovecraft, for what it's worth. Along about the mid-70s, I was a young writer with a couple dozen short story sales under my belt, still struggling to improve my craft. I would pore over every book and magazine that I could get my hands on and try to dissect the stories that impressed me, looking for techniques that I could incorporate into my own repertoire, and there was no one who impressed me as much as Vance. So one day I decided to try my hand at a Vance story, and wrote a novelette called A Beast for Norn, introducing Haviland Tuff, whose ancestry owed more than a little to Vance's Magnus Ridolf. The story sold, and Tuff went on to have a long and successful run, but the experiment convinced me that no one but Jack Vance could write like Jack Vance. You could say that Jack Vance is the Fred Astaire of letters. Astaire brought such grace and style to his dancing that he made it seem almost easy, just as Vance does when he writes. Nothing could be less true. Vance has often been hailed, justifiably, as SF's preeminent stylist, and it is certainly true that he has a wonderful gift for language, for words and names and colorful turns of phrase. His talents go well beyond that, however. For inventive plots, wry humor, knowing and ironic dialogue, and imaginative panache, he has no equal in or outside of our genre. These days, more and more, the publishers seem determined to split fantasy and science fiction into two entirely separate categories, but that was certainly not the case when I was growing up. Science fiction was the more popular genre then, fantasy less so, but most of the major writers did both, and none more successfully than Jack Vance. As an SF writer, he has given us the Gaian Reach and the Oikoumene and the Alastor Cluster, Amphirio and the Faceless Man, the showboats of the Big Planet and the hoodwinks of the Blue World. Such a myriad of unforgettable settings peopled by a cast of delightfully perverse and wonderfully named characters. In a field where all too many galactic empires still share a suspicious resemblance to the Roman Empire of Augustus or the British Empire of Queen Victoria, Jack Vance's worlds are true originals. The worlds he creates are sometimes bizarre, but always colorful, usually fascinating, and always rendered in gorgeous detail. And they have depth. Jack Vance knows how to tell a story, and his tales move along at such a cracking good pace that it is easy to regard them as no more than fun reads, and overlook all the things going on beneath the surface. Consider, for example, the sport of Hussaid, a popular pastime in the Alastor cluster novels. Unlike Quidditch or Moops Ball or some of the other made-up sports found in SF and fantasy, Hussaid actually convinces. It sounds as if it would be fun to play and fun to watch. It makes sense as a sport. Go a little deeper, though, and you'll soon realize that this game reveals all sorts of interesting things about the culture it derives from. The ritual denuding of the Sheerl, for instance, which tells us something about the position of women in the Alastor cluster, and the sexual mores of the people of Trullian. Or the fact that the game is played over a tank of water, on a planet whose early history included a bloody struggle with a race of aquatic aliens. Vance's game has roots as well as rules, and functions as a commentary on his society as well as plot device and a spectacle. Perhaps more than any other SF writer, past or present, Vance seems to understand that if man does indeed spread across 10,000 stars, 10,000 different societies will spring up, as different from each other as from the world of the reader. The exotic human cultures of the Gaian Reach are 10 times stranger and 100 times more interesting than the alien cultures of many less imaginative SF writers, and when Vance goes beyond humanity and creates an actual alien, well, visit the planet of adventure with Adam Reith and make the acquaintance of Pnoom, the Deer, the Chash, and the unfortunately named Wank. If Jove can nod from time to time, so can Jack, and you'll see just how alien an alien can actually be. Even when Vance chooses to write of well-worn ideas, he seems to work his peculiar alchemy on them, taking them to places previously undreamed of. The notion of alternate worlds, for instance, is a familiar SF trope, but no one has ever used it the way that Vance does in Chateau d'If. Dozens of other SF writers have made use of genetic engineering as a plot device, and hundreds of fantasists have given us variations on dragons, but only Vance could ever put the two together to create something like the Dragon Masters. The effects that a multiple star system might have on human civilization were most famously explored by Isaac Asimov in his classic Nightfall, but in Maroon, Alastor 933, Vance gives us a planet and a society where every aspect of human life is governed by which sun is in the sky. Revenge stories are as old as The Count of Monte Cristo and its SF counterpart, Alfred Bester's classic The Star's My Destination. But Kurth Gerson goes gully foil for better when he sets out after Atul Malagate, the Woe, Kokor Hekkus, Lenz Lark, Violi Falushi, and Howard Allen Treesong. And yet Vance manages to ring a note on the futility of vengeance in the final sentence of the final book of his Demon Princes sequence. His contributions to fantasy, while less numerous, have been even more profound. Vance's Lyonesse trilogy remains one of the best fantasy epics since Tolkien, and his Cugel the Clever surely deserves a place in the Fantasy Hall of Fame alongside such worthies as Conan the Cimmerian, Aragorn son of Arathorn, Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser, and Elric of Melniboné. Get them all together in the same place, and Cugel would doubtless attempt to cozen and swindle the others out of their swords, cloaks, and jewels, though somehow it would turn out badly for him in the end. Even more memorable than Cugel himself is the world through which he moves, the Dying Earth that Vance first imagined in The Dying Earth, a collection of short stories first published in 1950 by the obscure paperback house Hillman. This is Earth at the end of its days, when the sun hangs red and swollen in the sky, an Earth where 10,000 civilizations have risen and fallen, and sorcery and superstition have returned to the world even as science has waned. The setting owes perhaps a little to Clark Ashton Smith and his Zotique stories, But as usual, Vance made it very much his own, and the Hillman collection includes some of his most gorgeous and evocative writing, along with a host of wonderful characters. Though I first read the book in high school, the characters still haunt me now, even in my dotage. Tsane and Tsace, Guile of Sphere in the Museum of Man, Liane the Wayfarer, oh, and Chun the Unavoidable, who is also Chun the Unforgettable. It was also in the Dying Earth that Vance first put forth the basics of a unique and original magical system. If that system now seems old and overly familiar to readers coming to the book for the first time, it is only because the creators of the original Dungeons & Dragons game appropriated it and used it as the foundation for magic in D&D. SF or fantasy, it makes no matter. Jack Vance is a master. The truth is, his gifts have little to do with genre, as he has proved with his forays into mystery, writing both as John Holbrook Vance and, from time to time, as Ellery Queen. He is one of the few writers who can boast of winning an Edgar Award from the Mystery Writers of America to place beside his Hugos and his Nebulas. He won for his novel The Man in the Cage, oddly enough, not even his best mystery. That distinction has to go to Bad Ronald, a marvelously macabre and disturbing little tale that lingers in the memories of everyone who reads it, a mystery without a mystery that works equally well as a horror story. I have no doubt that Vance could also have won awards for westerns, gothics, thrillers, and nurse novels if he had ever tried his hand at those genres. I am grateful he did not, however. SF and fantasy would both be a good deal poorer if Vance had not chosen to grace us with his talents. He is our finest stylist and a master storyteller, and it is more than apt that the volume you hold in your hands is called a treasury rather than a compendium, collection, or retrospective. Jack Vance is a treasure, and we will not soon see his like again. George R. Martin, July 2006. Introduction. Fruit from the Tree of Life. In a scrapbook Jack Vance kept as a young man, a tiny black-and-white picture, clipped from some old book or magazine, shows a kilted winged figure, eagle-headed, human-bodied, picking fruit from a stylized tree. Beneath it is the legend, Winged Being, plucking fruit from the Tree of Life. The creature, wings spread, one leg set against the trunk to assist in its task, is an Assyro-Babylonian guardian figure, a genie, probably a Shedu or a Lamassu, possibly a less benign Utuku, and the tree is probably sacred to Enlil, but such details hardly matter here. It's the mystery, the force, the ineffable power of the image that no doubt appealed to the younger Vance, the romance of it, the eternal yes, if you like. It's a fitting image for a book like this and the contents within. John Holbrook Vance, Jack Vance as we know him, is not only one of the 20th century's truly distinctive voices in telling stories of romantic adventure, in the true meaning of the word romance, and one of its major writers of fantasy and science fiction, but he is also that rare and precious thing, a writer's writer, perhaps more correctly a maker's maker, someone who has become a seminal influence on what so many others have gone on to accomplish. It's not for nothing that Harlan Ellison wrote The Wine Has Been Left Open Too Long and the Memory Has Gone Flat for editor Terry Carr in a deliberately Vancian style, or that Dan Simmons dedicated his final Hyperion novel to Vance and admits that the whole series is a grateful homage, or that Gene Wolfe happily acknowledges the influence of the same Grand Master with regards to his own awarded and much acclaimed The Book of the New Sun, or that Robert Silverberg says how Vance's writing has never failed to give him a very special sort of pleasure. Jack Vance is a writer who attracts this sort of professional admiration, just as he does the admiration of his countless readers. Vance, himself formed, as much as an author ever can be, by the works of others, among them writers as diverse as Lord Dunsany, Edgar Rice Burroughs, P.G. Wodehouse, and L. Frank Baum, Robert W. Chambers, C.L. Moore, Clark Ashton Smith, and Geoffrey Farnell, synthesized for himself a style, a voice, a way of storytelling that displays a lucky blend of swashbuckling derring-do, a sparkling sense of mischief, a fine eye for detail, a wonderful ear for cadence, and, essential to the man's signature style, an exquisite awareness of the moment, of the sweet fugacity of existence, celebrated so fulsomely by Benruth Drode and his kin in Vance's 1976 novel Mask, Theory. In making use of this distinctive blend, Vance has structured nearly all of his stories as mysteries. Whether we consider the conventional crime novels like the award-winning The Man in the Cage, the much underrated The Fox Valley Murders, and his work-for-hire Ellery Queen titles, or his many fantasy tales and planetary adventures, in fact, almost everything he wrote, from his first published story, The World Thinker, in 1945, to what is probably his last, Lurulu, in 2004, they are, without exception, xenographical mysteries of one sort or another, i.e., read regional writ large. Just count the sleuths, effectuators, and resolutely questing protagonists sometime: Magnus Ridolf, Miro Hetzel, and Glóin Clatic by profession, Kurth Gerson, Adam Reith, Glynis Holden, Sklar Hast, and Gastel Etswane, so many others by circumstance, Cugel the Clever almost by default, the list goes on. But in presenting such marvelous worlds as Aerlith, Chai and Big Planet, Durdain, Corophon and Halma, Blue World, Cyrene, Lyonesse and the Dying Earth, and introducing us to unforgettable characters like Cugel, Maduk, and Adam Reith, the indomitable Kurth Gerson, the mad poet Navarth, and the demon princes themselves, Vance does more. Among his many keen, irreverent, and wryly fond observations on the human condition, he serves up moments of exquisite seeing. Giles Tarvok's reverie at the fading light in Undle Square, or as he gazes across the mudflats of ancient Ambroy, Glynis Holden's meditations as Avnus, that melancholy dying time of day, settles over the Welgian fens, or Kurth Gerson's wonderful madcap lapse of discipline when he chooses to carry out Lenz Lark's grand scheme himself. In there, too, is the finely rendered bittersweetness of childhood and youth, the rapture of first love, the wisdoms and quirks of age and custom, the bathos and irony of schemes gone awry, the expansiveness of spirit that causes glasses to be lifted in the celebration of a shared moment. These are exotic mysteries, yes, but, as one would expect from a seasoned world traveler like Vance, they are also ways of taking us on journeys, of putting us into situations where our humanity becomes the thing in focus, measured against alien overlords, exotic worlds, and different cultures, defined and tested by what we have become among the stars, in fairy realms, or at the end of time. As Ursula Le Guin puts it so well in The Left Hand of Darkness, it is good to have an end to journey towards, but it is the journey that matters in the end. This is so true of what Vance achieves repeatedly in his oeuvre. Here is an author who savors the journey, the encounter, the mystery, and returns to such things again and again in his storytelling. Given how loved Vance's work is, for a career retrospective like this, we might have sought out appreciations and testimonials to help commemorate the occasion, over and above George Martin's kind and generous foreword. They would have been readily forthcoming. So, too, we might have included some appropriately positive critical appraisals of the man's career. Again, these would have been heartfelt and in no short supply. Vance's work remains fertile territory in that regard and is sure to reward patient study. And while the author himself has never liked to discuss his work or have it analyzed too closely, the clues are there. Think, for instance, of what some would make of the title similarity between Vance's 1950 Dying Earth story Guile of Sphere and the 1928 Geoffrey Farnell novel Guyford of Weir that sits on his bookshelf. Or how just the title Liane the Wayfarer from the same Vance book invites all sorts of expeditions among other Farnell novels on the same shelf, like John of the Green, a romance, and Beltane the Smith, a romance of the Greenwood. But it's the romantic spirit that is the main thing here, some likeness of seeing and sensibility that made the young Vance respond to someone like Farnell. As for artists and storytellers everywhere, everything is grist to the mill. Nor would a new interview have been out of place or much made of existing interview data, such as when Vance says that Sail 25, Dodkin's Job, and Ulward's Retreat are among his favorite stories, or that, in giving advice on technique, he urges writers to take out as many adjectives and adverbs as possible on any rewrite. Interestingly, very close to the same advice offered by his equally acclaimed contemporary, mystery writer Tony Hillerman. It would have even been appropriate to mention the roads not taken, projects planned and abandoned, the tantalizing might-have-beens, since, where fans and favorite writers are concerned, how can anything ever be enough? Many will feel a definite pang to learn that Vance planned further Mask novels to succeed Mask Theory, and that Farism Alastor 458 sits in tantalizing miniature as a few scrawled notes in one of his multicolored journals. So too, Miro Hetzel had further outings planned, and for a time even Milton Hack, the man from Zodiac, waited in the interstellar wings for the worlds to beat a path to his door. The list goes on. Suffice to say that there is ample material for such ongoing appraisal, whether it's fathoming the significance of something like the Velon symbol for Vance, as for his cherished creation, Howard Allen Tree Song, or considering the impact on the author of that small Mesopotamian relief, or reckoning the significance of quotes in the scrapbook, much loved by Vance, such as this from Robert Louis Stevenson. On we rode, the others and I, over the mountains blue, and by the silver river, the sounding sea, and the robber woods of Tartary. Or this uncredited piece on the same page, often quoted at dinner. I cannot stand where once I stood. It takes a life to learn that none may steer his course to sheer the trail of light astern. What an evocative leitmotif these things make where the Vance oeuvre is concerned, especially when taken alongside the words given to family stalwart Vedro Drode at the end of Mask Theory. While we are alive, we should sit among colored lights and taste good wines, and discuss our adventures in far places. When we are dead, the opportunity is past. But it is our intention that this be a book for the stranger as much as for the aficionado, and so we stand properly cautioned by Vance's dictum given to Baron Boddisy in The Killing Machine, that when erudition comes in, poetry departs. So too, his closing envoy to the Dogtown Tourist Agency regarding process, that the master chef slaughters no chickens in the dining room, cautions us to step back and let the featured stories speak for themselves. With this and the good Baron's aphorism in mind, that is what we have done, brought together a selection of stories that celebrate and commemorate the work of this particular romantic spirit, who as a boy dug underground tunnels and secret chambers, who lay in a field and watched his kite idling overhead, who as a somewhat taciturn merchant seaman sat at the bow of a freighter playing his cornet, who in time went on to become the writer of the rather special stories presented here. This time, we will let them give us the man. The Miracle Workers, The Moon Moth, The Dragon Masters, and The Last Castle are works of a piece from a time when Jack produced polished and mature mid-length planetary adventures for a thriving magazine market. All four stories are essential Vance, and highlight themes the author returned to again and again in the novel-length planetary romances, and which culminated in the Chai, Durdain, Alastor, and Cadwal books, among others, and arguably, Jack's finest single novel, Emphyrio. The Miracle Workers was the lead story for the July 1958 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. It featured an apt and evocative cover by the late Kelly Freas, and was nominated for a Hugo Award for Best Novelette the following year. The Moon Moth, published in Galaxy magazine in August 1961, remains one of Jack's most admired and reprinted stories, turning as it does on a truly classic xenological conundrum: how to catch a criminal in a society where everyone goes masked. Rather than simply focusing on the determination and ingenuity of its protagonist in classic space opera fashion, Vance reminds us how important it may be to have a sense of irony among the stars. The Dragon Masters appeared in Galaxy magazine in August 1962, accompanied by a striking cover and what, for many, became definitive text illustrations by the late Jack Gaughan. It won the Hugo Award for Best Short Fiction in 1963. The Last Castle appeared in Galaxy Science Fiction in April 1966, again with an evocative cover and interior art by Gaughan, and won both the 1967 Hugo for Best Novelette and the 1967 Nebula Award for Best Novella. The Dying Earth stories are also quintessential Vance and are generously represented here. From the original 1950 linked collection The Dying Earth, we have Liane the Wayfarer and Guile of Sphere. From its more formally structured sequel, The Eyes of the Overworld, 1966, comes The Overworld, our first introduction to Cugel the Clever, possibly Jack's single most loved character and certainly his own favorite. This opening tale originally appeared in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction for December 1965. From the same engaging story suite is The Sorcerer Pharism, originally published in that magazine's April 1966 issue. From Cugel's Saga, the 1983 linked collection that brought Cugel's adventures to a welcome, if, knowing our wayward hero, probably temporary, happy ending, there is The Bag Full of Dreams, which first appeared in Flashing Swords in 1977. From the final Dying Earth collection, Rialto the Marvelous, comes Morayon, which originally appeared in Flashing Swords in 1973. Between July 1948 and February 1958, Jack published 10 stories in various magazines featuring the fortunes of his earliest and most urbane interstellar effectuator, Magnus Ridolf. The Cocode Warriors, one of the best in the series, appeared in Thrilling Wonder Stories for October 1952, and in key aspects anticipates the Dogtown Tourist Agency from 1975. There is an intriguing alien species under scrutiny, an exotic planetary dilemma to be faced, and a biter-bit conclusion that ensures Ridolf continues to enjoy the perquisites of his chosen profession. Sale 25 first appeared as Gateway to Strangeness in Amazing Fact and Science Fiction for August 1962. Arthur C. Clarke's solar sail story The Wind from the Sun appeared in 1963, and Cordwainer Smith's instrumentality sail ships were already plying the starways around that time. Given completion as opposed to publication dates, it's hard to say who got there first, but Vance's story is certainly among the contenders for the title. The Gift of Gab was published in Astounding Science Fiction in September 1955 and features another intriguing xenological mystery. Like other stories from this period, it might as easily have been given to Magnus Ridolf to solve, but its success as a standalone highlights the fact that Vance's professional effectuators, whether Ridolf, Milton Hack, or Miro Hetzel, were very much the means to an end, a way of presenting encounters with alien species and alien mindsets in exotic otherworldly settings. Noise, from Startling Stories for August 1952, is a haunting, bittersweet tale that shows in miniature the sort of evocative mise-en-scène used to such memorable effect in the novels. For the modern reader, there may be a few dated touches, but Howard Charles Evans's experiences on that forlorn, multi-sunned world will quite likely stay with the reader no less than they do for the beleaguered star traveler himself. The Men Return first appeared in Infinity Science Fiction in July 1957, and in many ways is one of Jack's most ambitious stories. How to render a pocket of non-causality? Vance's answer, of course, was to throw language at it and leave it to our readily seconded imaginations to do the rest. The new Prime first saw print as Brain of the Galaxy in Worlds Beyond for February 1951, and reminds us of the importance of humility, and yet again irony, in human affairs. The Mitter, published in the debut issue of Vortex Science Fiction in 1953, is a subtle, understated story of loss and reflection that grows more touching on every reading, and stands in striking, even shocking contrast to the more elaborate, action-oriented stories presented here. The Secret has an interesting publishing history. Originally intended for Damon Knight's Worlds Beyond, the manuscript was lost with that magazine's demise. A subsequent version, written 5 years later and mailed off to another prospective market, failed to arrive. The story finally turned up in the UK publication Impulse for March 1966 without Jack's knowledge. 18 stories, then, giving a representative and worthy cross-section. Not for everyone, certainly. Not every reader's mug of Blue Ruin, Saskadoodle, or Pink Eye Punch. But for those eager to experience one of the most effective, cherished, and influential voices in all science fiction and fantasy for the first time, this will be an ideal place to start. For those who already treasure this voice, who know full well how this particular Druithine, like his own creation, Cecily Veeder, in Araminta Station, has been impelled to pluck the highest fruit from the Tree of Life, why, no doubt you're nodding and smiling already, eager to set off for the wilds of old Karaz once more, or the robber woods of Tartary, or wherever else the journey takes us. Terry Dowling and Jonathan Strahan, Sydney and Perth, August 1st, 2006. The Dragon Masters. Chapter 1. The apartments of Joaz Banbeck, carved deep from the heart of a limestone crag, consisted of 5 principal chambers on 5 different levels. At the top were the reliquarium and a formal council chamber. The first, a room of somber magnificence housing the various archives, trophies, and mementos of the Banbecks. The second, a long narrow hall, with dark wainscoting chest-high and a white plaster vault above, extending the entire width of the crag, so that balconies overlooked Banbeck Vale at one end and Kurgan's Way at the other. Below were Joaz Banbeck's private quarters, a parlor and bedchamber, then next his study, and finally, at the bottom, a workroom where Joaz permitted none but himself. Entry to the apartments was through the study, a large L-shaped room with an elaborate groined ceiling, from which depended 4 garnet-encrusted chandeliers. These were now dark. Into the room came only a watery gray light from 4 honed glass plates, on which, in the manner of a camera obscura, were focused views across Banbeck Vale. The walls were paneled with lignified reed. A rug patterned in angles, squares, and circles of maroon, brown, and black covered the floor. In the middle of the study stood a naked man, his only covering the long, fine brown hair which flowed down his back, the golden torque which clasped his neck. His features were sharp and angular, his body thin. He appeared to be listening, or perhaps meditating. Occasionally he glanced at a yellow marble globe on a nearby shelf, whereupon his lips would move, as if he were committing to memory some phrase or sequence of ideas. At the far end of the study, a heavy door eased open. A flower-faced young woman peered through, her expression mischievous, arch. At the sight of the naked man, she clapped her hands to her mouth, stifling a gasp. The naked man turned, but the heavy door had already swung shut. For a moment he stood deep in frowning reflection, then slowly went to the wall on the inside leg of the L. He swung out a section of the bookcase, passed through the opening. Behind him, the bookcase thudded shut. Descending a spiral staircase, he came out into a chamber rough-hewn from the rock, Joaz Banbeck's private workroom. A bench supported tools, metal shapes and fragments, a bank of electromotive cells, oddments of circuitry, the current objects of Joaz Banbeck's curiosity. The naked man glanced at the bench, picked up one of the devices, inspected it with something like condescension, though his gaze was as clear and wondering as that of a child. Muffled voices from the study penetrated to the workroom. The naked man raised his head to listen, then stooped under the bench. He lifted a block of stone, slipped through the gap into a dark void. Replacing the stone, he took up a luminous wand and set off down a narrow tunnel, which presently dipped to join a natural cavern. At irregular intervals, luminous tubes exuded a wan light, barely enough to pierce the murk. The naked man jogged forward swiftly, the silken hair flowing like a nimbus behind him. Back in the study, the minstrel maiden Fade and an elderly seneschal were at odds. "Indeed I saw him," Fade insisted, "with these 2 eyes of mine, one of the sacerdotes, standing thus and so, as I have described." She tugged angrily at his elbow. "Do you think me bereft of my wits or hysterical?" Rife the seneschal shrugged, committing himself neither one way nor the other. "I do not see him now." He climbed the staircase, peered into the sleeping parlor. "Empty. The doors above are bolted." He peered owlishly at Fade. "And I sat at my post in the entry." "You sat sleeping. Even when I came past you snored." "You are mistaken. I did but cough." "With your eyes closed, your head lolling back?" Rife shrugged once more. "Asleep or awake, it is all the same. Admitting that the creature gained access, how did he leave? I was wakeful after you summoned me, as you must agree." "Then remain on guard while I find Joaz Banbeck." Fade ran down the passage which presently joined Birdwalk, so called for the series of fabulous birds of lapis, gold, cinnabar, malachite, and marcasite inlaid into the marble. Through an arcade of green and gray jade in spiral columns, she passed out into Kurgan's Way, a natural defile which formed the main thoroughfare of Banbeck village. Reaching the portal, she summoned a pair of lads from the fields. "Run to the brooder. Find Joaz Banbeck. Hasten, bring him here. I must speak with him." The boys ran off toward a low cylinder of black brick a mile to the north. Fade waited. With the sun skiing at its nooning, the air was warm. The fields of vetch, Belgard, Svarganum gave off a pleasant odor. Fade went to lean against a fence. Now she began to wonder about the urgency of her news, even its basic reality. "No," she told herself fiercely. I saw. At either side, tall white cliffs rose to Banbeck Verge, with mountains and crags beyond, and spanning all the dark sky flecked with feathers of cirrus. Skeen glittered dazzling bright, a minuscule flake of brilliance. Fade sighed, half convinced of her own mistake. Once more, less vehemently, she reassured herself. Never before had she seen a sacerdote. Why should she imagine one now? The boys, reaching the brooder, had disappeared into the dust of the exercise pens. Scales gleamed and winked. Grooms, dragon masters, armorers in black leather moved about their work. After a moment, Joaz Banbeck came into view. He mounted a tall, thin-legged spider, urged it to the full extent of its head-jerking lope, pounded down the track toward Banbeck village. Fade's uncertainty grew. Might Joaz become exasperated? Would he dismiss her news with an unbelieving stare? Uneasily, she watched his approach. Coming to Banbeck Vale only a month before, she still felt unsure of her status. Her preceptors had trained her diligently in the barren little valley to the south where she had been born, but the disparity between teaching and practical reality at times bewildered her. She had learned that all men obeyed a small and identical group of behaviors. Joaz Banbeck, however, observed no such limits, and Fade found him completely unpredictable. She knew him to be a relatively young man, though his appearance provided no guide to his age. He had a pale, austere face in which gray eyes shone like crystals, a long, thin mouth which suggested flexibility, yet never curved far from a straight line. He moved languidly. His voice carried no vehemence. He made no pretense of skill with either saber or pistol. He seemed deliberately to shun any gesture which might win the admiration or affection of his subjects. Yet he had both. Fade originally had thought him cold, but presently changed her mind. He was, so she decided, a man bored and lonely, with a quiet humor which at times seemed rather grim. But he treated her without discourtesy, and Fade, testing him with all her 101 coquetries, not infrequently thought to detect a spark of response. Joaz Banbeck dismounted from the spider, ordered it back to its quarters. Fade came diffidently forward, and Joaz turned her a quizzical look. "What requires so urgent a summons? Have you remembered the 19th location?" Fade flushed in confusion. Artlessly, she had described the painstaking rigors of her training. Joaz now referred to an item in one of the classifications which had slipped her mind. Fade spoke rapidly, excited once more. "I opened the door into your study, softly, gently, and what did I see? A sacerdote, naked in his hair. He did not hear me. I shut the door. I ran to fetch Rife. When we returned, the chamber was empty." Joaz's eyebrows contracted a trifle. He looked up the valley. "Odd." After a moment, he asked, "You are sure that he saw nothing of you?" "No, I think not. Yet, when I returned with stupid old Rife, he had disappeared. Is it true that they know magic?" "As to that, I cannot say," replied Joaz. They returned up Kurgan's Way, traversed tunnels and rock-walled corridors, finally came to the entry chamber. Rife once more dozed at his desk. Joaz signaled Fade back, and going quietly forward, thrust aside the door to his study. He glanced here and there, nostrils twitching. The room was empty. He climbed the stairs, investigated the sleeping parlor, returned to the study. Unless magic were indeed involved, the sacerdote had provided himself a secret entrance. With this thought in mind, he swung back the bookcase door, descended to the workshop, and again tested the air for the sour-sweet odor of the sacerdotes. A trace? Possibly. Joaz examined the room inch by inch, peering from every angle. At last, along the wall below the bench, he discovered a barely perceptible crack, marking out an oblong. Joaz nodded with dour satisfaction. He rose to his feet, returned to his study. He considered his shelves. What was here to interest a sacerdote? Books, folios, pamphlets? Had they even mastered the art of reading? When next I meet a sacerdote, I must inquire, thought Joaz vaguely. At least he will tell me the truth. On second thought, he knew the question to be ludicrous. The sacerdotes, for all their nakedness, were by no means barbarians, and in fact had provided him his 4 vision panes, a technical engineering feat of no small skill. He inspected the yellowed marble globe which he considered his most valued possession, a representation of mythical Eden. Apparently it had not been disturbed. Another shelf displayed models of the Banbec dragons, the rust-red termagant, the long-horned murderer, and its cousin the striding murderer, the blue horror, the fiend, low to the ground, immensely strong, tail tipped with a steel barbel, the ponderous jugger, skull-cap polished and white as an egg. A little apart stood the progenitor of the entire group, a pearl-pallid creature upright on 2 legs, with 2 versatile central members, a pair of multi-articulated bracts at the neck. Beautifully detailed though these models might be, why should they pique the curiosity of a sacerdote? No reason whatever, when the originals could be studied daily without hindrance. What of the workshop, then? Joaz rubbed his long, pale chin. He had no illusions about the value of his work. Idle tinkering, no more. Joaz put aside conjecture. Most likely the sacerdote had come upon no specific mission, the visit perhaps being part of a continued inspection. But why? A pounding at the door. Old Rife's irreverent fist. Joaz opened to him. Joaz Banbec, a notice from Urvis Carcolo of Happy Valley. He wishes to confer with you, and at this moment awaits your response on Banbec Verge. Very well, said Joaz. I will confer with Urvis Carcolo. Here, or on Banbec Verge? On the Verge, in half an hour. Chapter 2. 10 miles from Banbec Vale, across a wind-scoured wilderness of ridges, crags, spines of stone, amazing crevasses, barren fells, and fields of tumbled boulders, lay Happy Valley. As wide as Banbec Vale, but only half as long and half as deep, its bed of wind-deposited soil was only half as thick and correspondingly less productive. The chief counselor of Happy Valley was Urvis Carcolo, a thick-bodied, short-legged man with a vehement face, a heavy mouth, a disposition by turns jocose and wrathful. Unlike Joaz Banbec, Carcolo enjoyed nothing more than his visits to the dragon barracks, where he treated dragon masters, grooms, and dragons alike to a spate of bald criticism, exhortation, invective. Urvis Carcolo was an energetic man, intent upon restoring Happy Valley to the ascendancy it had enjoyed some 12 generations before. During those harsh times, before the advent of the dragons, men fought their own battles, and the men of Happy Valley had been notably daring, deft, and ruthless. Banbec Vale, the Great Northern Rift, Cluehaven, Sadro Valley, Phosphor Gulch, all acknowledged the authority of the Carcolos. Then down from space came a ship of the Basics, or Grefs, as they were known at that time. The ship killed or took prisoner the entire population of Cluehaven, attempted as much in the Great Northern Rift, but only partially succeeded, then bombarded the remaining settlements with explosive pellets. When the survivors crept back to their devastated valleys, the dominance of Happy Valley was a fiction. A generation later, during the age of wet iron, even the fiction collapsed. In a climactic battle, Gos Carcolo was captured by Kurgan Banbec and forced to emasculate himself with his own knife. 5 years of peace elapsed, and then the Basics returned. After depopulating Sadro Valley, the Great Black Ship landed in Banbec Vale, but the inhabitants had taken warning and had fled into the mountains. Toward nightfall, 23 of the Basics sallied forth behind their precisely trained warriors, several platoons of heavy troops, a squad of weaponeers, these hardly distinguishable from the men of Airlith, and a squad of trackers, these emphatically different. The sunset storm broke over the Vale, rendering the flyers from the ship useless, which allowed Kurgan Banbeck to perform the amazing feat which made his name a legend on Aerlith. Rather than joining the terrified flight of his people to the high jambles, he assembled 60 warriors, shamed them to courage with jeers and taunts. It was a suicidal venture, fitting the circumstances. Leaping from ambush, they hacked to pieces one platoon of the heavy troops, routed the others, captured the 23 basics almost before they realized that anything was amiss. The weaponeers stood back frantic with frustration, unable to use their weapons for fear of destroying their masters. The heavy troopers blundered forward to attack, halting only when Kurgan Banbeck performed an unmistakable pantomime to make it clear that the basics would be the first to die. Confused, the heavy troopers drew back. Kurgan Banbeck, his men, and the 23 captives escaped into the darkness. The long Aerlith night passed. The dawn storm swept out of the east, thundered overhead, retreated majestically into the west. Skeen rose like a blazing storm. 3 men emerged from the basic ship, a weaponeer and a pair of trackers. They climbed the cliffs to Banbeck Verge, while above flitted a small basic flyer, no more than a buoyant platform, diving and veering in the wind like a poorly balanced kite. The 3 men trudged south toward the high jambles, a region of chaotic shadows and lights, splintered rock and fallen crags, boulders heaped on boulders. It was the traditional refuge of hunted men. Halting in front of the jambles, the weaponeer called out for Kurgan Banbeck, asking him to parley. Kurgan Banbeck came forth, and now ensued the strangest colloquy in the history of Aerlith. The weaponeer spoke the language of men with difficulty, his lips, tongue, and glottal passages more adapted to the language of the basics. "You are restraining 23 of our revered. It is necessary that you usher them forth in all humility." He spoke soberly, with an air of gentle melancholy, neither asserting, commanding, nor urging. As his linguistic habits had been shaped to basic patterns, so with his mental processes. Kurgan Banbeck, a tall, spare man with varnished black eyebrows, black hair shaped and varnished into a crest of 5 tall spikes, gave a bark of humorous laughter. "What of the Aerlith folk killed? What of the folk seized aboard your ship?" The weaponeer bent forward earnestly, himself an impressive man with a noble aquiline head. He was hairless except for small rolls of wispy yellow fleece. His skin shone as if burnished. His ears, where he differed most noticeably from the unadapted men of Aerlith, were small fragile flaps. He wore a simple garment of dark blue and white, carried no weapons save a small multi-purpose ejector. With complete poise and quiet reasonableness, he responded to Kurgan Banbeck's question. "The Aerlith folk who have been killed are dead. Those aboard the ship will be merged into the understratum, where the infusion of fresh outside blood is of value." Kurgan Banbeck inspected the weaponeer with contemptuous deliberation. In some respects, thought Kurgan Banbeck, this modified and carefully inbred man resembled the sacerdotes of his own planet, notably in the clear, fair skin, the strongly modeled features, the long legs and arms. Perhaps telepathy was at work, or perhaps a trace of the characteristic sour-sweet odor had been carried to him. Turning his head, he noticed a sacerdote standing among the rocks not 50 feet away, a man naked except for his golden torque and long brown hair blowing behind him like a pennant. By the ancient etiquette, Kurgan Banbeck looked through him, pretended that he had no existence. The weaponeer, after a swift glance, did likewise. "I demand that you release the folk of Aerlith from your ship," said Kurgan Banbeck in a flat voice. The weaponeer smilingly shook his head, bent his best efforts to the task of making himself intelligible. "These persons are not under discussion. He paused, seeking words. "Their destiny is parceled, quantum type, ordained, established. Nothing can be said more." Kurgan Banbeck's smile became a cynical grimace. He stood aloof and silent while the weaponeer croaked on. The sacerdote came slowly forward, a few steps at a time. "You will understand," said the weaponeer, "that a pattern for events exists. It is the function of such as myself to shape events so that they will fit the pattern. He bent, and with a graceful sweep of arm seized a small jagged pebble. Just as I can grind this bit of rock to fit a round aperture. Kurgan Banbeck reached forward, took the pebble, tossed it high over the tumbled boulders. That bit of rock you shall never shape to fit a round hole. The weaponeer shook his head in mild deprecation. There is always more rock. And there are always more holes, declared Kurgan Banbeck. To business, then, said the weaponeer. I propose to shape this situation to its correct arrangement. What do you offer in exchange for the 23 grefts? The weaponeer gave his shoulder an uneasy shake. The ideas of this man were as wild, barbaric, and arbitrary as the varnished spikes of his hairdress. If you desire, I will give you instruction and advice, so that— Kurgan Banbeck made a sudden gesture. I make 3 conditions. The sacerdote now stood only 10 feet away, face blind, gaze vague. First, said Kurgan Banbeck, a guarantee against future attacks upon the men of Aerlith. 5 grefts must always remain in our custody as hostages. Second, further to secure the perpetual validity of the guarantee, you must deliver me a spaceship, equipped, energized, armed, and you must instruct me in its use. The weaponeer threw back his head, made a series of bleating sounds through his nose. Third, continued Kurgan Banbeck, you must release all the men and women presently aboard your ship. The weaponeer blinked, spoke rapid, hoarse words of amazement to the trackers. They stirred, uneasy and impatient, watching Kurgan Banbeck sidelong as if he were not only savage but mad. Overhead hovered the flyer. The weaponeer looked up and seemed to derive encouragement from the sight. Turning back to Kurgan Banbeck with a firm, fresh attitude, he spoke as if the previous interchange had never occurred. I have come to instruct you that the 23 revered must be instantly released. Kurgan Banbeck repeated his own demands. You must furnish me a spaceship, you must raid no more, you must release the captives. Do you agree, yes or no? The weaponeer seemed confused. This is a peculiar situation. Indefinite. Unquantizable. Can you not understand me? Barked Kurgan Banbeck in exasperation. He glanced at the sacerdote, an act of questionable decorum, then performed in a manner completely unconventional. Sacerdote, how can I deal with this blockhead? He does not seem to hear me. The sacerdote moved a step nearer, his face as bland and blank as before. Living by a doctrine which proscribed active or intentional interference in the affairs of other men, he could make to any question only a specific and limited answer. He hears you, but there is no meeting of ideas between you. His thought structure is derived from that of his masters. It is incommensurable with yours. As to how you must deal with him, I cannot say. Kurgan Banbeck looked back to the weaponeer. Have you heard what I asked of you? Did you understand my conditions for the release of the grefts? I heard you distinctly, replied the weaponeer. Your words have no meaning. They are absurdities, paradoxes. Listen to me carefully. It is ordained, complete, a quantum of destiny, that you deliver to us the revered. It is irregular, it is not ordainment, that you should have a ship, or that your other demands be met. Kurgan Banbeck's face became red. He half turned toward his men, but restraining his anger, spoke slowly and with careful clarity. I have something you want. You have something I want. Let us trade. For 20 seconds the 2 men stared eye to eye. Then the weaponeer drew a deep breath. I will explain in your words so that you will comprehend. Certainties, no, not certainties. Definites. Definites exist. These are units of certainty, quanta of necessity and order. Existence is the steady succession of these units, one after the other. The activity of the universe can be expressed by reference to these units.
irregularity, absurdity. These are like half a man, with half a brain, half a heart, half of all his vital organs. Neither are allowed to exist. That you hold 23 revered as captives is such an absurdity, an outrage to the rational flow of the universe.
Kurgan Banbek threw up his hands, turned once more to the sacerdote. How can I halt his nonsense? How can I make him see reason? The sacerdote reflected.
He speaks not nonsense, but rather a language you fail to understand. You can make him understand your language by erasing all knowledge and training from his mind and replacing it with patterns of your own.
Kurgan Banbek fought back an unsettling sense of frustration and unreality. In order to elicit exact answers from a sacerdote, an exact question was required. Indeed, it was remarkable that this sacerdote stayed to be questioned. Thinking carefully, he asked, "How do you suggest that I deal with this man?"
Release the 23 griffs.
The sacerdote touched the twin knobs at the front of his golden torque, a ritual gesture indicating that, no matter how reluctantly, he had performed an act which conceivably might alter the course of the future. Again, he tapped his torque, and intoned, "Release the griffs. He will then depart."
Kurgan Banbek cried out in unrestrained anger. "Who then do you serve, man or Gref? Let us have the truth. Speak." "By my faith, by my creed, by the truth of my tand, I serve no one but myself."
The sacerdote turned his face toward the great crag of Mount Gethron and moved slowly off. The wind blew his long, fine hair to the side. Kurgan Banbek watched him go, then with cold decisiveness turned back to the weaponeer. "Your discussion of certainties and absurdities is interesting. I feel that you have confused the two. Here is certainty from my viewpoint. I will not release the 23 grefs unless you meet my terms. If you attack us further, I will cut them in half to illustrate and realize your figure of speech, and perhaps convince you that absurdities are possible. I say no more." The weaponeer shook his head, slowly, pityingly. "Listen, I will explain. Certain conditions are unthinkable. They are unquantized, undestined." "Go!" thundered Kurgan Banbek. "Otherwise you will join your 23 revered grefs, and I will teach you how real the unthinkable can become." The weaponeer and the two trackers, croaking and muttering, turned, retreated from the Jambles to Banbek Verge, descended into the valley. Over them the flyer darted, veered, fluttered, settled like a falling leaf. Watching from their retreat among the cages, the men of Banbek Vale presently witnessed a remarkable scene. Half an hour after the weaponeer had returned to the ship, he came leaping forth once again, dancing, cavorting. Others followed him, weaponeers, trackers, heavy troopers, and 8 more grefs, all jerking, jumping, running back and forth in distracted steps. The ports of the ship flashed lights of various colors, and there came a slow rising sound of tortured machinery. "They have gone mad," muttered Kurgan Banbek. He hesitated an instant, then gave an order. "Assemble every man. We attack while they are helpless." Down from the high Jambles rushed the men of Banbek Vale. As they descended the cliffs, a few of the captured men and women from Sadro Valley came timidly forth from the ship, and, meeting no restraint, fled to freedom across Banbek Vale. Others followed, and now the Banbek warriors reached the valley floor. Beside the ship, the insanity had quieted. The Outworlders huddled quietly beside the hull. There came a sudden mind-shattering explosion, a blankness of yellow and white fire. The ship disintegrated. A great crater marred the valley floor. Fragments of metal began to fall among the attacking Banbek warriors. Kurgan Banbek stared at the scene of destruction. Slowly, his shoulders sagging, he summoned his people and led them back to their ruined valley. At the rear, marching single file, tied together with ropes, came the 23 grefs, dull-eyed, pliant, already remote from their previous existence. The texture of destiny was inevitable. The present circumstances could not apply to 23 of the revered. The mechanism must therefore adjust to ensure the halcyon progression of events. The 23, hence, were something other than the revered. a different order of creature entirely. If this were true, what were they? Asking each other the question in sad, croaking undertones, they marched down the cliff into Banbeck Vale. Chapter 3. Across the long airlith years, the fortunes of Happy Valley and Banbeck Vale fluctuated with the capabilities of the opposing Carcolos and Banbecks. Golden Banbeck, Joaz's grandfather, was forced to release Happy Valley from clientship when Uttern Carcolo, an accomplished dragon breeder, produced the first fiends. Golden Banbeck, in his turn, developed the Juggers, but allowed an uneasy truce to continue. Further years passed. Ilden Banbeck, the son of Golden, a frail, ineffectual man, was killed in a fall from a mutinous spider. With Joaz yet an ailing child, Grode Carcolo decided to try his chances against Banbeck Vale. He failed to reckon with old Hendel Banbeck, granduncle to Joaz and chief dragon master. The Happy Valley forces were routed on Starbreak Fell. Grode Carcolo was killed and young Irvis gored by a murderer. For various reasons, including Hendel's age and Joaz's youth, the Banbeck army failed to press to a decisive advantage. Irvis Carcolo, though exhausted by loss of blood and pain, withdrew in some degree of order, and for further years a suspicious truce held between the neighboring valleys. Joaz matured into a saturnine young man, who, if he excited no enthusiastic affection from his people, at least aroused no violent dislike. He and Irvis Carcolo were united in a mutual contempt. At the mention of Joaz's study, with its books, scrolls, models, and plans, its complicated viewing system across Banbeck Vale, the optics furnished, it was rumored, by the sacerdotes, Carcolo would throw up his hands in disgust. Learning? Pah! What avails all this rolling in bygone vomit? Where does it lead? He should have been born a sacerdote. He is the same sort of sour-mouthed, cloud-minded weakling. An itinerant, one De Alfonso, who combined the trades of minstrel, child buyer, psychiatrist, and chiropractor, reported Carcolo's obloquies to Joaz, who shrugged. Irvis Carcolo should breed himself to one of his own Juggers, said Joaz. He would thereby produce an impregnable creature with the Jugger's armor and his own unflinching stupidity. The remark in due course returned to Irvis Carcolo, and by coincidence touched him in a particularly sore spot. Secretly, he had been attempting an innovation at his brooders, a dragon almost as massive as the Jugger with the savage intelligence and agility of the Blue Horror. But Irvis Carcolo worked with an intuitive and over-optimistic approach, ignoring the advice of Bast Given, his chief dragon master. The eggs hatched. A dozen spratlings survived. Irvis Carcolo nurtured them with alternate tenderness and objurgation. Eventually, the dragons matured. Carcolo's hoped-for combination of fury and impregnability was realized in 4 sluggish, irritable creatures with bloated torsos, spindly legs, insatiable appetites. As if one can breed a dragon by commanding it exist, sneered Bast Given to his helpers, and advised them, Be wary of the beasts. They are competent only at luring you within reach of their bracts. The time, effort, facilities, and provender wasted upon the useless hybrid had weakened Carcolo's army. Of the fecund termagants he had no lack. There was a sufficiency of long-horned murderers and striding murderers, but the heavier and more specialized types, especially Juggers, were far from adequate to his plans. The memory of Happy Valley's ancient glory haunted his dreams. First he would subdue Banbeck Vale, and often he planned the ceremony whereby he would reduce Joaz Banbeck to the office of apprentice barracks boy. Irvis Carcolo's ambitions were complicated by a set of basic difficulties. Happy Valley's population had doubled, but rather than extending the city by breaching new pinnacles or driving tunnels, Carcolo constructed 3 new dragon brooders, a dozen barracks, and an enormous training compound. The folk of the valley could choose either to cram the fetid existing tunnels or build ramshackle dwellings along the base of the cliff. Brooders, barracks, training compounds, and huts encroached on Happy Valley's already inadequate fields. Water was diverted from the pond to maintain the brooders. Enormous quantities of produce went to feed dragons. The folk of Happy Valley, undernourished, sickly, miserable, shared none of Carcolo's aspirations, and their lack of enthusiasm infuriated him. In any event, when the itinerant de Alfonso repeated Joaz Banbeck's recommendation that Urvis Carcolo breed himself to a jugger, Carcolo seethed with choler. Bah! What does Joaz Banbeck know about dragon breeding? I doubt if he understands his own dragon talk. He referred to the means by which orders and instructions were transmitted to the dragons, a secret jargon distinctive to every army. To learn an opponent's dragon talk was the prime goal of every dragon master, for he thereby gained a certain degree of control over his enemy's forces. I am a practical man, worth 2 of him, Carcolo went on. Can he design, nurture, rear, and teach dragons? Can he impose discipline, teach ferocity? No. He leaves all this to his dragon masters, while he lolls on a couch eating sweetmeats, campaigning only against the patience of his minstrel maidens. They say that by astrological divination he predicts the return of the basics, that he walks with his neck cocked, watching the sky. Is such a man deserving of power and a prosperous life? I say no. Is Urvis Carcolo of Happy Valley such a man? I say yes, and this I will demonstrate. De Alfonso judiciously held up his hand. Not so fast. He is more alert than you think. His dragons are in prime condition. He visits them often. And as for the basics— Do not speak to me of basics, stormed Carcolo. I am no child to be frightened by bugbears. Again de Alfonso held up his hand. Listen. I am serious, and you can profit by my news. Joaz Banbeck took me into his private study. The famous study indeed. From a cabinet he brought out a ball of crystal mounted on a black box. Aha! Jeered Carcolo. A crystal ball. De Alfonso went on placidly, ignoring the interruption. I examined this globe, and indeed it seemed to hold all of space. Within it floated stars and planets, all the bodies of the cluster. Look well, said Joaz Banbeck. You will never see the like of this anywhere. It was built by the olden men, and brought to Aerlith when our people first arrived. Indeed, I said. And what is this object? It is a celestial armamentarium, said Joaz. It depicts all the nearby stars, and their positions at any time I choose to specify. Now, here he pointed. See this white dot? This is our sun. See this red star? In the old almanacs, it is named Coraline. It swings near us at irregular intervals, for such is the flow of stars in this cluster. These intervals have always coincided with the attacks of the basics. Here I expressed astonishment. Joaz assured me regarding the matter. The history of men on Aerlith records 6 attacks by the basics, or Grefs as they were originally known. Apparently, as Coraline swings through space, the basics scour nearby worlds for hidden dens of humanity. The last of these was long ago, during the time of Kurgan Banbeck, with the results you know about. At that time, Coraline passed close in the heavens. For the first time since, Coraline is once more close at hand. This, Alfonso told Carcolo, is what Joaz Banbeck told me, and this is what I saw. Carcolo was impressed in spite of himself. Do you mean to tell me, demanded Carcolo, that within this globe swim all the stars of space? As to that I cannot vouch, replied de Alfonso. The globe is set in a black box, and I suspect that an inner mechanism projects images or perhaps controls luminous spots which simulate the stars. Either way, it is a marvelous device, one which I would be proud to own. I offered Joaz several precious objects in exchange, but he would have none of them. Carcolo curled his lip in disgust. You and your stolen children, have you no shame? No more than my customers, said de Alfonso stoutly. As I recall, I have dealt profitably with you on several occasions. Urvis Carcolo turned away, pretended to watch a pair of termagants exercising with wooden scimitars. The 2 men stood by a stone fence behind which scores of dragons practiced evolutions, dueled with spears and swords, strengthened their muscles. Scales flashed, dust rose up under splayed stamping feet. The acrid odor of dragon sweat permeated the air. Carcolo muttered, He is crafty, that Joaz. He knew you would report to me in detail. De Alfonso nodded. Precisely. His words were, but perhaps I should be discreet. He glanced slyly toward Carcolo from under shaggy white eyebrows. Speak, said Irvis Carcolo gruffly.
Very well. Mind you, I quote Joaz Banbeck. Tell blundering old Carcolo that he is in great danger. If the basics return to Airlith, as well they may, Happy Valley is absolutely vulnerable and will be ruined. Where can his people hide? They will be herded into the Black Ship, transported to a cold new planet. If Carcolo is not completely heartless, he will drive new tunnels, prepare hidden avenues. Otherwise...
Otherwise what? Demanded Carcolo.
Otherwise, there will be no more Happy Valley. No more Irvis Carcolo.
Bah, said Carcolo in a subdued voice. The young jackanapes barks in shrill tones.
Perhaps he extends an honest warning. His further words, but I fear to offend your dignity.
Continue, speak.
These are his words. But no, I dare not repeat them. Essentially, he considers your efforts to create an army ludicrous. He contrasts your intelligence unfavorably to his own. He predicts—
Enough, roared Irvis Carcolo, waving his fists. He is a subtle adversary, but why do you lend yourself to his tricks?
De Alfonso shook his frosty old head. I merely repeat, with reluctance, that which you demand to hear. Now then, since you have wrung me dry, do me some profit. Will you buy drugs, elixirs, wombles, or potions? I have here a salve of eternal youth which I stole from the demi-sacerdote's personal coffer. In my train are both boy and girl children, obsequious and handsome, at a fair price. I will listen to your woes, cure your lisp, guarantee a placidity of disposition, or perhaps you would buy dragon eggs?
I need none of those, grunted Carcolo. Especially dragon's eggs which hatch to lizards. As for children, Happy Valley seethes with them. Bring me a dozen sound juggers, and you may depart with 100 children of your choice.
De Alfonso shook his head sadly, lurched away. Carcolo slumped against the fence, staring across the dragon pens. The sun hung low over the crags of Mount Despoir. Evening was close at hand. This was the most pleasant time of the airlith day, when the winds ceased, leaving a vast velvet quiet. Skeen's blaze softened to a smoky yellow with a bronze aureole. The clouds of the approaching evening storm gathered, rose, fell, shifted, swirled, glowing and changing in every tone of gold, orange-brown, gold-brown, and dusty violet. Skeen sank. The golds and oranges became oak-brown and purple. Lightning threaded the clouds, and the rain fell in a black curtain. In the barracks, men moved with vigilance, for now the dragons became unpredictable, by turns watchful, torpid, quarrelsome. With the passing of the rain, evening became night, and a cool, quiet breeze drifted through the valleys. The dark sky began to burn and dazzle with the stars of the cluster. One of the most effulgent twinkled red, green, white, red, green. Irvis Carcolo studied this star thoughtfully. One idea led to another, and presently to a course of action which seemed to dissolve the entire tangle of uncertainties and dissatisfactions which marred his life. Carcolo twisted his mouth to a sour grimace. He must make overtures to that popinjay Joaz Banbeck. But if this were unavoidable, so be it. Hence, the following morning, shortly after Fade the minstrel maiden discovered the sacerdote in Joaz's study, a messenger appeared in the Vale, inviting Joaz Banbeck up to Banbeck Verge for a conference with Irvis Carcolo. Chapter 4. Irvis Carcolo waited on Banbeck Verge with Chief Dragon Master Bast Given and a pair of young fuglemen. Behind, in a row, stood their mounts, 4 glistening spiders, bracts folded, legs splayed at exactly identical angles. These were of Carcolo's newest breed, and he was immoderately proud of them. The barbs surrounding the horny visages were clasped with cinnabar cabochons. A round target enameled black and studded with a central spike covered each chest. The men wore the traditional black leather breeches, with short maroon cloaks, black leather helmets with long flaps slanting back across the ears and down to the shoulders. The 4 men waited, patient or restless as their natures dictated, surveying the well-tended length of Banbeck Vale. To the south stretched fields of various foodstuffs, vetch, belgard, moss cake, a loquat grove.
Directly opposite, near the mouth of Clybourne Crevasse, the shape of the crater created by the explosion of the basic ship could still be seen. North lay more fields, then the Dragon compounds, consisting of black brick barracks, a brooder, an exercise field. Beyond lay Banbeck Jambles, an area of wasteland where ages previously a section of the cliff had fallen, creating a wilderness of tumbled rock similar to the high Jambles under Mount Gethron, but smaller in compass. One of the young fuglemen rather tactlessly commented upon the evident prosperity of Banbeck Vale, to the implicit deprecation of Happy Valley. Urvis Carcolo listened glumly a moment or two, then turned a haughty stare toward the offender. "Notice the dam," said the fugleman. "We waste half our water in seepage." "True," said the other. "That rock facing is a good idea. I wonder why we don't do something similar." Carcolo started to speak, thought better of it. With a growling sound in his throat, he turned away. Bast Given made a sign. The fugleman hastily fell silent. A few moments later, Given announced, "Joaz Banbeck has set forth." Carcolo peered down toward Kurgan's Way. "Where is his company? Does he ride alone?" "So it seems." A few minutes later, Joaz Banbeck appeared on Banbeck Verge, riding a spider caparisoned in gray and red velvet. Joaz wore a loose lounge cloak of soft brown cloth over a gray shirt and gray trousers, with a long-billed hat of blue velvet. He held up his hand in casual greeting. Brusquely, Urvis Carcolo returned the salute, and with a jerk of his head sent Given and the fugleman off out of earshot. Carcolo said gruffly, "You sent me a message by old Alfonso." Joaz nodded. "I trust he rendered my remarks accurately?" Carcolo grinned wolfishly. "At times he felt obliged to paraphrase." Tactful old De Alfonso. "I am given to understand," said Carcolo, "that you consider me rash, ineffectual, callous to the best interests of Happy Valley. Alfonso admitted that you used the word blunderer in reference to me." Joaz smiled politely. "Sentiments of this sort are best transmitted through intermediaries." Carcolo made a great show of dignified forbearance. "Apparently, you feel that another basic attack is imminent." "Just so," agreed Joaz. "If my theory, which puts their home by the star Coraline, is correct. In which case, as I pointed out to Alfonso, Happy Valley is seriously vulnerable." "And why not Banbeck Vale as well?" barked Carcolo. Joaz stared at him in surprise. "Is it not obvious? I have taken precautions. My people are housed in tunnels rather than huts. We have several escape routes, should this prove necessary, both to the High Jambles and to Banbeck Jambles." "Very interesting." Carcolo made an effort to soften his voice. "If your theory is accurate, and I pass no immediate judgment, then perhaps I would be wise to take similar measures. But I think in different terms. I prefer attack, activity, to passive defense." "Admirable," said Joaz Banbeck. "Important deeds are done by men such as you." Carcolo became a trifle pink in the face. "This is neither here nor there," he said. "I have come to propose a joint project. It is entirely novel, but carefully thought out. I have considered various aspects of this matter for several years." "I attend you with great interest," said Joaz. Carcolo blew out his cheeks. "You know the legends as well as I, perhaps better. Our people came to Airlith as exiles during the War of the 10 Stars. The Nightmare Coalition apparently had defeated the old rule, but how the war ended?" He threw up his hands. "Who can say?" "There is a significant indication," said Joaz. "The Basics revisit Airlith and ravage us at their pleasure. We have seen no men visiting except those who serve the Basics." "Men?" Carcolo demanded scornfully. "I call them something else. Nevertheless, this is no more than a deduction, and we are ignorant as to the course of history. Perhaps Basics rule the cluster. Perhaps they plague us only because we are weak and weaponless. Perhaps we are the last men. Perhaps the old rule is resurgent. And never forget that many years have elapsed since the Basics last appeared on Airlith." Many years have elapsed since Aerolith and Coraline were in such convenient apposition. Carcolo made an impatient gesture. A supposition, which may or may not be relevant. Let me explain the basic axiom of my proposal. It is simple enough. I feel that Banbeck Vale and Happy Valley are too small a compass for men such as ourselves. We deserve larger scope. Joaz agreed. I wish it were possible to ignore the practical difficulties involved. I am able to suggest a method to counter these difficulties, asserted Carcolo. In that case, said Joaz, power, glory, and wealth are as good as ours. Carcolo glanced at him sharply, slapped his breeches with the gold-beaded tassel to his scabbard. Reflect, he said. The sacerdotes inhabited Aerolith before us. How long, no one can say. It is a mystery. In fact, what do we know of the sacerdotes? Next to nothing. They trade their metal and glass for our food. They live in deep caverns. Their creed is disassociation, reverie, detachment, whatever one may wish to call it. Totally incomprehensible to one such as myself. He challenged Joaz with a look. Joaz merely fingered his long chin. They put themselves forward as simple metaphysical cultists. Actually, they are a very mysterious people. Has anyone yet seen a sacerdote woman? What of the blue lights? What of the lightning towers? What of the sacerdote magic? What of weird comings and goings by night? What of strange shapes moving across the sky, perhaps to other planets? The tales exist, certainly, said Joaz. As to the degree of credence to be placed in them, now we reach the meat of my proposal, declared Urvis Carcolo. The creed of the sacerdotes apparently forbids shame, inhibition, fear, regard for consequence. Hence, they are forced to answer any question put to them. Nevertheless, creed or no creed, they completely befog any information an assiduous man is able to wheedle from them. Joaz inspected him curiously. Evidently, you have made the attempt. Urvis Carcolo nodded. Yes, why should I deny it? I have questioned 3 sacerdotes with determination and persistence. They answered all my questions with gravity and calm reflection, but told me nothing. He shook his head in vexation. Therefore, I suggest that we apply coercion. You are a brave man. Carcolo shook his head modestly. I would dare no direct measures, but they must eat. If Banbeck Vale and Happy Valley cooperate, we can apply a very cogent persuasion. Hunger. Presently, their words may be more to the point. Joaz considered a moment or two. Urvis Carcolo twitched his scabbard tassel. Your plan, said Joaz at last, is not a frivolous one, and is ingenious, at least at first glance. What sort of information do you hope to secure? In short, what are your ultimate aims? Carcolo sidled close, prodded Joaz with his forefinger. We know nothing of the outer worlds. We are marooned on this miserable world of stone and wind while life passes us by. You assume that basics rule the cluster. But suppose you are wrong. Suppose the old rule has returned. Think of the rich cities, the gay resorts, the palaces, the pleasure islands. Look up into the night sky. Ponder the bounties which might be ours. You ask, how can we implement these desires? I respond, the process may be so simple that the sacerdotes will reveal it without reluctance. You mean communication with the worlds of men? Deliverance from this lonely little world at the edge of the universe? Joaz Banbeck nodded dubiously. A fine vision, but the evidence suggests a situation far different, namely the destruction of man and the human empire. Carcolo held out his hands in a gesture of open-minded tolerance. Perhaps you are right. But why should we not make inquiries of the sacerdotes? Concretely, I propose as follows, that you and I agree to the mutual cause I have outlined. Next, we request an audience with the demi-sacerdote. We put our questions. If he responds freely, well and good. If he evades, then we act in mutuality. No more food to the sacerdotes until they tell us plainly what we want to hear. Other valleys, vales, and gulches exist, said Joaz thoughtfully. Carcolo made a brisk gesture. We can deter any such trade by persuasion or by the power of our dragons."
"The essence of your idea appeals to me," said Joaz. "But I fear that all is not so simple."
Carcolo rapped his thigh smartly with the tassel. "And why not?"
"In the first place, Coraline shines bright in the sky. This is our first concern. Should Coraline pass, should the basics not attack, then is the time to pursue this matter. Again, and perhaps more to the point, I doubt that we can starve the sacerdotes into submission. In fact, I think it highly unlikely. I will go farther. I consider it impossible."
Carcolo blinked. "In what wise?"
"They walk naked through sleet and storm. Do you think they fear hunger? And there is wild lichen to be gathered. How could we forbid this? You might dare some sort of coercion, but not I. The tales told of the sacerdotes may be no more than superstition, or they may be understatement."
Urvis Carcolo heaved a deep, disgusted sigh. "Joaz Banbeck, I took you for a man of decision, but you merely pick flaws."
"These are not flaws. They are major errors which would lead to disaster."
"Well then, do you have any suggestions of your own?"
Joaz fingered his chin. "If Coraline recedes, and we are still on Airlith, rather than in the hold of the basic ship, then let us plan to plunder the secrets of the sacerdotes. In the meantime, I strongly recommend that you prepare Happy Valley against a new raid. You are overextended, with your new brooders and barracks. Let them rest, while you dig yourself secure tunnels."
Urvis Carcolo stared straight across Banbeck Vale. "I am not a man to defend. I attack."
"You will attack heat beams and ion rays with your dragons?"
Urvis Carcolo turned his gaze back to Joaz Banbeck. "Can I consider us allies in the plan I have proposed?"
"In its broadest principles, certainly. However, I don't care to cooperate in starving or otherwise coercing the sacerdotes. It might be dangerous, as well as futile." For an instant, Carcolo could not control his detestation of Joaz Banbeck. His lip curled, his hands clenched.
"Danger? Pah! What danger from a handful of naked pacifists?"
"We do not know that they are pacifists. We do know that they are men."
Carcolo once more became brightly cordial. "Perhaps you are right. But, essentially at least, we are allies."
"To a degree."
"Good. I suggest that in the case of the attack you fear, we act together, with a common strategy."
Joaz nodded distantly. "This might be effective."
"Let us coordinate our plans. Let us assume that the basics drop down into Banbeck Vale. I suggest that your folk take refuge in Happy Valley, while the Happy Valley army joins with yours to cover their retreat. And likewise, should they attack Happy Valley, my people will take refuge in Banbeck Vale."
Joaz laughed in sheer amusement.
"Urvis Carcolo, what sort of lunatic do you take me for? Return to your valley, put aside your foolish grandiosities, dig yourself protection, and fast. Coraline is bright."
Carcolo stood stiffly.
"Do I understand that you reject my offer of alliance?"
"Not at all, but I cannot undertake to protect you and your people if you will not help yourselves. Meet my requirements, satisfy me that you are a fit ally, then we shall speak further of alliance."
Urvis Carcolo whirled on his heel, signaled to Bast Given and the two young fuglemen. With no further word or glance, he mounted his splendid spider, goaded him into a sudden leaping run across the verge, and up the slope toward Starbreak Fell. His men followed, somewhat less precipitously. Joaz watched them go, shaking his head in sad wonder. Then, mounting his own spider, he returned down the trail to the floor of Banbeck Vale. Chapter 5. The long Airlith day, equivalent to 6 of the old diurnal units, passed. In Happy Valley there was grim activity, a sense of purpose and impending decision. The dragons exercised in tighter formation, the fuglemen and cornets called orders with harsher voices. In the armory bullets were cast, powder mixed, swords ground and honed. Urvis Carcolo drove himself with dramatic bravado, wearing out spider after spider as he sent his dragons through various evolutions. In the case of the Happy Valley forces, these were for the most part termagants, small active dragons with rust-red scales, narrow darting heads, chisel-sharp fangs. Their bracts were strong and well-developed. They used lance, cutlass, or mace with equal skill. A man pitted against a termagant stood no chance, for the scales warded off bullets as well as any blow the man might have strength enough to deal. On the other hand, a single slash of a fang, the rip of a scythe-like claw, meant death to the man. The termagants were fecund and hardy and throve even under the conditions which existed in the Happy Valley brooders, hence their predominance in Carcolo's army. This was a situation not to the liking of Bast Given, chief dragon master, a spare wiry man with a flat crooked-nosed face, eyes black and blank as drops of ink on a plate. Habitually terse and tight-lipped, he waxed almost eloquent in opposition to the attack upon Banbeck Vale. "Look you, Urvis Carcolo, we are able to deploy a horde of termagants, with sufficient striding murderers and long-horned murderers. But blue horrors, fiends, and juggers? No. We are lost if they trap us on the fells." "I do not plan to fight on the fells," said Carcolo. "I will force battle upon Joaz Banbeck. His juggers and fiends are useless on the cliffs, and in the matter of blue horrors we are almost his equal." "You overlook a single difficulty," said Bast Given. "And what is this?" "The improbability that Joaz Banbeck plans to permit all this. I allow him greater intelligence." "Show me evidence," charged Carcolo. "What I know of him suggests vacillation and stupidity, so we will strike, hard." Carcolo smacked fist into palm. "Thus we will finish the haughty Banbecks." Bast Given turned to go. Carcolo wrathfully called him back. "You show no enthusiasm for this campaign." "I know what our army can do and what it cannot do," said Given bluntly. "If Joaz Banbeck is the man you think he is, we might succeed. If he has even the sagacity of a pair of grooms I listened to 10 minutes ago, we face disaster." In a voice thick with rage, Carcolo said, "Return to your fiends and juggers. I want them quick as termagants." Bast Given went his way. Carcolo jumped on a nearby spider, kicked it with his heels. The creature sprang forward, halted sharply, twisted its long neck about to look Carcolo in the face. Carcolo cried, "Hust, hust! Forward at speed, smartly now! Show these louts what snap and spirit mean!" The spider jumped ahead with such vehemence that Carcolo tumbled over backward, landing on his neck, where he lay groaning. Grooms came running, assisted him to a bench where he sat cursing in a steady low voice. A surgeon examined, pressed, prodded, recommended that Carcolo take to his couch, and administered a sedative potion. Carcolo was carried to his apartments beneath the west wall of Happy Valley, placed under the care of his wives, and so slept for 20 hours. When he awoke, the day was half gone. He wished to arise, but found himself too stiff to move, and, groaning, lay back. Presently he called for Bast Given, who appeared and listened without comment to Carcolo's adjurations. Evening arrived. The dragons returned to the barracks. There was nothing to do now but wait for daybreak. During the long night, Carcolo underwent a variety of treatments: massage, hot baths, infusions, poultices. He exercised with diligence, and as the night reached its end, he declared himself fit. Overhead the star Coraline vibrated poisonous colors, red, green, white, by far the brightest star of the cluster. Carcolo refused to look up at the star, but its radiance struck through the corners of his eyes whenever he walked on the valley floor. Dawn approached. Carcolo planned to march at the earliest moment the dragons were manageable. A flickering to the east told of the oncoming dawn storm, still invisible across the horizon. With great caution, the dragons were mustered from their barracks and ordered into a marching column. There were almost 300 termagants, 85 striding murderers, as many long-horned murderers, 100 blue horrors, 52 squat, immensely powerful fiends, their tails tipped with spiked steel balls, 18 juggers. They growled and muttered evilly among themselves, watching an opportunity to kick each other or to snip a leg from an unwary groom. Darkness stimulated their latent hatred for humanity, though they had been taught nothing of their past, nor the circumstances by which they had become enslaved. The dawn lightning blazed and crackled, outlining the vertical steeples, the astonishing peaks of the Malheur Mountains. Overhead passed the storm, with wailing gusts of wind and thrashing banks of rain moving on toward Banbeck Vale. The east glowed with a gray-green pallor, and Carcolo gave the signal to march. Still stiff and sore, he hobbled to his spider, mounted, ordered the creature into a special and dramatic curvet. Carcolo had miscalculated. Malice of the night still gripped the mind of the dragon. It ended its curvet with a lash of the neck which once again dashed Carcolo to the ground, where he lay half-mad with pain and frustration. He tried to rise, collapsed, tried again, fainted. 5 minutes he lay unconscious, then seemed to rouse himself by sheer force of will. "Lift me," he whispered huskily. "Tie me into the saddle. We must march." This being manifestly impossible, no one made a move. Carcolo raged, finally called hoarsely for Bast Given. "Proceed. We cannot stop now. You must lead the troops." Given nodded glumly. This was an honor for which he had no stomach. "You know the battle plan," wheezed Carcolo. "Circle north of the Fang. Cross the Scants with all speed. Swing north around Blue Crevasse, then south along Banbeck Verge. There Joaz Banbeck may be expected to discover you. You must deploy so that when he brings up his juggers you can topple them back with fiends. Avoid committing our juggers. Harry him with termagants. Reserve the murderers to strike wherever he reaches the edge. Do you understand me?" "As you explain it, victory is certain," muttered Bastgiven. "And so it is, unless you blunder grievously. Ah, my back! I can't move. While the great battle rages, I must sit by the brooder and watch eggs hatch. Now go! Strike hard for Happy Valley." Given gave an order. The troops set forth. Termagants darted into the lead, followed by silken striding murderers and the heavier long-horned murderers, their fantastic chest spikes tipped with steel. Behind came the ponderous juggers, grunting, gurgling, teeth clashing together with the vibration of their steps. Flanking the juggers marched the fiends, carrying heavy cutlasses, flourishing their terminal steel balls as a scorpion carries his sting. Then at the rear came the blue horrors, who were both massive and quick, good climbers, no less intelligent than the termagants. To the flanks rode 100 men, dragon masters, knights, fuglemen, and cornets. They were armed with swords, pistols, and large-bore blunderbusses. Carcolo, on a stretcher, watched till the last of his forces had passed from view, then commanded himself carried back to the portal which led into the Happy Valley caves. Never before had the caves seemed so dingy and shallow. Sourly he eyed the straggle of huts along the cliff, built of rock, slabs of resin-impregnated lichen, canes bound with tar. With the Banbeck campaign at an end, he would set about cutting new chambers and halls into the cliff. The splendid decorations of Banbeck village were well known. Happy Valley would be even more magnificent. The halls would glow with opal and nacre, silver and gold. And yet, to what end? If events went as planned, there was his great dream in prospect. And then, what consequence a few paltry decorations in the tunnels of Happy Valley? Groaning, he allowed himself to be laid on his couch and entertained himself picturing the progress of his troops. By now they should be working down from Dangle Ridge, circling the mile-high Fang. He tentatively stretched his arms, worked his legs. His muscles protested, pain shot back and forth along his body. But it seemed as if the injuries were less than before. By now the army would be mounting the ramparts which rimmed that wide area of upland fell known as the Scants. The surgeon brought Carcolo a potion. He drank and slept, to awake with a start. What was the time? His troops might well have joined battle. He ordered himself carried to the outer portal, then, still dissatisfied, commanded his servants to transport him across the valley to the new dragon brooder, the walkway of which commanded a view up and down the valley. Despite the protests of his wives, here he was conveyed, and made as comfortable as bruises and sprains permitted. He settled himself for an indeterminate wait, but news was not long in coming. Down the north trail came a cornet on a foam-bearded spider. Carcolo sent a groom to intercept him, and heedless of aches and pains raised himself from his couch. The cornet threw himself off his mount, staggered up the ramp, sagged exhausted against the rail.
"Ambush," he panted. "Bloody disaster."
"Ambush," groaned Carcolo in a hollow voice. "Where?"
"As we mounted the scant's ramparts, they waited till our termagants and murderers were over, then charged with horrors, fiends, and juggers. They cut us apart, drove us back, then rolled boulders on our juggers. Our army is broken."
Carcolo sank back on the couch, lay staring at the sky. "How many are lost?"
"I do not know. Given called the retreat. We withdrew in the best style possible."
Carcolo lay as if comatose. The cornet flung himself down on a bench. A column of dust appeared to the north, which presently dissolved and separated to reveal a number of Happy Valley dragons. All were wounded. They marched, hopped, limped, dragged themselves at random, croaking, glaring, bugling. First came a group of termagants, darting ugly heads from side to side, then a pair of blue horrors, bracts twisting and clasping almost like human arms, then a jugger, massive, toad-like, legs splayed out in weariness. Even as it neared the barracks, it toppled, fell with a thud to lie still, legs and talons jutting into the air. Down from the north trail rode Bast Given, dust-stained and haggard. He dismounted from his drooping spider, mounted the ramp. With a wrenching effort, Carcolo once more raised himself on the couch. Given reported in a voice so even and light as to seem careless, but even the insensitive Carcolo was not deceived. He asked in puzzlement, "Exactly where did the ambush occur?"
"We mounted the ramparts by way of Chloris Ravine. Where the scans falls off into the ravine, a porphyry outcrop juts up and over. Here they awaited us."
Carcolo hissed through his teeth. "Amazing." Bast Given gave the faintest of nods. Carcolo said, "Assume that Joaz Banbek set forth during the dawn storm, an hour earlier than I would think possible. Assume that he forced his troops at a run. How could he reach the scant's ramparts before us even so?"
"By my reckoning," said Given, "ambush was no threat until we had crossed the scants. I had planned to patrol Barchback, all the way down Blue Fell and across Blue Crevasse."
Carcolo gave somber agreement.
"How then did Joaz Banbek bring his troops to the ramparts so soon?"
Given turned, looked up the valley, where wounded dragons and men still straggled down the north trail.
"I have no idea."
"A drug?" puzzled Carcolo. "A potion to pacify the dragons? Could he have made bivouac on the scants the whole night long?"
"The last is possible," admitted Given grudgingly. "Under Barch Spike are empty caves. If he quartered his troops there during the night, then he had only to march across the scants to waylay us."
Carcolo grunted. "Perhaps we have underestimated Joaz Banbek." He sank back on his couch with a groan. "Well then, what are our losses?" The reckoning made dreary news. Of the already inadequate squad of juggers, only 6 remained. From a force of 52 fiends, 40 survived, and of these 5 were sorely wounded. Termagants, blue horrors, and murderers had suffered greatly. A large number had been torn apart in the first onslaught. Many others had been toppled down the ramparts to strew their armored husks through the detritus. Of the 100 men, 12 had been killed by bullets, another 14 by dragon attack. A score more were wounded in various degree. Carcolo lay back, his eyes closed, his mouth working feebly.
"The terrain alone saved us," said Given. "Joaz Banbek refused to commit his troops to the ravine. If there were any tactical error on either side, it was his. He brought an insufficiency of termagants and blue horrors."
"Small comfort," growled Carcolo. "Where is the balance of the army?"
"We have good position on Dangle Ridge. We have seen none of Banbek's scouts, either man or termagant. He may conceivably believe we have retreated to the valley. In any event, his main forces were still collected on the scants."
Carcolo, by an enormous effort, raised himself to his feet. He tottered across the walkway to look down into the dispensary. 5 fiends crouched in vats of balsam, muttering, sighing. A blue horror hung in a sling, whining as surgeons cut broken fragments of armor from its gray flesh. As Carcolo watched, One of the fiends raised itself high on its anterior legs, foam gushing from its gills. It cried out in a peculiar poignant tone, fell back dead into the balsam. Carcolo turned back to Gibbon. "This is what you must do. Joaz Banbeck surely has sent forth patrols. Retire along Dangle Ridge, then taking all concealment from the patrols, swing up into one of the despoiler calls. Tourmaline call will serve. This is my reasoning. Banbeck will assume that you are retiring to Happy Valley, so he will hurry south behind the Fang to attack as you come down off Dangle Ridge. As he passes below Tourmaline Call, you have the advantage and may well destroy Joaz Banbeck there with all his troops." Bast Gibbon shook his head decisively. "What if his patrols locate us in spite of our precautions? He need only follow our tracks to bottle us into Tourmaline Col, with no escape except over Mount Despoiler or out on Starbreak Fell. And if we venture out on Starbreak Fell, his juggers will destroy us in minutes." Purvis Carcolo sagged back down upon the couch. "Bring the troops back to Happy Valley. We will await another occasion." Chapter 6. Cut into the cliff south of the crag which housed Joaz's apartments was a large chamber known as Kurgan's Hall. The proportions of the room, the simplicity and lack of ornament, the massive antique furniture contributed to the sense of lingering personality, as well as an odor unique to the room. This odor exhaled from naked stone walls, the petrified moss parquetry, old wood, a rough, ripe redolence which Joaz had always disliked, together with every other aspect of the room. The dimensions seemed arrogant in their extent. The lack of ornament impressed him as rude, if not brutal. One day it occurred to Joaz that he disliked not the room, but Kurgan Banbeck himself, together with the entire system of overblown legends which surrounded him. The room, nevertheless, in many respects, was pleasant. 3 tall groined windows overlooked the vale. The casements were set with small square panes of green-blue glass in muntins of black ironwood. The ceiling likewise was paneled in wood, and here a certain amount of the typical Banbeck intricacy had been permitted. There were mock pilaster capitals with gargoyle heads, a frieze carved with conventionalized fern fronds. The furniture consisted of 3 pieces, 2 tall carved chairs and a massive table, all polished dark wood, all of enormous antiquity. Joaz had found a use for the room. The table supported a carefully detailed relief map of the district, on a scale of 3 inches to the mile. At the center was Banbeck Vale, on the right hand Happy Valley, separated by a turmoil of crags and chasms, cliffs, spikes, walls, and 5 titanic peaks, Mount Gethron to the south, Mount Despoiler in the center, Barch Spike, the Fang, and Mount Halcyon to the north. At the front of Mount Gethron lay the High Jambles, then Starbreak Fell extended to Mount Despoiler and Barch Spike. Beyond Mount Despoiler, between the Scance ramparts and Barchback, the Scance reached all the way to the tormented basalt ravines and bluffs at the foot of Mount Halcyon. As Joaz stood studying the map, into the room came Fade, mischievously quiet. But Joaz sensed her nearness by the scent of incense, in the smoke of which she had steeped herself before seeking out Joaz. She wore a traditional holiday costume of Banbeck maidens, a tight-fitting sheath of dragon intestine, with muffs of brown fur at neck, elbows, and knees. A tall cylindrical hat, notched around the upper edge, perched on her rich brown curls, and from the top of this hat soared a red plume. Joaz feigned unconsciousness of her presence. She came up behind him to tickle his neck with the fur of her neckpiece. Joaz pretended stolid indifference. Fade, not at all deceived, put on a face of woeful concern. "Must we all be slain? How goes the war?" "For Banbeck Vale the war goes well. For poor Irvis Carcolo and Happy Valley the war goes ill indeed." "You plan his destruction," Fade intoned in a voice of hushed accusation. "You will kill him. Poor Irvis Carcolo." "He deserves no better." "But what will befall Happy Valley?" Joaz Banbeck shrugged idly. "Changes for the better." "Will you seek to rule?" "Not I." "Think," whispered Fade. "Joaz Banbeck, tyrant of Banbeck Vale, Happy Valley, Phosphor Gulch, Glore, the Tarn, Cluehaven, and the Great Northern Rift." "Not I," said Joaz. "Perhaps you would rule in my stead?" "Oh, indeed. What changes there would be! I'd dress the sacerdotes in red and yellow ribbons. I'd order them to sing and dance and drink May wine. The dragons I'd send south to Arcady, except for a few gentle termagants to nursemaid the children. And no more of these furious battles. I'd burn the armor and break the swords. My dear little Flutterbug," said Joaz with a laugh. "What a swift reign you'd have indeed." "Why swift? Why not forever? If men had no means to fight, and when the basics came down, you'd throw garlands around their necks? Pah, they shall never be seen again. What did they gain by molesting a few remote valleys?" "Who knows what they gain? We are free men, perhaps the last free men in the universe. Who knows? And will they be back? Coraline is bright in the sky." Fade became suddenly interested in the relief map. "And your current war? Dreadful. Will you attack? Will you defend?" "This depends on Irvis Carcolo," said Joaz. "I need only wait till he exposes himself." Looking down at the map, he added thoughtfully, "He is clever enough to do me damage, unless I move with care." "And what if the basics come while you bicker with Carcolo?" Joaz smiled. "Perhaps we shall all flee to the Jambles. Perhaps we shall all fight." "I will fight beside you," declared Fade, striking a brave attitude. "We will attack the great basic spaceship, braving the heat rays, fending off the power bolts. We will storm to the very portal. We will pull the nose of the first marauder who shows himself." "At one point your otherwise sage strategy falls short," said Joaz. "How does one find the nose of a basic?" "In that case," said Fade, "we shall seize their—" She turned her head at a sound in the hall. Joaz strode across the room, flung back the door. Old Rife the porter sidled forward. "You told me to call when the bottle either overturned or broke. Well, it's done both, and irreparably, not 5 minutes ago." Joaz pushed past Rife, ran down the corridor. "What means this?" demanded Fade. "Rife, what have you said to disturb him?" Rife shook his head fretfully. "I am as perplexed as you. A bottle is pointed out to me. Watch this bottle day and night, so I am commanded. And also, when the bottle breaks or tips, call me at once. I tell myself that here in all truth is a sinecure. And I wonder, does Joaz consider me so senile that I will rest content with a make-work task such as watching a bottle? I am old, my jaws tremble, but I am not witless. To my surprise, the bottle breaks. The explanation admittedly is workaday, a fall to the floor. Nevertheless, without knowledge of what it all means, I obey orders and notify Joaz Banbeck." Fade had been squirming impatiently. "Where then is this bottle?" "In the studio of Joaz Banbeck." Fade ran off as swiftly as the tight sheath about her thighs permitted, through a transverse tunnel, across Kurgan's Way by a covered bridge, then up at a slant toward Joaz's apartments. Down the long hall ran Fade, through the anteroom where a bottle lay shattered on the floor, into the studio, where she halted in astonishment. No one was to be seen. She noticed a section of shelving which stood at an angle. Quietly, timorously, she stole across the room, peered down into the workshop. The scene was an odd one. Joaz stood negligently, smiling a cool smile, as across the room a naked sacerdote gravely sought to shift a barrier which had sprung down across an area of the wall. But the gate was cunningly locked in place, and the sacerdote's efforts were to no avail. He turned, glanced briefly at Joaz, then started for the exit into the studio. Fade sucked in her breath, backed away. The sacerdote came out into the studio, started for the door. "Just a moment," said Joaz. "I wish to speak to you." The sacerdote paused, turned his head in mild inquiry. He was a young man, his face bland, blank, almost beautiful. Fine transparent skin stretched over his pale bones. His eyes, wide, blue, innocent, seemed to stare without focus. He was delicate of frame, sparsely fleshed. His hands were thin, with fingers trembling in some kind of nervous imbalance. Down his back, almost to his waist, hung the mane of long light brown hair. Joaz seated himself with ostentatious deliberation, never taking his eyes from the sacerdote. Presently he spoke in a voice pitched at an ominous level. "I find your conduct far from ingratiating." This was a declaration requiring no response, and the sacerdote made none. "Please sit," said Joaz. He indicated a bench. "You have a great deal of explaining to do." Was it Fade's imagination? Or did a spark of something like wild amusement flicker and die almost instantaneously in the sacerdote's eyes? But again he made no response. Joaz, adapting to the peculiar rules by which communication with the sacerdotes must be conducted, asked, "Do you care to sit?"
"It is immaterial," said the sacerdote. "Since I am standing now, I will stand."
Joaz rose to his feet and performed an act without precedent. He pushed the bench behind the sacerdote, rapped the back of the knobby knees, thrust the sacerdote firmly down upon the bench. "Since you are sitting now," said Joaz, "you might as well sit." With gentle dignity, the sacerdote regained his feet.
"I shall stand."
Joaz shrugged. "As you wish. I intend to ask you some questions. I hope that you will cooperate and answer with precision." The sacerdote blinked owlishly. "Will you do so?"
"Certainly. I prefer, however, to return the way I came."
Joaz ignored the remark. "First," he asked, "why do you come to my study?" The sacerdote spoke carefully, in the voice of one talking to a child.
"Your language is vague. I am confused and must not respond, since I am vowed to give only truth to anyone who requires it."
Joaz settled himself in his chair. "There is no hurry. I am ready for a long discussion. Let me ask you then, did you have impulses which you can explain to me, which persuaded or impelled you to come to my studio?"
"Yes."
"How many of these impulses did you recognize?"
"I don't know."
"More than one?"
"Perhaps."
"Less than 10?
"I don't know."
Why are you uncertain?"
"I am not uncertain."
"Then why can't you specify the number as I requested?"
"There is no such number."
"I see. You mean, possibly, that there are several elements of a single motive which directed your brain to signal your muscles in order that they might carry you here?"
"Possibly."
Joaz's thin lips twisted in a faint smile of triumph. "Can you describe an element of the eventual motive?"
"Yes."
"Do so, then." There was an imperative, against which the sacerdote was proof. Any form of coercion known to Joaz, fire, sword, thirst, mutilation, these to a sacerdote were no more than inconveniences. He ignored them as if they did not exist. His personal inner world was the single world of reality. Either acting upon or reacting against the affairs of the other men demeaned him. Absolute passivity, absolute candor were his necessary courses of action. Understanding something of this, Joaz rephrased his command. "Can you think of an element of the motive which impelled you to come here?"
"Yes."
"What is it?"
"A desire to wander about."
"Can you think of another?"
"Yes."
"What is it?"
"A desire to exercise myself by walking."
"I see. Incidentally, are you trying to evade answering my questions?"
"I answer such questions as you put to me. So long as I do so, so long as I open my mind to all who seek knowledge, for this is our creed, there can be no question of evasion."
"So you say. However, you have not provided me an answer that I find satisfactory." The sacerdote's reply to the comment was an almost imperceptible widening of the pupils. "Very well, then," said Joaz Banbeck. "Can you think of another element to this complex motive we have been discussing?"
"Yes."
"What is it?"
"I am interested in antiques. I came to your study to admire your relics of the old worlds."
"Indeed." Joaz raised his eyebrows. "I am lucky to possess such fascinating treasures. Which of my antiques interests you particularly?"
"Your books, your maps, your great globe of the Archworld."
"The Archworld? Eden.
This is one of its names.
Joaz pursed his lips. So you come here to study my antiques. Well then, what other elements to this motive exist? The sacerdote hesitated an instant.
It was suggested to me that I come here.
By whom?
By the demi.
Why did he so suggest?
I am uncertain.
Can you conjecture?
Yes.
What are these conjectures? The sacerdote made a small bland gesture with the fingers of one hand.
The demi might wish to become an utter man, and so seeks to learn the principles of your existence. Or the demi might wish to change the trade articles. The demi might be fascinated by my descriptions of your antiques. Or the demi might be curious regarding the focus of your vision panels. Or—
Enough. Which of these conjectures, and of other conjectures you have not yet divulged, do you consider most probable?
None.
Joaz raised his eyebrows once more. How do you justify this?
Since any desired number of conjectures can be formed, the denominator of any probability ratio is variable, and the entire concept becomes arithmetically meaningless.
Joaz grinned wearily. Of the conjectures which to this moment have occurred to you, which do you regard as the most likely?
I suspect that the demi might think it desirable that I come here to stand.
What do you achieve by standing?
Nothing.
Then the demi does not send you here to stand. To Joaz's assertion, the sacerdote made no comment. Joaz framed a question with great care. What do you believe that the demi hopes you will achieve by coming here to stand?
I believe that he wishes me to learn how utter men think.
And you learn how I think by coming here?
I am learning a great deal.
How does it help you?
I don't know.
How many times have you visited my study?
7 times.
Why were you chosen specially to come?
The Synod has approved my tand. I may well be the next demi.
Joaz spoke over his shoulder to Fade. Brew tea. He turned back to the sacerdote. What is a tand? The sacerdote took a deep breath.
My tand is the representation of my soul.
What does it look like? The sacerdote's expression was unfathomable.
It cannot be described.
Do I have one?
No.
Joaz shrugged. Then you can read my thoughts. Silence. Can you read my thoughts?
Not well.
Why should you wish to read my thoughts?
We are alive in the universe together. Since we are not permitted to act, we are obliged to know.
Joaz smiled skeptically. How does knowledge help you if you will not act upon it?
Events follow the rationale, as water drains into a hollow and forms a pool.
Bah, said Joaz, in sudden irritation. Your doctrine commits you to non-interference in our affairs. Nevertheless, you allow your rationale to create conditions by which events are influenced. Is this correct?
I am not sure. We are a passive people.
Still, your demi must have had a plan in mind when he sent you here. Is this not correct?
I cannot say.
Joaz veered to a new line of questioning. Where does the tunnel behind my workshop lead?
Into a cavern.
Fade set a silver pot before Joaz. He poured, sipped reflectively. Of contests there were numberless varieties. He and the sacerdote were engaged in a hide-and-seek game of words and ideas. The sacerdote was schooled in patience and supple evasions, to counter which Joaz could bring pride and determination. The sacerdote was handicapped by an innate necessity to speak truth. Joaz, on the other hand, must grope like a man blindfolded, unacquainted with the goal he sought, ignorant of the prize to be won. Very well, thought Joaz. Let us continue. We shall see whose nerves fray first. He offered tea to the sacerdote, who refused with a shake of the head so quick and of such small compass as to seem a shudder. Joaz made a gesture signifying it was all the same to him. "Should you desire sustenance or drink," he said, "please let it be known. I enjoy our conversation so inordinately that I fear I may prolong it to the limits of your patience. Surely you would prefer to sit."
No.
"As you wish. Well then, back to our discussion. This cavern you mentioned, is it inhabited by sacerdotes?"
I fail to understand your question.
"Do sacerdotes use the cavern?"
Yes.
Eventually, fragment by fragment, Joaz extracted the information that the cavern connected with a series of chambers, in which the sacerdotes smelted metal, boiled glass, ate, slept, performed their rituals. At one time there had been an opening into Banbec Vale, but long ago this had been blocked. Why? There were wars throughout the cluster. Bands of defeated men were taking refuge upon Aerolith, settling in rifts and valleys. The sacerdotes preferred a detached existence and had shut their caverns away from sight. Where was this opening? The sacerdotes seemed vague, indefinite. Somewhere to the north end of the valley. Behind Banbec Jambles? Possibly. But trading between men and sacerdotes was conducted at a cave entrance below Mount Gethron. Why? A matter of usage, declared the sacerdote. In addition, this location was more readily accessible to Happy Valley and Phosphor Gulch. How many sacerdotes lived in these caves? Uncertainty. Some might have died, others might have been born. Approximately how many this morning? Perhaps 500. At this juncture, the sacerdote was swaying and Joaz was hoarse. Back to your motive, or the elements of your motives, for coming to my studio. Are they connected in any manner with the star Coraline and a possible new coming of the Basics, or the Grefs, as they were formerly called? Again, the sacerdote seemed to hesitate. Then,
yes.
Will the sacerdotes help us against the Basics, should they come?
No.
This answer was terse and definite. But I assume that the sacerdotes wish the Basics driven off. No answer. Joaz rephrased his words. Do the sacerdotes wish the Basics repelled from Aerolith?
The rationale bids us stand aloof from affairs of men and non-men alike.
Joaz curled his lip. Suppose the Basics invaded your caves, dragged you off to the Coraline planet. Then what? The sacerdotes almost seemed to laugh.
The question cannot be answered.
Would you resist the Basics if they made the attempt?
I cannot answer your question.
Joaz laughed. But the answer is not no. The sacerdote assented. Do you have weapons, then? The sacerdote's mild blue eyes seemed to droop. Secrecy? Fatigue? Joaz repeated the question.
Yes,
said the sacerdote. His knees sagged, but he snapped them tight. What kind of weapons?
Numberless varieties. Projectiles, such as rocks. Piercing weapons, such as broken sticks. Cutting and slashing weapons, such as cooking utensils.
His voice began to fade as if he were moving away.
Poisons, arsenic, sulfur, triventidum, acid, black spore. Burning weapons, such as torches and lenses to focus the sunlight. Weapons to suffocate, ropes, nooses, slings, cords. Cisterns to drown the enemy.
Sit down, rest, Joaz urged him. Your inventory interests me, but its total effect seems inadequate. Have you other weapons which might decisively repel the Basics should they attack you? The question, by design or chance, was never answered. The sacerdote sank to his knees, slowly, as if praying. He fell forward on his face, then sprawled to the side. Joaz sprang forward, yanked up the drooping head by its hair. The eyes, half open, revealed a hideous white expanse. Speak, croaked Joaz. Answer my last question. Do you have weapons, or a weapon, to repel a Basic attack? The pallid lips moved.
I don't know.
Joaz frowned, peered into the waxen face, drew back in bewilderment. The man is dead. Chapter 7. Fade looked up from drowsing on a couch, face pink, hair tossed.
You have killed him,
she cried in a voice of hushed horror. "No, he has died, or caused himself to die." Fade staggered blinking across the room, sidled close to Joaz, who pushed her absently away. Fade scowled, shrugged, and then, as Joaz paid her no heed, marched from the room. Joaz sat back, staring at the limp body. "He did not tire," muttered Joaz, "until I verged upon secrets." Presently he jumped to his feet, went to the entry hall, sent Rife to fetch a barber. An hour later the corpse, stripped of hair, lay on a wooden pallet covered by a sheet, and Joaz held in his hands a rude wig fashioned from the long hair. The barber departed. Servants carried away the corpse. Joaz stood alone in his studio, tense and light-headed. He removed his garments, to stand naked as the sacerdote. Gingerly he drew the wig across his scalp and examined himself in the mirror. To a casual eye, where the difference? Something was lacking. The torque. Joaz fitted it about his neck, once more examined his reflection, with dubious satisfaction. He entered the workshop, hesitated, disengaged the trap, cautiously pulled away the stone slab. On hands and knees he peered into the tunnel and, since it was dark, held forward a glass vial of luminescent algae. In the faint light the tunnel seemed empty. Irrevocably putting down his fears, Joaz clambered through the opening. The tunnel was narrow and low. Joaz moved forward tentatively, nerves thrilling with wariness. He stopped often to listen, but heard nothing but the whisper of his own pulse. After perhaps 100 yards, the tunnel broke out into a natural cavern. Joaz stopped, stood indecisively, straining his ears through the gloom. Luminescent vials fixed to the walls at irregular intervals provided a measure of light, enough to delineate the direction of the cavern, which seemed to be north, parallel to the length of the valley. Joaz set forth once again, halting to listen every few yards. To the best of his knowledge, the sacerdotes were a mild, unaggressive folk, but they were also intensely secretive. How would they respond to the presence of an interloper? Joaz could not be sure, and proceeded with great caution. The cavern rose, fell, widened, narrowed. Joaz presently came upon evidences of use. Small cubicles, hollowed into the walls, lit by candelabra holding tall vials of luminous stuff. In two of the cubicles Joaz came upon sacerdotes, the first asleep on a reed rug, the second sitting cross-legged, gazing fixedly at a contrivance of twisted metal rods. They gave Joaz no attention. He continued with a more confident step. The cave sloped downward, widened like a cornucopia, suddenly broke into a cavern so enormous that Joaz thought for a startled instant that he had stepped out into the night. The ceiling reached beyond the flicker of the myriad of lamps, fires, and glowing vials. Ahead and to the left, smelters and forges were in operation. Then a twist in the cavern wall obscured something of the view. Joaz glimpsed a tiered tubular construction which seemed to be some sort of workshop, for a large number of sacerdotes were occupied at complicated tasks. To the right was a stack of bales, a row of bins containing goods of unknown nature. Joaz for the first time saw sacerdote women, neither the nymphs nor the half-human witches of popular legend. Like the men, they seemed pallid and frail, with sharply defined features. Like the men, they moved with care and deliberation. Like the men, they wore only their waist-long hair. There was little conversation and no laughter, rather an atmosphere of not unhappy placidity and concentration. The cavern exuded a sense of time, use, and custom. The stone floor was polished by endless padding of bare feet. The exhalations of many generations had stained the walls. No one heeded Joaz. He moved slowly forward, keeping to the shadows, and paused under the stack of bales. To the right, the cavern dwindled by irregular proportions into a vast horizontal funnel, receding, twisting, telescoping, losing all reality in the dim light. Joaz searched the entire sweep of vast cavern. Where would be the armory, with the weapons of whose existence the sacerdote, by the very act of dying, had assured him? Joaz turned his attention once more to the left, straining to see detail in the odd-tiered workshop which rose 50 feet from the stone floor. A strange edifice, thought Joaz, craning his neck, one whose nature he could not entirely comprehend. But every aspect of the great cavern, so close beside Banbeck Vale and so remote, was strange and marvelous. Weapons? They might be anywhere. Certainly he dared seek no further for them. There was nothing more he could learn without risk of discovery. He turned back the way he had come, up the dim passage, past the occasional side cubicles, where the two sacerdotes remained as he had found them before, the one asleep, the other intent on the contrivance of twisted metal. He plodded on and on. Had he come so far? Where was the fissure which led to his own apartments? Had he passed it by? Must he search? Panic rose in his throat, but he continued, watching carefully. There, he had not gone wrong. There it opened to his right, a fissure almost dear and familiar. He plunged into it, walked with long loping strides, like a man under water, holding his luminous tube ahead. An apparition rose before him, a tall white shape. Joaz stood rigid. The gaunt figure bore down upon him. Joaz pressed against the wall. The figure stalked forward, and suddenly shrank to human scale. It was the young sacerdote whom Joaz had shorn and left for dead. He confronted Joaz, mild blue eyes bright with reproach and contempt.
"Give me my torque."
With numb fingers, Joaz removed the golden collar. The sacerdote took it, but made no move to clasp it upon himself. He looked at the hair which weighted heavy upon Joaz's scalp. With a foolish grimace, Joaz doffed the disheveled wig, proffered it. The sacerdote sprang back as if Joaz had become a cave goblin. Sliding past, as far from Joaz as the wall of the passage allowed, he paced swiftly off down the tunnel. Joaz dropped the wig to the floor, stared down at the unkempt pile of hair. He turned, looked after the sacerdote, a pallid figure which soon became one with the murk. Slowly Joaz continued up the tunnel. There, an oblong blank of light, the opening to his workshop. He crawled through, back to the real world. Savagely, with all his strength, he thrust the slab back in the hole, slammed down the gate which originally had trapped the sacerdote. Joaz's garments lay where he had tossed them. Wrapping himself in a cloak, he went to the outer door, looked forth into the anteroom where Rife sat dozing. Joaz snapped his fingers. "Fetch masons, with mortar, steel, and stone." Joaz bathed with diligence, rubbing himself time after time with emulsion, rinsing and re-rinsing himself. Emerging from the bath, he took the waiting masons into his workshop, ordered the sealing of the hole. Then he took himself to his couch. Sipping a cup of wine, he let his mind rove and wander. Recollection became reverie, reverie became dream. Joaz once again traversed the tunnel, on feet light as thistledown, down the long cavern, and the sacerdotes in their cubicles now raised their heads to look after him. At last he stood in the entrance to the great underground void, and once more looked right and left in awe. Now he drifted across the floor, past sacerdotes laboring earnestly over fires and anvils. Sparks rose from retorts, blue gas flickered above melting metal. Joaz moved beyond to a small chamber cut into the stone. Here sat an old man, thin as a pole, his waist-long mane of hair snow-white. The man examined Joaz with fathomless blue eyes, and spoke, but his voice was muffled, inaudible. He spoke again. The words rang loud in Joaz's mind.
"I bring you here to caution you, lest you do us harm, and with no profit to yourself. The weapon you seek is both non-existent and beyond your imagination. Put it outside your ambition."
By great effort, Joaz managed to stammer. "The young sacerdote made no denial. This weapon must exist."
"Only within the narrow limits of special interpretation. The lad can speak no more than the literal truth, nor can he act with other than grace. How can you wonder why we hold ourselves apart? You utter folk find purity incomprehensible. You thought to advantage yourself, but achieved nothing but an exercise in rat-like stealth. Lest you try again with greater boldness, I must abase myself to set matters correct. I assure you, this so-called weapon is absolutely beyond your control."
First shame, then indignation came over Joaz. He cried out, "You do not understand my urgencies. Why should I act differently? Coraline is close. The basics are at hand. Are you not men? Why will you not help us defend the planet?" The Demi shook his head, and the white hair rippled with hypnotic slowness.
"I quote you the rationale. Passivity, complete and absolute. This implies solitude, sanctity, quiescence, peace. Can you imagine the anguish I risk in speaking to you? I intervene, I interfere, at vast pain of the spirit. Let there be an end to it. We have made free with your studio, doing you no harm, offering you no indignity. You have paid a visit to our hall, demeaning a noble young man in the process. Let us be quits. Let there be no further spying on either side. Do you agree?"
Joaz heard his voice respond, quite without his conscious prompting. It sounded more nasal and shrill than he liked.
"You offer this agreement now when you have learned your fill of my secrets, but I know none of yours."
The Demise face seemed to recede and quiver. Joaz read contempt, and in his sleep he tossed and twitched. He made an effort to speak in a voice of calm reason. "Come, we are men together. Why should we be at odds? Let us share our secrets. Let each help the other. Examine my archives, my cases, my relics at your leisure, and then allow me to study this existent but non-existent weapon. I swear it shall be used only against the basics, for the protection of both of us." The Demise eyes sparkled.
"No."
"Why not?" argued Joaz. "Surely you wish us no harm."
"We are detached and passionless. We await your extinction. You are the utter men, the last of humanity. And when you are gone, your dark thoughts and grim plots will be gone. Murder and pain and malice will be gone."
"I cannot believe this," said Joaz. "There may be no men in the cluster, but what of the universe? The old rule reached far. Sooner or later men will return to Aerlith." The Demise voice became plangent.
"Do you think we speak only from faith? Do you doubt our knowledge?"
"The universe is large. The old rule reached far."
"The last men dwell on Aerlith," said the Demise. "The Uttermen and the Sacerdotes. You shall pass. We will carry forth the rationale like a banner of glory through all the worlds of the sky."
"And how will you transport yourselves on this mission?" Joaz asked cunningly. "Can you fly to the stars as naked as you walk the fells?"
"There will be a means. Time is long."
"For your purposes, time needs to be long. Even on the Coraline planets there are men. Enslaved, reshaped in body and mind, but men. What of them? It seems that you are wrong, that you are guided by faith indeed." The Demise fell silent. His face seemed to stiffen. "Are these not facts?" asked Joaz. "How do you reconcile them with your faith?" The Demise said mildly,
"Facts can never be reconciled with faith. By our faith, these men, if they exist, will also pass. Time is long. Oh, the worlds of brightness, they await us."
"It is clear," said Joaz, "that you ally yourselves with the basics and that you hope for our destruction. This can only change our attitudes toward you. I fear that Irvis Carcola was right and I wrong."
"We remain passive,"
said the Demise. His face wavered, seemed to swim with mottled colors.
"Without emotion, we will stand witness to the passing of the Uttermen, neither helping nor hindering."
Joaz spoke in fury. "Your faith, your rationale, whatever you call it, misleads you. I make this threat. If you fail to help us, you will suffer as we suffer."
"We are passive. We are indifferent."
"What of your children? The basics make no difference between us. They will herd you to their pens as readily as they do us. Why should we fight to protect you?" The Demise's face faded, became splotched with fog, transparent mist. His eyes glowed like rotten meat.
"We need no protection," he howled. "We are secure."
"You will suffer our fate," cried Joaz. "I promise you this." The Demise collapsed suddenly into a small dry husk, like a dead mosquito. With incredible speed, Joaz fled back through the caves, the tunnels, up through his workroom, his studio, into his bedchamber, where now he jerked upright, eyes starting, throat distended, mouth dry. The door opened. Rife's head appeared. "Did you call, sir?" Joaz raised himself on his elbows, looked around the room. "No, I did not call." Rife withdrew. Joaz settled back on the couch, lay staring at the ceiling. He had dreamed a most peculiar dream. Dream? A synthesis of his own imaginings? or, in all verity, a confrontation and exchange between two minds? Impossible to decide, and perhaps irrelevant. The event carried its own conviction. Joaz swung his legs over the side of the couch, blinked at the floor. Dream or colloquy, it was all the same. He rose to his feet, donned sandals and a robe of yellow fur, limped morosely up to the council room, and stepped out on a sunny balcony. The day was 2/3 over. Shadows hung dense along the western cliffs. Right and left stretched Banbeck Vale. Never had it seemed more prosperous or more fruitful, and never before unreal, as if he were a stranger to the planet. He looked north along the great bulwark of stone which rose sheer to Banbeck Verge. This, too, was unreal, a facade behind which lived the sacerdotes. He gauged the rock face, superimposing a mental projection of the great cavern. The cliff toward the north end of the vale must be scarcely more than a shell. Joaz turned his attention to the exercise field, where juggers were thudding briskly through defensive evolutions. How strange was the quality of life, which had produced Basic and Jugger, Sacerdote and himself. He thought of Irvis Carcolo, and wrestled with sudden exasperation. Carcolo was a distraction most unwelcome at the present time. There would be no tolerance when Carcolo was finally brought to account. A light step behind him, the pressure of fur, the touch of gay hands, the scent of incense. Joaz's tensions melted. If there were no such creatures as minstrel maidens, it would be necessary to invent them. Deep under Banbeck Scarp, in a cubicle lit by a 12-vial candelabra, a naked, white-haired man sat quietly. On a pedestal at the level of his eyes rested his tand, an intricate construction of gold rods and silver wire, woven and bent seemingly at random. The fortuitousness of the design, however, was only apparent. Each curve symbolized an aspect of final sentience. The shadow cast upon the wall represented the rationale, ever shifting, always the same. The object was sacred to the sacerdotes, and served as a source of revelation. There was never an end to the study of the tand. New intuitions were continually derived from some heretofore overlooked relationship of angle and curve. The nomenclature was elaborate. Each part, juncture, sweep, and twist had its name. Each aspect of the relationships between the various parts was likewise categorized. Such was the cult of the tand, abstruse, exacting, without compromise. At his puberty rites, the young sacerdote might study the original tand for as long as he chose. Each must construct a duplicate tand, relying upon memory alone. Then occurred the most significant event of his lifetime, the viewing of his tand by a synod of elders. In awesome stillness, for hours at a time they would ponder his creation, weigh the infinitesimal variations of proportion, radius, sweep, and angle. So they would infer the initiate's quality, judge his personal attributes, determine his understanding of final sentience, the rationale, and the basis. Occasionally, the testimony of the tand revealed a character so tainted as to be reckoned intolerable. The vile tand would be cast into a furnace, the molten metal consigned to a latrine, the unlucky initiate expelled to the face of the planet, to live on his own terms. The naked, white-haired demi, contemplating his own beautiful tand, sighed, moved restlessly. He had been visited by an influence so ardent, so passionate, so simultaneously cruel and tender, that his mind was oppressed. Unbidden, into his mind, came a dark seep of doubt. Can it be, he asked himself, that we have insensibly wandered from the true rationale? Do we study our tands with blinded eyes? How to know, oh, how to know? All is relative ease and facility in orthodoxy, yet how can it be denied that good is in itself undeniable? Absolutes are the most uncertain of all formulations, while the uncertainties are the most real. 20 miles over the mountains, in the long pale light of the airless afternoon, Irvis Carcolo planned his own plans. By daring, by striking hard, by cutting deep can I defeat him. In resolve, in courage, in endurance, I am more than his equal. Not again will he trick me, to slaughter my dragons and kill my men. Oh, Joaz Banbeck, how I will pay you for your deceit! He raised his arms in wrath. Oh, Joaz Banbeck, you whey-faced sheep! Carcolo smote the air with his fist. I will crush you like a clod of dry moss. He frowned, rubbed his round red chin. But how? Where? He has every advantage. Carcolo pondered his possible stratagems. He will expect me to strike, so much is certain. Doubtless he will again wait in ambush. So I will patrol every inch. But this too he will expect, and so be wary lest I thunder upon him from above. Will he hide behind Despoir, or along Northgard, to catch me as I cross the Scance? If so, I must approach by another route, through Maudlin Pass and under Mount Gethron. Then, if he is tardy in his march, I will meet him on Banbeck Verge, and if he is early, I stalk him through the peaks and chasms. Chapter 8. With the cold rain of dawn pelting down upon them, with the trail illuminated only by lightning glare, Urvis Carcolo, his dragons, and his men set forth. When the first sparkle of sunlight struck Mount Despoir, they had already traversed Maudlin Pass. So far so good, exulted Urvis Carcolo. He stood high in his stirrups to scan Starbreak Fell. No sign of the Banbeck forces. He waited, scanning the far edge of Northgard Ridge, black against the sky. A minute passed. 2 minutes. The men beat their hands together, the dragons rumbled and muttered fretfully. Impatience began to prickle along Carcolo's ribs. He fidgeted and cursed. Could not the simplest of plans be carried through without mistake? But now the flicker of a heliograph from Barch Spike, and another to the southeast from the slopes of Mount Gethron. Carcolo waved forward his army. The way lay clear across Starbreak Fell. Down from Maudlin Pass surged the Happy Valley army. First the long-horned murderers, steel-spiked and crested with steel prongs, then the rolling red seethe of the termagants, darting their heads as they ran, and behind came the balance of the forces. Starbreak Fell spread wide before them, a rolling slope strewn with flinty meteoric fragments which glinted like flowers on the gray-green moss. To all sides rose majestic peaks, snow blazing white in the clear morning light. Mount Gethron, Mount Despoir, Barch Spike, and far to the south, Clutaw. The scouts converged from left and right. They brought identical reports. There was no sign of Joaz Banbeck or his troops. Carcolo began to toy with a new possibility. Perhaps Joaz Banbeck had not deigned to take the field. The idea enraged him and filled him with a great joy. If so, Joaz would pay dearly for his neglect. Halfway across Starbreak Fell, they came upon a pen occupied by 200 of Joaz Banbeck's sprattling fiends. 2 old men and a boy tended the pen, and watched the Happy Valley horde advance with manifest terror. But Carcolo rode past, leaving the pen unmolested. If he won the day, it would become part of his spoils. If he lost, the sprattling fiends could do him no harm. The old man and the boy stood on the roof of their turf hut, watching Carcolo and his troops pass, the men in black uniforms and black peaked caps with back-slanting ear-flaps, the dragons bounding, crawling, loping, plodding, according to their kind, scales glinting, the dull red and maroon of termagants, the poisonous shine of the blue horrors, the black-green fiends, the gray and brown juggers and murderers. Urvis Carcolo rode on the right flank, Bast Given rode to the rear. And now Carcolo hastened the pace, haunted by the anxiety that Joaz Banbeck might bring his fiends and juggers up Banbeck Scarp before he arrived to thrust him back, assuming that Joaz Banbeck in all actuality had been caught napping. But Carcolo reached Banbeck Verge without challenge. He shouted out in triumph, waved his cap high. "Joaz Banbeck the sluggard! Let him try now the ascent of Banbeck Scarp!" And Urvis Carcolo surveyed Banbeck Vale with the eye of a conqueror. Bast Given seemed to share none of Carcolo's triumph, and kept an uneasy watch to north and south and to the rear. Carcolo observed him peevishly from the corner of his eye and presently called out, "Ho-ho then, what's amiss?" "Perhaps much, perhaps nothing," said Bast Given, searching the landscape. Carcolo blew out his mustaches. Given went on, in the cool voice which so completely irritated Carcolo. "Joaz Banbeck seems to be tricking us as before." "Why do you say this?" "Judge for yourself. Would he allow us advantage without claiming a miser's price?" "Nonsense. muttered Carcolo. "The sluggard is fat with his last victory." But he rubbed his chin and peered uneasily down into Banbeck Vale. From here it seemed curiously quiet. There was a strange inactivity in the fields and barracks. A chill began to grip Carcolo's heart. Then he cried out, "Look at the brooder! There are the Banbeck dragons!" Gibbons squinted down into the vale, glanced sidewise at Carcolo. "3 termagants, in egg." He straightened, abandoned all interest in the vale, and scrutinized the peaks and ridges to the north and east. "Assume that Joaz Banbeck set out before dawn, came up to the verge, by the Slicken sides, crossed Blue Fell in strength. What of Blue Crevasse? He avoids Blue Crevasse to the north, comes over Barchback, steals across the Scants and around Barch Spike." Carcolo studied Northgard Ridge with new and startled awareness. A quiver of movement? The glint of scales? "Retreat!" roared Carcolo. "Make for Barch Spike! They're behind us!" Startled, his army broke ranks, fled across Banbeck Verge, up into the harsh spurs of Barch Spike. Joaz, his strategy discovered, launched squads of murderers to intercept the Happy Valley army, to engage and delay, and if possible, deny them the broken slopes of Barch Spike. Carcolo calculated swiftly. His own murderers he considered his finest troops, and held them in great pride. Purposely now he delayed, hoping to engage the Banbeck skirmishers, quickly destroy them, and still gain the protection of the Barch declivities. The Banbeck murderers, however, refused to close, and scrambled for height up Barch Spike. Carcolo sent forward his termagants and blue horrors. With a horrid snarling, the 2 lines met. The Banbeck termagants rushed up, to be met by Carcolo's striding murderers and forced into humping, pounding flight. The main body of Carcolo's troops, excited at the sight of retreating foes, could not be restrained. They veered off from Barch Spike, plunged down upon Starbreak Fell. The striding murderers overtook the Banbeck termagants, climbed up their backs, toppled them over squealing and kicking, then knifed open the exposed pink bellies. Banbeck's long-horned murderers came circling, struck from the flank into Carcolo's striding murderers, goring with steel-tipped horns, impaling on lances. Somehow they overlooked Carcolo's blue horrors who sprang down upon them. With axes and maces they laid the murderers low, performing the rather grisly entertainment of clambering on a subdued murderer, seizing the horn, stripping back horn, skin, and scales from head to tail. So Joaz Banbeck lost 30 termagants and perhaps 24 murderers. Nevertheless, the attack served its purpose, allowing him to bring his knights, fiends, and juggers down from Northgard before Carcolo could gain the heights of Barch Spike. Carcolo retreated in a slantwise line up the pocked slopes, and meanwhile sent 6 men across the fell to the pen where the sprattling fiends milled in fear at the battle. The men broke the gates, struck down the 2 old men, herded the young fiends across the fell toward the Banbeck troops. The hysterical spratlings obeyed their instincts, clasped themselves to the neck of whatever dragon they first encountered, which thereupon became sorely hampered, for its own instincts prevented it from detaching the spratling by force. This ruse, a brilliant improvisation, created enormous disorder among the Banbeck troops. Urvis Carcolo now charged with all his power directly into the Banbeck center. 2 squads of termagants fanned out to harass the men. His murderers, the only category in which he outnumbered Joaz Banbeck, were sent to engage fiends, while Carcolo's own fiends, pampered, strong, glistening with oily strength, snaked in toward the Banbeck juggers. Under the great brown hulks they darted, lashing the 50-pound steel ball at the tip of their tails against the inner side of the juggers' legs. A roaring melee ensued. Battle lines were uncertain. Both men and dragons were crushed, torn apart, hacked to bits. The air sang with bullets, whistled with steel, reverberated to trumpeting, whistles, shouts, screams, and bellows. The reckless abandon of Carcolo's tactics achieved results out of proportion to his numbers. His fiends burrowed ever deeper into the crazed and almost helpless Banbeck juggers, while the Carcolo murderers and blue horrors held back the Banbeck fiends. Joaz Banbeck himself, assailed by termagants, escaped with his life only by fleeing around behind the battle, where he picked up the support of a squad of blue horrors. In a fury he blew a withdrawal signal, and his army backed off down the slopes, leaving the ground littered with struggling and kicking bodies. Carcolo, throwing aside all restraint, rose in his saddle, signaled to commit his own juggers, which so far he had treasured like his own children. Shrilling, hiccuping, they lumbered down into the seethe, tearing away great mouthfuls of flesh to right and left, ripping apart lesser dragons with their bracts, treading on termagants, seizing blue horrors and murderers, flinging them wailing and clawing through the air. 6 Banbec knights sought to stem the charge, firing their muskets point-blank into the demoniac faces. They went down and were seen no more. Down on Starbreak Fell tumbled the battle. The nucleus of the fighting became less concentrated. The Happy Valley disadvantage dissipated. Carcolo hesitated, a long, heady instant. He and his troops alike were afire. The intoxication of unexpected success tingled in their brains. But here on Starbreak Fell, could they counter the odds posed by the greater Banbec forces? Caution dictated that Carcolo withdraw up Barch Spike to make the most of his limited victory. Already a strong platoon of fiends had grouped and were maneuvering to charge his meager force of juggers. Bast Given approached, clearly expecting the word to retreat. But Carcolo still waited, reveling in the havoc being wrought by his paltry 6 juggers. Bast Given's saturnine face was stern. "Withdraw! Withdraw! It's annihilation when their flanks bear in on us!" Carcolo seized his elbow. "Look! See where those fiends gather? See where Joaz Banbec rides? As soon as they charge, send 6 striding murderers from either side. Close in on him. Kill him." Given opened his mouth to protest, looked where Carcolo pointed, rode to obey the orders. Here came the Banbec fiends, moving with stealthy certainty toward the Happy Valley juggers. Joaz, raising in his saddle, watched their progress. Suddenly from either side the striding murderers were on him. 4 of his knights and 6 young cornets, screaming alarm, dashed back to protect him. There was clanging of steel on steel and steel on scale. The murderers fought with sword and mace. The knights, their muskets useless, countered with cutlasses, one by one going under. Rearing on hind legs, the murderer corporal hacked down at Joaz, who desperately fended off the blow. The murderer raised sword and mace together, and from 50 yards a musket pellet smashed into its ear. Crazy with pain, it dropped its weapons, fell forward upon Joaz, writhing and kicking. Banbec blue horrors came to attack. The murderers darted back and forth over the thrashing corporal, stabbing down at Joaz, kicking at him, finally fleeing the blue horrors. Urvis Carcolo groaned in disappointment. By a half-second only had he fallen short of victory. Joaz Banbec, bruised, mauled, perhaps wounded, had escaped with his life. Over the crest of the hill came a rider, an unarmed youth whipping a staggering spider. Bast Given pointed him out to Carcolo. "A messenger from the valley, in urgency." The lad careened down the fell toward Carcolo, shouting ahead, but his message was lost in the din of battle. At last he drew close. "The basics! The basics!" Carcolo slumped like a half-empty bladder. "Where?" "A great black ship, half the valley wide. I was up on the heath. I managed to escape." He pointed, whimpered. "Speak, boy," husked Carcolo. "What do they do?" "I did not see. I ran to you." Carcolo gazed across the battlefield. The Banbec fiends had almost reached his juggers, who were backing slowly, with heads lowered, fangs fully extended. Carcolo threw up his hands in despair. He ordered Given, "Blow a retreat! Break clear!" Waving a white kerchief, he rode around the battle to where Joaz Banbec still lay on the ground, the quivering murderer only just now being lifted from his legs. Joaz stared up, his face white as Carcolo's kerchief. At the sight of Carcolo, his eyes grew wide and dark, his mouth became still. Carcolo blurted, "The basics have come once more. They have dropped into Happy Valley. They are destroying my people." Joaz Banbec, assisted by his knights, gained his feet. He stood swaying, arms limp, looking silently into Carcolo's face. Carcolo spoke once more. "We must call truce. This battle is waste. With all our forces, let us march to Happy Valley and attack the monsters before they destroy all of us. Think what we could have achieved with the weapons of the sacerdotes." Joaz stood silent. Another 10 seconds passed. Carcolo cried angrily.
"Come now, what do you say?"
In a hoarse voice, Joaz spoke.
"I say no truce. You rejected my warning. You thought to loot Banbeck Vale. I will show you no mercy."
Carcolo gaped, his mouth a red hole under the sweep of his mustaches.
"But the basics. Return to your troops. You as well as the basics are my enemy. Why should I choose between you? Prepare to fight for your life. I give you no truce."
Carcolo drew back, face as pale as Joaz's own.
"Never shall you rest. Even though you win this battle here on Starbreak Fell, yet you shall never know victory. I will persecute you until you cry for relief."
Banbeck motioned to his knights.
"Whip this dog back to his own."
Carcolo backed his spider from the threatening flails, turned, loped away. The tide of battle had turned. The Banbeck fiends now had broken past his blue horrors. One of his juggers was gone. Another, facing 3 sidling fiends, snapped its great jaws, waved its monstrous sword. The fiends flicked and feinted with their steel balls, scuttled forward. The jugger chopped, shattered its sword on the rock-hard armor of the fiends. They were underneath, slamming their steel balls into the monstrous legs. It tried to hop clear, toppled majestically. The fiends slit its belly, and now Carcolo had only 5 juggers left.
"Back!" he cried. "Disengage!"
Up Barch Spike toiled his troops, the battlefront a roaring seethe of scales, armor, flickering metal. Luckily for Carcolo, his rear was to the high ground, and after 10 horrible minutes he was able to establish an orderly retreat. 2 more juggers had fallen. The 3 remaining scrambled free. Seizing boulders, they hurled them down into the attackers, who, after a series of sallies and lunges, were well content to break clear. In any event, Joaz, after hearing Carcolo's news, was of no disposition to spend further troops. Carcolo, waving his sword in desperate defiance, led his troops back around Barch Spike, presently down across the dreary scance. Joaz turned back to Banbeck Vale. The news of the basic raid had spread to all ears. The men rode sober and quiet, looking behind and overhead. Even the dragons seemed infected, and muttered restlessly among themselves. As they crossed Blue Fell, the almost omnipresent wind died. The stillness added to the oppression. Termagants, like the men, began to watch the sky. Joaz wondered, how could they know? How could they sense the basics? He himself searched the sky, and as his army passed down over the scarp, he thought to see, high over Mount Gethron, a flitting little black rectangle, which presently disappeared behind a crag. Chapter 9. Urvis Carcolo and the remnants of his army raced pell-mell down from the scance, through the wilderness of ravines and gulches at the base of Mount Despoir, out on the barrens to the west of Happy Valley. All pretense of military precision had been abandoned. Carcolo led the way, his spider sobbing with fatigue. Behind in disarray pounded first murderers and blue horrors, with termagants hurrying along behind, then the fiends, racing low to the ground, steel balls grinding on rocks, sending up sparks. Far in the rear lumbered the juggers and their attendants. Down to the verge of Happy Valley plunged the army and pulled up short, stamping and squealing. Carcolo jumped from his spider, ran to the brink, stood looking down into the valley. He had expected to see the ship, yet the actuality of the thing was so immediate and intense as to shock him. It was a tapered cylinder, glossy and black, resting in a field of legumes not far from ramshackle Happy Town. Polished metal discs at either end shimmered and glistened with fleeting films of color. There were 3 entrance ports, forward, central, and aft, and from the central port a ramp had been extended to the ground. The basics had worked with ferocious efficiency. From the town straggled a line of people, herded by heavy troopers. Approaching the ship, they passed through an inspection apparatus controlled by a pair of basics. A series of instruments and the eyes of the basics appraised each man, woman, and child, classified them by some system not instantly obvious, whereupon the captives were either hustled up the ramp into the ship or prodded into a nearby booth. Peculiarly, no matter how many persons entered, the booth never seemed to fill. Carcolo rubbed his forehead with trembling fingers, turned his eyes to the ground. When once more he looked up, Bast Given stood beside him, and together they stared down into the valley. From behind came a cry of alarm. Starting around, Carcolo saw a black rectangular flyer sliding silently down from above Mount Gethron. Waving his arms, Carcolo ran for the rocks, bellowing orders to take cover. Dragons and men scuttled up the gulch. Overhead slid the flyer. A hatch opened, releasing a load of explosive pellets. They struck with a great rattling volley, and up into the air flew pebbles, rock splinters, fragments of bone, scales, skin, and flesh. All who failed to reach cover were shredded. The termagants fared relatively well. The fiends, though battered and scraped, had all survived. 2 of the juggers had been blinded, and could fight no more till they had grown new eyes. The flyer slid back once more. Several of the men fired their muskets, an act of apparently futile defiance, but the flyer was struck and damaged. It twisted, veered, soared up in a roaring curve, swooped over on its back, plunged toward the mountainside, crashed in a brilliant orange gush of fire. Carcolo shouted in maniac glee, jumped up and down, ran to the verge of the cliff, shook his fist at the ship below. He quickly quieted, to stand glum and shivering. Then, turning to the ragged cluster of men and dragons who once more had crept down from the gulch, Carcolo cried hoarsely, "What do you say? Shall we fight? Shall we charge down upon them?" There was silence. Bast Given replied in a colorless voice, "We are helpless. We can accomplish nothing. Why commit suicide?" Carcolo turned away, heart too full for words. Given spoke the obvious truth. They would either be killed or dragged aboard the ship, and then, on a world too strange for imagining, be put to uses too dismal to be borne. Carcolo clenched his fists, looked westward with bitter hatred. "Joaz Banbeck, you brought me to this! When I might yet have fought for my people, you detained me!" "The basics were here already," said Given with unwelcome rationality. "We could have done nothing since we had nothing to do with." "We could have fought!" bellowed Carcolo. "We might have swept down the crotch, come upon them with all force. 100 warriors and 400 dragons. Are these to be despised?" Bast Given judged further argument to be pointless. He pointed. "They now examine our brooders." Carcolo turned to look, gave a wild laugh. "They are astonished. They are awed. And well have they a right to be." Given agreed. "I imagine the sight of a fiend or a blue horror, not to mention a jugger, gives them pause for reflection." Down in the valley, the grim business had ended. The heavy troopers marched back into the ship. A pair of enormous men 12 feet high came forth, lifted the booth, carried it up the ramp into the ship. Carcolo and his men watched with protruding eyes. "Giants!" Bast Given chuckled dryly. "The basics stare at our juggers, we ponder their giants." The basics presently returned to the ship. The ramp was drawn up, the ports closed. From a turret in the bow came a shaft of energy, touching each of the 3 brooders in succession, and each exploded with great eruption of black bricks. Carcolo moaned softly under his breath, but said nothing. The ship trembled, floated. Carcolo bellowed an order, men and dragons rushed for cover. Flattened behind boulders, they watched the black cylinder rise from the valley, drift to the west. "They make for Banbeck Vale," said Bast Given. Carcolo laughed, a cackle of mirthless glee. Bast Given looked at him sidelong. Had Urvis Carcolo become addled? He turned away, a matter of no great moment. Carcolo came to a sudden resolve. He stalked to one of the spiders, mounted, swung around to face his men. "I ride to Banbeck Vale. Joaz Banbeck has done his best to despoil me. I shall do my best against him. I give no orders. Come or stay as you wish. Only remember, Joaz Banbeck would not allow us to fight the basics." He rode off. The men stared into the plundered valley, turned to look after Carcolo. The black ship was just now slipping over Mount Despoir. There was nothing for them in the valley. Grumbling and muttering, they summoned the bone-tired dragons, set off up the dreary mountainside. Urvis Carcolo rode his spider at a plunging run across the scans. Tremendous crags soared to either side. The blazing sun hung halfway up the black sky. Behind, the scant's ramparts. Ahead, Barchback, Barch Spike, and Northgard Ridge. Oblivious to the fatigue of his spider, Carcolo whipped it on. Gray-green moss pounded back from its wild feet. The narrow head hung low. Foam trailed from its gill vents. Carcolo cared nothing. His mind was empty of all but hate. For the basics, for Joaz Banbeck, for Aerlith, for man, for human history. Approaching Northgard, the spider staggered and fell. It lay moaning, neck outstretched, legs trailing back. Carcolo dismounted in disgust, looked back down the long, rolling slope of the scans to see how many of his troops had followed him. A man riding a spider at a modest lope turned out to be Bast Given, who presently came up beside him, inspected the fallen spider. "Loosen the surcingle. He will recover the sooner." Carcolo glared, thinking to hear a new note in Given's voice. Nevertheless, he bent over the foundered dragon, slipped loose the broad bronze buckle. Given dismounted, stretched his arms, massaged his thin legs. He pointed. "The basic ship descends into Banbeck Vale." Carcolo nodded grimly. "I would be an audience to the landing." He kicked the spider. "Come, get up. Have you not rested enough? Do you wish me to walk?" The spider whimpered its fatigue, but nevertheless struggled to its feet. Carcolo started to mount, but Bast Given laid a restraining hand on his shoulder. Carcolo looked back in outrage. Here was impertinence. Given said calmly, "Tighten the surcingle, otherwise you will fall on the rocks and once more break your bones." Uttering a spiteful phrase under his breath, Carcolo clasped the buckle back into position, the spider crying out in despair. Paying no heed, Carcolo mounted, and the spider moved off with trembling steps. Barch Spike rose ahead like the prow of a white ship, dividing Northgard Ridge from Barchback. Carcolo paused to consider the landscape, tugging his mustaches. Given was tactfully silent. Carcolo looked back down the scans to the listless straggle of his army, set off to the left. Passing close under Mount Gethron, skirting the high jambles, they descended an ancient watercourse to Banbeck Verge. Though perforce they had come without great speed, the basic ship had moved no faster and had only started to settle into the vale, the discs at bow and stern swirling with furious colors. Carcolo grunted bitterly. "Trust Joaz Banbeck to scratch his own itch. Not a soul in sight. He's taken to his tunnels, dragons and all." Pursing his mouth, he rendered a mincing parody of Joaz's voice. "Urvis Carcolo, my dear friend, there is but one answer to attack. Dig tunnels." And I replied to him, "Am I a sacerdote to live underground? Burrow and delve, Joaz Banbeck, do as you will. But I am an old-time man. I go under the cliffs only when I must." Given gave the faintest of shrugs. Carcolo went on, "Tunnels or not, they'll winkle him out. If need be, they'll blast open the entire valley. They've no lack of tricks." Given grinned sardonically. "Joaz Banbeck knows a trick or two, as we know to our sorrow." "Let him capture 24 basics today," snapped Carcolo. "Then I'll concede him a clever man." He stalked away to the very brink of the cliff, standing in full view of the basic ship. Given watched without expression. Carcolo pointed. "Aha! Look there!" "Not I," said Given. "I respect the basic weapons too greatly." "Pah!" spat Carcolo. Nevertheless, he moved a trifle back from the brink. "There are dragons in Kurgan's Way, for all Joaz Banbeck's talk of tunnels." He gazed north along the valley a moment or two, then threw up his hands in frustration. "Joaz Banbeck will not come up here to me. There is nothing I can do. Unless I walk down into the village, seek him out, and strike him down, he will escape me." "Unless the basics captured the two of you and confined you in the same pen," said Given. "Bah!" muttered Carcolo, and moved off to one side. Chapter 10. The vision plates which allowed Joaz Banbeck to observe the length and breadth of Banbeck Vale for the first time were being put to practical use. He had evolved the scheme while playing with a set of old lenses, and dismissed it as quickly. Then one day, while trading with the sacerdotes in the cavern under Mount Gethron, he had proposed that they design and supply the optics for such a system. The blind old sacerdote who conducted the trading gave an ambiguous reply. The possibility of such a project, under certain circumstances, might well deserve consideration. 3 months passed. The scheme receded to the back of Joaz Banbek's mind. Then the sacerdote in the trading cave inquired if Joaz still planned to install the viewing system. If so, he might take immediate delivery of the optics. Joaz agreed to the barter price, returned to Banbek Vale with 4 heavy crates. He ordered the necessary tunnels driven, installed the lenses, and found that with the study darkened he could command all quarters of Banbek Vale. Now, with the basic ship darkening the sky, Joaz Banbek stood in his study, watching the descent of the great black hulk. At the back of the chamber, maroon portieres parted. Clutching the cloth with taut fingers stood the minstrel maiden Fade. Her face was pale, her eyes bright as opals. In a husky voice she called, "The ship of death. It has come to gather souls." Joaz turned her a stony glance, turned back to the honed glass screen. The ship is clearly visible. Fade ran forward, clasped Joaz's arm, swung around to look into his face.
"Let us try to escape. Into the mountains, the high jambles. Don't let them take us so soon."
"No one deters you," said Joaz indifferently. "Escape in any direction you choose." Fade stared at him blankly, then turned her head and watched the screen. The great black ship sank with sinister deliberation, the discs at bow and stern now shimmering mother of pearl. Fade looked back to Joaz, licked her lips.
"Are you not afraid?"
Joaz smiled thinly. "What good to run? Their trackers are swifter than murderers, more vicious than termagants. They can smell you a mile away, take you from the very center of the jambles." Fade shivered with superstitious horror. She whispered,
"Let them take me dead, then. I can't go with them alive."
Joaz suddenly cursed. "Look where they land! In our best field of Belgard."
"What is the difference?"
"Difference? Must we stop eating because they pay their visit?" Fade looked at him in a daze, beyond comprehension. She sank slowly to her knees and began to perform the ritual gestures of the theurgic cult. Hands palmed down to either side, slowly up till the back of the hand touched the ears, and the simultaneous protrusion of the tongue, over and over again, eyes staring with hypnotic intensity into emptiness. Joaz ignored the gesticulations, until Fade, her face screwed up into a fantastic mask, began to sigh and whimper. Then he swung the flaps of his jacket into her face. "Give over your folly." Fade collapsed moaning to the floor. Joaz's lips twitched in annoyance. Impatiently, he hoisted her erect. "Look you, these basics are neither ghouls nor angels of death. They are no more than pallid termagants, the basic stock of our dragons. So now, give over your idiocy, or I'll have Rife take you away."
"Why do you not make ready? You watch and do nothing."
"There is nothing more that I can do." Fade drew a deep, shuddering sigh, stared dully at the screen.
"Will you fight them?"
"Naturally."
"How can you hope to counter such miraculous power?"
"We will do what we can. They have not yet met our dragons." The ship came to rest in a purple and green vine field across the valley, near the mouth of Clybourne Crevasse. The port slid back, a ramp rolled forth. "Look," said Joaz. "There you see them." Fade stared at the queer pale shapes who had come tentatively out on the ramp.
"They seem strange and twisted, like silver puzzles for children."
"They are the basics. From their eggs came our dragons. They have done as well with men. Look, here are their heavy troops." Down the ramp, 4 abreast, in exact cadence, marched the heavy troops, to halt 50 yards in front of the ship. There were 3 squads of 20, short men with massive shoulders, thick necks, stern, down-drawn faces. They wore armor fashioned from overlapping scales of black and blue metal, a wide belt slung with pistol and sword. Black epaulets extending past their shoulders supported a short ceremonial flap of black cloth ranging down their backs. Their helmets bore a crest of sharp spikes. Their knee-high boots were armed with kick knives. A number of basics now rode forth. Their mounts, creatures only remotely resembling men, ran on hands and feet, backs high off the ground. Their heads were long and hairless, with quivering loose lips. The basics controlled them with negligent touches of a quirt, and once on the ground set them cantering smartly through the bell guard. Meanwhile, a team of heavy troopers rolled a three-wheeled mechanism down the ramp, directed its complex snout toward the village. "Never before have they prepared so carefully," muttered Joaz. "Here come the trackers." He counted. "Only 24. Perhaps they are hard to breed. Generations pass slowly with men. Dragons lay a clutch of eggs every year." The trackers moved to the side and stood in a loose, restless group. Gaunt creatures 7 feet tall, with bulging black eyes, beaked noses, small undershot mouths pursed as if for kissing. From narrow shoulders, long arms dangled and swung like ropes. As they waited, they flexed their knees, staring sharply up and down the valley in constant restless motion. After them came a group of weaponeers, unmodified men wearing loose cloth smocks and cloth hats of green and yellow. They brought with them 2 more three-wheeled contrivances which they at once began to adjust and test. The entire group became still and tense. The heavy troopers stepped forward with a stumping, heavy-legged gait, hands ready at pistols and swords. "Here they come," said Joaz. Fade made a quiet, desperate sound, knelt, once more began to perform theurgic gesticulations. Joaz in disgust ordered her from the study, went to a panel equipped with a bank of 6 direct wire communications, the construction of which he had personally supervised. He spoke into 3 of the telephones, assuring himself that his defenses were alert, then returned to the honed glass screens. Across the field of Bellegarde came the heavy troopers, faces heavy, hard, marked with down-veering creases. Upon either flank, the weaponeers trundled their three-wheeled mechanisms, but the trackers waited beside the ship. About a dozen basics rode behind the heavy troopers, carrying bulbous weapons on their backs. 100 yards from the portal into Kurgan's Way, beyond the range of the Banbeck muskets, the invaders halted. A heavy trooper ran to one of the weaponeers' carts, thrust his shoulders under a harness, stood erect. He now carried a gray machine, from which extended a pair of black globes. The trooper scuttled toward the village like an enormous rat, while from the black globes streamed a flux, intended to interfere with the neural currents of the Banbeck defenders, and so immobilize them. Explosions sounded, puffs of smoke appeared from nooks and vantages through the crags. Bullets spat into the ground beside the trooper, several caromed off his armor. At once, heat beams from the ship stabbed against the cliff walls. In his study, Joaz Banbeck smiled. The smoke puffs were decoys. The actual shots came from other areas. The trooper, dodging and jerking, avoided a rain of bullets, ran under the portal, above which 2 men waited. Affected by the flux, they tottered, stiffened, but nevertheless, they dropped a great stone which struck the trooper where the neck joined his shoulders, hurled him to the ground. He thrashed his arms and legs up and down, rolled over and over, then bouncing to his feet, he raced back into the valley, soaring and bounding, finally to stumble, plunge headlong to the ground, and lay kicking and quivering. The basic army watched with no apparent concern or interest. There was a moment of inactivity. Then from the ship came an invisible field of vibration, traveling across the face of the cliff. Where the focus struck, puffs of dust arose and loose rock became dislodged. A man, lying on a ledge, sprang to his feet, dancing and twisting, plunged 200 feet to his death. Passing across one of Joaz Banbeck's spy holes, the vibration was carried into the study where it set up a nerve-grinding howl. The vibration passed along the cliff. Joaz rubbed his aching head. Meanwhile, the weaponeers discharged one of their instruments. First, there came a muffled explosion, then through the air curved a wobbling gray sphere. Inaccurately aimed, it struck the cliff and burst in a great gush of yellow-white gas. The mechanism exploded once more, and this time lobbed the bomb accurately into Kurgan's Way, which was now deserted. The bomb produced no effect. In his study, Joaz waited grimly. To now, the basics had taken only tentative, almost playful steps. More serious efforts would surely follow. Wind dispersed the gas. The situation remained as before. The casualties so far had been 1 heavy trooper and 1 Banbeck rifleman. From the ship now came a stab of red flame, harsh, decisive. The rock at the portal shattered. Slivers sang and spun. The heavy troopers jogged forward. Joaz spoke into his telephone, bidding his captains caution, lest counterattacking against a feint, they expose themselves to a new gas bomb. But the heavy troopers stormed into Kurgan's way, in Joaz's mind an act of contemptuous recklessness. He gave a curt order. Out from passages and areas swarmed his dragons, blue horrors, fiends, termagants. The squat troopers stared with sagging jaws. Here were unexpected antagonists. Kurgan's way resounded with their calls and orders. First they fell back, then, with the courage of desperation, fought furiously. Up and down Kurgan's way raged the battle. Certain relationships quickly became evident. In the narrow defile, neither the trooper pistols nor the steel-weighted tails of the fiends could be used effectively. Cutlasses were useless against dragon scale, but the pincers of the blue horrors, the termagant daggers, the axes, swords, fangs, and claws of the fiends did bloody work against the heavy troopers. A single trooper and a single termagant were approximately a match, though the trooper, gripping the dragon with massive arms, tearing away its bracts, breaking back its neck, won more often than the termagant. But if 2 or 3 termagants confronted a single trooper, he was doomed. As soon as he committed himself to one, another would crush his legs, blind him, or hack open his throat. So the troopers fell back to the valley floor, leaving 20 of their fellows dead in Kurgan's way. The Banbeck men once more opened fire, but once more with minor effect. Joaz watched from his study, wondering as to the next basic tactic. Enlightenment was not long in coming. The heavy troopers regrouped, stood panting, while the basics rode back and forth receiving information, admonishing, advising, chiding. From the black ship came a gush of energy. To strike the cliff above Kurgan's way, the study rocked with the concussion. Joaz backed away from the vision plates. What if a ray struck one of his collecting lenses? Might not the energy be guided and reflected directly toward him? He departed his study as it shook to a new explosion. He ran through a passage, descended a staircase, emerged into one of the central galleries, to find apparent confusion. White-faced women and children, retiring deeper into the mountain, pushed past dragons and men in battle gear entering one of the new tunnels. Joaz watched for a moment or two to satisfy himself that the confusion held nothing of panic, then joined his warriors in the tunnel leading north. In some past era, an entire section of the cliff at the head of the valley had sloughed off, creating a jungle of piled rock and boulders, the Banbeck Jambles. Here, through a fissure, the new tunnel opened, and here Joaz went with his warriors. Behind them, down the valley, sounded the rumble of explosions as the black ship began to demolish Banbeck village. Joaz, peering around a boulder, watched in a fury as great slabs of rock began to scale away from the cliff. Then he stared in astonishment, for to the basic troops had come an extraordinary reinforcement. 8 giants twice an ordinary man's stature, barrel-chested monsters, gnarled of arm and leg, with pale eyes, shocks of tawny hair. They wore brown and red armor with black epaulets, and carried swords, maces, and blast cannons slung over their backs. Joaz considered. The presence of the giants gave him no reason to alter his central strategy, which in any event was vague and intuitive. He must be prepared to suffer losses, and could only hope to inflict greater losses on the basics. But what did they care for the lives of their troops? Less than he cared for his dragons. And if they destroyed Banbeck village, ruined the Vale, how could he do corresponding damage to them? He looked over his shoulder at the tall white cliffs, wondering how closely he had estimated the position of the Sacerdote's Hall. And now he must act. The time had come. He signaled to a small boy, one of his own sons, who took a deep breath, hurled himself blindly away from the shelter of rocks, ran helter-skelter out to the valley floor. A moment later his mother ran forth to snatch him up and dash back into the Jambles. "Done well," Joaz commended them. "Done well indeed." Cautiously, he again looked forth through the rocks. The basics were gazing intently in his direction. For a long moment, while Joaz tingled with suspense, it seemed that they had ignored his ploy. They conferred, came to a decision, flicked the leathery buttocks of their mounts with their quirts. The creatures pranced sidewise, then loped north up the valley. The trackers fell in behind, then came the heavy troopers moving at a humping quickstep. The weaponeers followed with their three-wheeled mechanisms, and ponderously at the rear came the 8 giants. Across the fields of Belgard and Vetch, over vines, hedges, beds of berries, and stands of oil pod tramped the raiders, destroying with a certain morose satisfaction. The basics prudently halted before the Banbeck Jambles, while the trackers ran ahead like dogs, clambering over the first boulders, rearing high to test the air for odor, peering, listening, pointing, twittering, doubtfully to each other. The heavy troopers moved in carefully, and their near presence spurred on the trackers. Abandoning caution, they bounded into the heart of the Jambles, emitting squeals of horrified consternation when a dozen blue horrors dropped among them. They clawed out heat guns, in their excitement burning friend and foe alike. With silken ferocity, the blue horrors ripped them apart. Screaming for aid, kicking, flailing, thrashing, those who were able fled as precipitously as they had come. Only 12 from the original 24 regained the valley floor, and even as they did so, even as they cried out in relief at winning free from death, a squad of long-horned murderers burst out upon them, and these surviving trackers were knocked down, gored, hacked. The heavy troopers charged forward with hoarse calls of rage, aiming pistols, swinging swords, but the murderers retreated to the shelter of the boulders. Within the Jambles, the Banbeck men had appropriated the heat guns dropped by the trackers, and warily coming forward, tried to burn the basics. But, unfamiliar with the weapons, the men neglected either to focus or condense the flame, and the basics, no more than mildly singed, hastily whipped their mounts back out of range. The heavy troopers, halting not 100 feet in front of the Jambles, sent in a volley of explosive pellets, which killed 2 of the Banbeck knights and forced the others back. At a discreet distance, the basics appraised the situation. The weaponeers came up, and while awaiting instructions, conferred in low tones with the mounts. One of these weaponeers was now summoned and given orders. He divested himself of all his weapons and, holding his empty hands in the air, marched forward to the edge of the Jambles. Choosing a gap between a pair of 10-foot boulders, he resolutely entered the rock maze. A Banbeck knight escorted him to Joaz. Here, by chance, were also half a dozen termagants. The weaponeer paused uncertainly, made a mental readjustment, approached the termagants. Bowing respectfully, he started to speak. The termagants listened without interest, and presently one of the knights directed him to Joaz. "Dragons do not rule men on Aerolith," said Joaz dryly. "What is your message?" The weaponeer looked dubiously toward the termagants, then somberly back to Joaz.
"You are authorized to act for the entire Warren?"
He spoke slowly in a dry, bland voice, selecting his words with conscientious care. Joaz repeated shortly, "What is your message?"
"I bring an integration from my masters."
"Integration? I do not understand you."
"An integration of the instantaneous vectors of destiny. An interpretation of the future. They wish the sense conveyed to you in the following terms. Do not waste lives, both ours and your own. You are valuable to us, and will be given treatment in accordance with this value. Surrender to the rule. Cease the wasteful destruction of enterprise."
Joaz frowned. "Destruction of enterprise?"
"The reference is to the content of your genes. The message is at its end. I advise you to accede. Why waste your blood? Why destroy yourselves? Come forth now with me. All will be for the best."
Joaz gave a brittle laugh. "You are a slave. How can you judge what is best for us?" The weaponeer blinked.
"What choice is there for you? All residual pockets of disorganized life are to be expunged. The way of facility is best."
He inclined his head respectfully toward the termagants.
"If you doubt me, consult your own revered ones. They will advise you."
"There are no revered ones here," said Joaz. "The dragons fight with us and for us. They are our fellow warriors. But I have an alternate proposal. Why do not you and your fellows join us? Throw off your slavery. Become free men. We will take the ship and go searching for the old worlds of men." The weaponeer exhibited only polite interest. "Worlds of men? There are none of them. A few residuals such as yourself remain in the desolate regions. All are to be expunged. Would you not prefer to serve the rule?" "Would you not prefer to be a free man?" The weaponeer's face showed mild bewilderment. "You do not understand me. If you choose—" "Listen carefully," said Joaz. "You and your fellows can be your own masters, live among other men." The weaponeer frowned. "Who would wish to be a wild savage? To whom would we look for law, control, direction, order?" Joaz threw up his hands in disgust, but made one last attempt. "I will provide all these. I will undertake such a responsibility. Go back. Kill all the basics, the revered ones, as you call them. These are my first orders." "Kill them." The weaponeer's voice was soft with horror. "Kill them." Joaz spoke as if to a child. "Then we men will possess the ship. We will go to find the worlds where men are powerful." "There are no such worlds." "Ah, but there must be. At one time men roamed every star in the sky." "No longer." "What of Eden?" "I know nothing of it." Joaz threw up his hands. "Will you join us?" "What would be the meaning of such an act?" said the weaponeer gently. "Come then, lay down your arms, submit to the rule." He glanced doubtfully toward the termagants. "Your own revered ones will receive fitting treatment. Have no fear on this account." "You fool! These revered ones are slaves, just as you are a slave to the basics. We breed them to serve us, just as you are bred. Have at least the grace to recognize your own degradation." The weaponeer blinked. "You speak in terms I do not completely understand. You will not surrender, then?" "No. We will kill all of you, if our strength holds out." The weaponeer bowed, turned, departed through the rocks. Joaz followed, peered out over the valley floor. The weaponeer made his report to the basics, who listened with characteristic detachment. They gave an order, and the heavy troopers, spreading out in a skirmish line, moved slowly in toward the rocks. Behind lumbered the giants, blasters slung forward at the ready, and about 20 trackers, survivors of the first foray. The heavy troopers reached the rocks, peered in. The trackers clambered above, searching for ambushes, and finding none, signaled back. With great caution, the heavy troopers entered the jambles, necessarily breaking formation. 20 feet they advanced, 50 feet, 100 feet. Emboldened, the vengeful trackers sprang forward over the rocks and upsurged the termagants. Screaming and cursing, the trackers scrambled back, pursued by the dragons. The heavy troopers recoiled, then swung up their weapons, fired. 2 termagants were struck under the lower armpits, their most vulnerable spot. Floundering, they tumbled down among the rocks. Others, maddened, jumped squarely down upon the troopers. There was roaring, squealing, cries of shock and pain. The giants lumbered up, and grinning vastly plucked away the termagants, wrenched off their heads, flung them high over the rocks. Those termagants who were able scuttled back, leaving half a dozen heavy troopers wounded, 2 with their throats torn open. Again, the heavy troopers moved forward, with the trackers reconnoitering above, but more warily. The trackers froze, yelled a warning. The heavy troopers stopped short, calling to each other, swinging their guns nervously. Overhead, the trackers scrambled back, and through the rocks, over the rocks, came dozens of fiends and blue horrors. The heavy troopers, grimacing dourly, fired their pistols, and the air reeked with the stench of burning scale, exploded viscera. The dragons surged in upon the men, and now began a terrible battle among the rocks, with the pistols, the maces, even the swords useless for lack of room. The giants lumbered forward and in turn were attacked by fiends. Astonished, the idiotic grins faded from their faces. They hopped awkwardly back from the steel-weighted tails, but among the rocks the fiends were also at a disadvantage, their steel balls clattering and jarring away from rock more often than flesh. The giants, recovering, discharged their chest projectors into the melee. Fiends were torn apart as well as blue horrors and heavy troopers, the giants making no distinction. Over the rocks came another wave of dragons, blue horrors. They slid down on the heads of the giants, clawing, stabbing, tearing. In a frenzy, the giants tore at the creatures, flung them to the ground, stamped on them, and the heavy troopers burnt them with their pistols. From nowhere, for no reason, there came a lull. 10 seconds, 15 seconds passed, with no sound but whimpering and moaning from wounded dragons and men. A sense of imminence weighted the air, and here came the juggers, looming through the passages. For a brief period, giants and juggers looked each other face to face. Then giants groped for their blast projectors, while blue horrors sprang down once more, grappling the giant arms. The juggers stumped quickly forward. Dragon bracks grappled giant arms. Bludgeons and maces swung. Dragon armor and man armor crushed and ground apart. Man and dragon tumbled over and over, ignoring pain, shock, mutilation. The struggle became quiet. Sobbing and wheezing replaced the roars, and presently 8 juggers, superior in mass and natural armament, staggered away from 8 destroyed giants. The troopers, meanwhile, had drawn together, standing back to back in clots. Step by step, burning with heat beams the screaming horrors, termagants, and fiends who lunged after them, they retreated toward the valley floor, and finally won free of the rocks. The pursuing fiends, anxious to fight in the open, sprang into their midst, while from the flanks came long-horned murderers and striding murderers. In a spirit of reckless jubilation, a dozen men riding spiders, carrying blast cannon taken from the fallen giants, charged the basics and weaponeers, who waited beside the rather casual emplacement of 3-wheeled weapons. The basics, without shame, jerked their man-mounts around and fled toward the black ship. The weaponeers swiveled their mechanisms, aimed, discharged bursts of energy. 1 man fell, 2 men, 3 men. Then the others were among the weaponeers, who were soon hacked to pieces, including the one who had served as envoy. Several of the men, whooping and hooting, set out in chase of the basics, but the human mounts, springing along like monstrous rabbits, carried the basics as fast as the spiders carried the men. From the jambles came a horn signal. The mounted men halted, wheeled back. The entire Bandbeck force turned and retreated full speed into the jambles. The troopers stumbled a few defiant steps in pursuit, then halted in sheer fatigue. Of the original 3 squads, not enough men to make up a single squad survived. The 8 giants had perished, all weaponeers, and almost the entire group of trackers. The Bandbeck forces gained the jambles with seconds only to spare. From the black ship came a volley of explosive pellets to shatter the rocks at the spot where they had disappeared. Chapter 11. On a wind-polished cape of rock above Bandbeck Vale, Irvis Carcolo and Bast Given had watched the battle. The rocks hid the greater part of the fighting. The cries and clangor rose faint and tinny, like insect noise. There would be the glint of dragon scale, glimpses of running men, the shadow and flicker of movement, but not until the mangled forces of the basics staggered forth did the outcome of the battle reveal itself. Carcolo shook his head in sour bewilderment. The crafty devil, Joaz Bandbeck. He's turned them back. He's slaughtered their best. It would appear, said Bast Given, that dragons armed with fangs, swords, and steel balls are more effective than men with guns and heat beams, at least in close quarters. Carcolo grunted. I might have done as well myself under like circumstances. He turned Bast Given a waspish glance. Do you not agree? Certainly, beyond all question. Of course, Carcolo went on, I had not the advantage of preparation. The basics surprised me, but Joaz Bandbeck labored under no such handicap. He looked back down into Bandbeck Vale, where the basic ship was bombarding the jambles, shattering rocks into splinters. Do they plan to blast the jambles out of the valley?
in which case, of course, Joaz Banbeck would have no further refuge. Their strategy is clear. And as I suspected, reserve forces. Another 30 troopers had marched down the ramp to stand immobile in the trampled field before the ship. Carcolo pounded his fist into his palm. Bastgiven, listen now, listen carefully. For it is in our power to do a great deed, to reverse our fortunes. Notice Clybourne crevasse, how it opens into the Vale, directly behind the basic ship. Your ambition will yet cost us our lives. Carcolo laughed. Come, Given, how many times does a man die? What better way to lose a life than in the pursuit of glory? Bastgiven turned, surveyed the meager remnants of the Happy Valley army. We could win glory by trouncing a dozen sacerdotes. Flinging ourselves upon a basic ship is hardly needful. Nevertheless, said Urvis Carcolo, that is how it must be. I ride ahead, you marshal the forces and follow. We meet at the head of Clybourne crevasse, on the west edge of the Vale. Chapter 12. Stamping his feet, muttering nervous curses, Urvis Carcolo waited at the head of Clybourne crevasse. Unlucky chance after chance paraded before his imagination. The basics might surrender to the difficulties of Banbeck Vale and depart. Joaz Banbeck might attack across the open fields to save Banbeck Village from destruction, and so destroy himself. Bastgiven might be unable to control the disheartened men and mutinous dragons of Happy Valley. Any of these situations might occur. Any would expunge Carcolo's dreams of glory and leave him a broken man. Back and forth he paced the scarred granite. Every few seconds he peered down into Banbeck Vale. Every few seconds he turned to scan the bleak skylines for the dark shapes of his dragons, the taller silhouettes of his men. Beside the basic ship waited a scanty 2 squads of heavy troopers, those who had survived the original attack and the reserves. They squatted in silent groups, watching the leisurely destruction of Banbeck Village. Fragment by fragment, the spires, towers, and cliffs which had housed the Banbeck folk cracked off, slumped down into an ever-growing mound of rubble. An even heavier barrage poured against the Jambles. Boulders broke like eggs, rock splinters drifted down the valley. A half-hour passed. Urvis Carcolo seated himself glumly on a rock. A jingle, the pad of feet. Carcolo bounded to his feet. Winding across the skyline came the sorry remnants of his forces, the men dispirited, the termagants surly and petulant, a mere handful each of fiends, blue horrors, and murderers. Carcolo's shoulders sagged. What could be accomplished with a force so futile as this? He took a deep breath. Show a brave front. Never say die. He assumed his bluffest mien. Stepping forward, he cried out, Men, dragons! Today we have known defeat, but the day is not over. The time of redemption is at hand. We shall revenge ourselves on both the basics and Joaz Banbeck. He searched the faces of his men, hoping for enthusiasm. They looked back at him without interest. The dragons, their understanding less complete, snorted softly, hissed, and whispered. Men and dragons, bawled Carcolo. You ask me, how shall we achieve these glories? I answer, follow where I lead, fight where I fight. What is death to us, with our valley despoiled? Again he inspected his troops, once more finding only listlessness and apathy. Carcolo stifled the roar of frustration which rose into his throat, and turned away. Advance, he called gruffly over his shoulder. Mounting his drooping spider, he set off down Clybourne crevasse. The basic ship pounded the Jambles and Banbeck Village with equal vehemence. From a vantage on the west rim of the valley, Joaz Banbeck watched the blasting of corridor after familiar corridor. Apartments and halls hewn earnestly from the rock, carved, tooled, polished across the generations, all opened, destroyed, pulverized. Now the target became that spire which contained Joaz Banbeck's private apartments, with his study, his workroom, the Banbeck reliquarium. Joaz clenched and unclenched his fists, furious at his own helplessness. The goal of the basics was clear. They intended to destroy Banbeck Vale, to exterminate as completely as possible the men of Aerlith,
And what could prevent them? Joaz studied the jambles. The old talus had been splintered away almost to the sheer face of the cliff. Where was the opening into the great hall of the sacerdotes? His far-fetched hypotheses were diminishing to futility. Another hour would see the utter devastation of Baalbek village. Joaz tried to control a sickening sense of frustration. How to stop the destruction? He forced himself to calculate. Clearly, an attack across the valley floor was equivalent to suicide. But behind the black ship opened a ravine similar to that in which Joaz stood concealed, Clybourne Crevasse. The ship's entry gaped wide, heavy troopers squatted listlessly to the side. Joaz shook his head with a sour grimace. Inconceivable that the basics could neglect so obvious a threat. Still, in their arrogance, might they not overlook the possibility of so insolent an act? Indecision tugged Joaz forward and backward, and now a barrage of explosive pellets split open the spire which housed his apartments. The reliquarium, the ancient trove of the Baalbeks, was about to be destroyed. Joaz made a blind gesture, jumped to his feet, called the closest of his dragon masters. "Assemble the murderers, 3 squads of termagants, 24 blue horrors, 10 fiends, all the riders. We climb to Baalbek Verge, we descend Clybourne Crevasse, we attack the ship." The dragon master departed. Joaz gave himself to gloomy contemplation. If the basics intended to draw him into a trap, they were about to succeed. The dragon master returned. "The force is assembled. We ride." Up the ravine surged men and dragons, emerging upon Baalbek Verge. Swinging south, they came to the head of Clybourne Crevasse. A knight at the head of the column suddenly signaled a halt. When Joaz approached, he pointed out marks on the floor of the crevasse. "Dragons and men have passed here recently." Joaz studied the tracks. "Heading down the crevasse." "Yes." Joaz dispatched a party of scouts who presently came galloping wildly back. "Urvis Carcolo, with men and dragons, is attacking the ship!" Joaz wheeled his spider, plunged headlong down the dim passage, followed by his army. Outcries and screams of battle reached their ears as they approached the mouth of the crevasse. Bursting out on the valley floor, Joaz came upon a scene of desperate carnage, with dragon and heavy trooper hacking, stabbing, burning, blasting. Where was Urvis Carcolo? Joaz recklessly rode to look into the entry port which hung wide. Urvis Carcolo then had forced his way into the ship. A trap? Or had he effectuated Joaz's own plan of seizing the ship? What of the heavy troopers? Would the basics sacrifice 40 warriors to capture a handful of men? Unreasonable, but now the heavy troopers were holding their own. They had formed a phalanx. They now concentrated the energy of their weapons on those dragons who yet opposed them. A trap? If so, it was sprung, unless Urvis Carcolo already had captured the ship. Joaz rose in his saddle, signaled his company. "Attack!" The heavy troopers were doomed. Striding murderers hewed from above, long-horned murderers thrust from below, blue horrors pinched, clipped, dismembered. The battle was done, but Joaz, with men and termagants, had already charged up the ramp. From within came the hum and throb of power, and also human sounds, cries, shouts of fury. The sheer ponderous bulk struck at Joaz. He stopped short, peered uncertainly into the ship. Behind him, his men waited, muttering under their breath. Joaz asked himself, "Am I as brave as Urvis Carcolo? What is bravery in any case? I am completely afraid. I dare not enter. I dare not stay outside." He put aside all caution, rushed forward, followed by his men and a horde of scuttling termagants. Even as Joaz entered the ship, he knew Urvis Carcolo had not succeeded. Above him, the guns still sang and hissed. Joaz's apartments splintered apart. Another tremendous volley struck into the jambles, laying bare the naked stone of the cliff and what was hitherto hidden, the edge of a tall opening. Joaz, inside the ship, found himself in an antechamber. The inner port was closed. He sidled forward, peered through a rectangular pane into what seemed a lobby or staging chamber. Urvis Carcolo and his knights crouched against the far wall, casually guarded by about 20 weaponeers. A group of basics rested in an alcove to the side, relaxed, quiet, their attitude one of contemplation. Carcolo and his men were not completely subdued. As Joaz watched, Carcolo lunged furiously forward. A purple crackle of energy punished him, hurled him back against the wall. From the alcove, one of the basics, staring across the inner chamber, took note of Joaz Banbeck. He flicked out with his brack, touched a rod. An alarm whistle sounded. The outer port slid shut. A trap? An emergency process? The result was the same. Joaz motioned to 4 men, heavily burdened. They came forward, kneeled, placed on the deck 4 of the blast cannon which the giants had carried into the jambles. Joaz swung his arm. Cannon belched, metal creaked, melted. Acrid odors permeated the room. The hole was still too small. Again! The cannon flamed. The inner port vanished. Into the gap sprang weaponeers, firing their energy guns. Purple fire cut into the Banbeck ranks. Men curled, twisted, wilted, fell with clenched fingers and contorted faces. Before the cannon could respond, red-scaled shapes scuttled forward. Termagants. Hissing and wailing, they swarmed over the weaponeers, on into the staging chamber. In front of the alcove occupied by the basics, they stopped short, as if in astonishment. The men crowding after fell silent. Even Carcolo watched in fascination. Basic stock confronted its derivative, each seeing in the other its caricature. The termagants crept forward with sinister deliberation. The basics waved their bracks, whistled, fluted. The termagants scuttled forward, sprang into the alcove. There was a horrid tumbling and croaking. Joaz, sickened at some elementary level, was forced to look away. The struggle was soon over. There was silence in the alcove. Joaz turned to examine Urvis Carcolo, who stared back, rendered inarticulate by anger, humiliation, pain, and fright. Finally finding his voice, Carcolo made an awkward gesture of menace and fury. "Be off with you," he croaked. "I claim this ship. Unless you would lie in your own blood, leave me to my conquest." Joaz snorted contemptuously, turned his back on Carcolo, who sucked in his breath, and with a whispered curse, lurched forward. Bast Given seized him, drew him back. Carcolo struggled, Given talked earnestly into his ear, and Carcolo at last relaxed, half weeping. Joaz meanwhile examined the chamber. The walls were blank, gray. The deck was covered with resilient black foam. There was no obvious illumination, but light was everywhere, exuding from the walls. The air chilled the skin and smelled unpleasantly acrid, an odor which Joaz had not previously noticed. He coughed. His eardrums rang. A frightening suspicion became certainty. On heavy legs, he lunged for the port, beckoning to his troops. "Outside! They poison us!" He stumbled out on the ramp, gulped fresh air. His men and termagants followed, and then in a stumbling rush came Urvis Carcolo and his men. Under the hulk of the great ship, the group stood gasping, tottering on limp legs, eyes dim and swimming. Above them, oblivious or careless of their presence, the ship's guns sent forth another barrage. The spire housing Joaz's apartments tottered, collapsed. The jambles were no more than a heap of rock splinters drifting into a high-arched opening. Inside the opening, Joaz glimpsed a dark shape, a glint, a shine, a structure. Then he was distracted by an ominous sound at his back. From a port at the other end of the ship, a new force of heavy troopers had alighted, 3 new squads of 20 men each, accompanied by a dozen weaponeers with 4 of the rolling projectors. Joaz sagged back in dismay. He glanced along his troops. They were in no condition either to attack or defend. A single alternative remained: flight. "Make for Clybourne crevasse," he called thickly. Stumbling, lurching, the remnants of the 2 armies fled under the brow of the great black ship. Behind them, heavy troopers swung smartly forward, but without haste. Rounding the ship, Joaz stopped short. In the mouth of Clybourne crevasse waited a 4th squad of heavy troopers, with another weaponeer and his weapon. Joaz looked to right and left, up and down the valley. Which way to run? Where to turn? The jambles? They were non-existent. Motion, slow and ponderous in the opening, previously concealed by tumbled rock, caught his attention. A dark object moved forth, a shutter drew back, a bright disk glittered. Almost instantly, a pencil of milky blue radiance lanced through the end disk of the basic ship. Within, tortured machinery whined, simultaneously up and down the scale, to inaudibility at either end. The luster of the end disks vanished. They became gray, dull. The whisper of power and life previously pervading the ship gave way to dead quiet. The ship itself was dead, and its mass, suddenly unsupported, crushed groaning into the ground. The heavy troopers gazed up in consternation at the hulk which had brought them to Aerolith. Joaz, taking advantage of their indecision, called, "Retreat! North, up the valley!" The heavy troopers doggedly followed. The weaponeers, however, cried out in order to halt. They emplaced their weapons, brought them to bear on the cavern behind the Jambles. Within the opening, naked shapes moved with frantic haste. There was slow shifting of massive machinery, a change of lights and shadows, and the milky blue shaft of radiance struck forth once more. It flicked down. Weaponeers, weapons, 2/3 of the heavy troopers vanished like moths in a furnace. The surviving heavy troopers halted, retreated uncertainly toward the ship. In the mouth of Clybourne crevasse waited the remaining squad of heavy troopers. The single weaponeer crouched over his 3-wheeled mechanism. With fateful care, he made his adjustments. Within the dark opening, the naked sacerdotes worked furiously, thrusting, wedging, the strain of their sinews and hearts and minds communicating itself to every man in the valley. The shaft of milky blue light sprang forth, but too soon. It melted the rock 100 yards south of Clybourne crevasse, and now from the weaponeer's gun came a splash of orange and green flame. Seconds later, the mouth of the sacerdote's cavern erupted. Rocks, bodies, fragments of metal, glass, rubber arched through the air. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the valley, and the dark object in the cavern was destroyed, was no more than tatters and shreds of metal. Joaz took 3 deep breaths, throwing off the effects of the narcotic gas by sheer power of will. He signaled to his murderers. "Charge! Kill!" The murderers loped forward. The heavy troopers threw themselves flat, aimed their weapons, but soon died. In the mouth of Clybourne crevasse, the final squad of troopers charged wildly forth, to be instantly attacked by termagants and blue horrors who had sidled along the face of the cliff. The weaponeer was gored by a murderer. There was no further resistance in the valley, and the ship lay open to attack. Joaz led the way back up the ramp, through the entry into the now dim staging chamber. The blast cannon captured from the giants lay where his men had dropped them. 3 portals led from the chamber, and these were swiftly burned down. The first revealed a spiral ramp, the second, a long empty hall lined with tiers of bunks, the third, a similar hall in which the bunks were occupied. Pale faces peered from the tiers, pallid hands flickered. Up and down the central corridor marched squat matrons in gray gowns. Urvis Carcolo rushed forward, buffeting the matrons to the deck, peering into the bunks. "Outside!" he bellowed. "You are rescued. You are saved. Outside quickly while there is opportunity." But there was only meager resistance to overcome from a half-dozen weaponeers and trackers, none whatever from 20 mechanics, these short, thin men with sharp features and dark hair, and none from the 16 remaining basics. All were marched off the ship as prisoners. Chapter 13. Quiet filled the valley floor, the silence of exhaustion. Men and dragons sprawled in the trampled fields. The captives stood in a dejected huddle beside the ship. Occasionally, an isolated sound came to emphasize the silence, the creak of cooling metal within the ship, the fall of a loose rock from the shattered cliffs, an occasional murmur from the liberated Happy Valley folk, who sat in a group apart from the surviving warriors. Urvis Carcolo alone seemed restless. For a space, he stood with his back to Joaz, slapping his thigh with his scabbard tassel. He contemplated the sky where Skeen, a dazzling atom, hung close over the western cliffs, then turned, studied the shattered gap at the north of the valley, filled with the twisted remains of the sacerdote's construction. He gave his thigh a final slap, looked toward Joaz Banbeck, turned to stalk through the huddle of Happy Valley folk, making brusque motions of no particular significance, pausing here and there to harangue or cajole, apparently attempting to instill spirit and purpose into his defeated people. In this purpose he was unsuccessful. Presently he swung sharply about, marched across the field to where Joaz Banbeck lay outstretched. Carcolo stared down. "Well then," he said bluffly, "the battle is over. The ship is won." Joaz raised himself up on one elbow. "True." "Let us have no misunderstanding on one point," said Carcolo. "Ship and contents are mine. An ancient rule defines the rights of him who is first to attack. On this rule I base my claim." Joaz looked up in surprise, and seemed almost amused. "By a rule even more ancient, I have already assumed possession." "I dispute this assertion," said Carcolo hotly. "Who—" Joaz held up his hand wearily. "Silence, Carcolo. You are alive now only because I am sick of blood and violence. Do not test my patience." Carcolo turned away, twitching his scabbard tassel with restrained fury. He looked up the valley, turned back to Joaz. "Here come the sacerdotes, who in fact demolished the ship. I remind you of my proposal, by which we might have prevented this destruction and slaughter." Joaz smiled. "You made your proposal only 2 days ago. Further, the sacerdotes possess no weapons." Carcolo stared as if Joaz had taken leave of his wits. "How then did they destroy the ship?" Joaz shrugged. "I can only make conjectures." Carcolo asked sarcastically, "And what direction do these conjectures lead?" "I wonder if they had constructed the frame of a spaceship. I wonder if they turned the propulsion beam against the basic ship." Carcolo pursed his mouth dubiously. "Why should the sacerdotes build themselves a spaceship?" "The Demi approaches. Why do you not put your question to him?" "I will do so," said Carcolo with dignity. But the Demi, followed by 4 younger sacerdotes and walking with the air of a man in a dream, passed without speaking. Joaz rose to his knees, watched after him. The Demi apparently planned to mount the ramp and enter the ship. Joaz jumped to his feet, followed, barred the way to the ramp. Politely he asked, "What do you seek, Demi?" "I seek to board the ship." "To what end?" "I ask, of course, from sheer curiosity." The Demi inspected him a moment without reply. His face was haggard and tight. His eyes gleamed like frost stars. Finally, he replied, in a voice hoarse with emotion. "I wish to determine if the ship can be repaired." Joaz considered a moment, then spoke in a gentle, rational voice. "The information can be of little interest to you. Would the sacerdotes place themselves so completely under my command?" "We obey no one." "In that case, I can hardly take you with me when I leave." The Demi swung around, and for a moment seemed as if he would walk away. His eyes fell on the shattered opening at the end of the veil, and he turned back. He spoke, not in the measured voice of a sacerdote, but in a burst of grief and fury. "This is your doing! You preen yourself! You count yourself resourceful and clever! You forced us to act, and thereby violate ourselves and our dedication." Joaz nodded, with a faint grim smile. "I knew the opening must lie behind the Jambles. I wondered if you might be building a spaceship. I hoped that you might protect yourselves against the basics, and so serve my purposes. I admit your charges. I used you and your construction as a weapon, to save myself and my people. Did I do wrong?" "Right or wrong, who can weigh? You wasted our effort across more than 800 airlith years. You destroyed more than you can ever replace." "I destroyed nothing, Demi. The basics destroyed your ship. If you had cooperated with us in the defense of Banbeck Vale, this disaster would have never occurred. You chose neutrality. You thought yourselves immune from our grief and pain. As you see, such is not the case." "And meanwhile our labor of 812 years goes for naught." Joaz asked with feigned innocence, "Why did you need a spaceship? Where do you plan to travel?" The Demis's eyes burst with flames as intense as those of Skeen.
When the race of men is gone, then we go abroad. We move across the galaxy. We repopulate the terrible old worlds, and the new universal history starts from that day, with the past wiped clean as if it never existed. If the Grefs destroy you, what is it to us? We await only the death of the last man in the universe.
Do you not consider yourselves men?
We are as you know us, above men.
At Joaz's shoulder, someone laughed coarsely. Joaz turned his head to see Irvis Carcolo.
Above men, mocked Carcolo. Poor naked waifs of the caves, what can you display to prove your superiority?
The Demis's mouth drooped, the lines of his face deepened.
We have our tans, we have our knowledge, we have our strength.
Carcolo turned away with another coarse laugh. Joaz said in a subdued voice, I feel more pity for you than you ever felt for us.
Carcolo returned. And where did you learn to build a spaceship? From your own efforts, or from the work of men before you, men of the old times? We are the ultimate men, said the Demis. We know all that men have ever thought, spoken, or devised. We are the last and the first. And when the underfolk are gone, we shall renew the cosmos as innocent and fresh as rain.
But men have never gone and will never go, said Joaz. A setback, yes, but is not the universe wide? Somewhere are the worlds of men. With the help of the basics and their mechanics, I will repair the ship and go forth to find these worlds.
You will seek in vain, said the Demis.
These worlds do not exist?
The human empire is dissolved. Men exist only in feeble groups.
What of Eden, old Eden?
A myth, no more.
My marble globe, what of that?
A toy, an imaginative fabrication.
How can you be sure? Asked Joaz, troubled in spite of himself.
Have I not said that we know all of history? We can look into our tans and see deep into the past, until the recollections are dim and misty, and never do we remember planet Eden.
Joaz shook his head stubbornly. There must be an original world from which men came. Call it Earth or Tempe or Eden. Somewhere it exists. The Demis started to speak, then in a rare show of irresolution held his tongue. Joaz said, Perhaps you are right. Perhaps we are the last men. But I shall go forth to look.
I shall come with you,
said Irvis Carcolo. You will be fortunate to find yourself alive tomorrow, said Joaz.
Carcolo drew himself up. Do not dismiss my claim to the ship so carelessly.
Joaz struggled for words, but could find none. What to do with the unruly Carcolo? He could not find in himself enough harshness to do what he knew should be done. He temporized, turned his back on Carcolo. Now you know my plans, he told the Demis. If you do not interfere with me, I shall not interfere with you. The Demis moved slowly back.
Go then. We are a passive race. We despise ourselves for our activity of today. Perhaps it was our greatest mistake. But go, seek your forgotten world. You will only perish somewhere among the stars. We will wait, as already we have waited.
He turned and walked away, followed by the 4 younger sacerdotes, who had all the time stood gravely to the side. Joaz called after him, And if the basics come again, will you fight with us or against us? The Demis made no response, but walked to the north, the long white hair swinging down his thin shoulder blades. Joaz watched him a moment, gazed up and down the ruined valley, shook his head in wonder and puzzlement, turned back to study the great black ship. Skeen touched the western cliffs. There was an instant dimming of light, a sudden chill. Carcolo approached him. Tonight I shall hold my folk here in Banbeck Vale, and send them home on the morrow. Meanwhile, I suggest that you board the ship with me and make a preliminary survey. Joaz took a deep breath. Why could it not come easier for him? Carcolo had twice sought his life, and had positions been reversed, would have shown him no mercy. He forced himself to act. His duty to himself, to his people, to his ultimate goal was clear. He called to those of his knights who carried the captured heat guns. They approached. Joaz said, "Take Carcolo into Clybourne Crevasse. Execute him. Do this at once." Protesting, bellowing, Carcolo was dragged off. Joaz turned away with a heavy heart and sought Bast Given. "I take you for a sensible man."
"I regard myself so."
"I set you in charge of Happy Valley. Take your folk home before darkness falls." Bast Given silently went to his people. They stirred, and presently departed Banbeck Vale. Joaz crossed the valley floor to the tumble of rubble which choked Kurgan's way. He choked with fury as he looked upon the destruction, and for a moment almost wavered in his resolve. Might it not be fit to fly the black ship to Coraline and take revenge on the basics? He walked around to stand under the spire which had housed his apartments, and by some strange freak of chance came upon a rounded fragment of yellow marble. Weighing this in his palm, he looked up into the sky where Coraline already twinkled red, and tried to bring order to his mind. The Banbeck folk had emerged from the deep tunnels. Fade the minstrel maiden came to find him. "What a terrible day," she murmured. "What awful events. What a great victory." Joaz tossed the bit of yellow marble back into the rubble. "I feel much the same way. And where it all ends, no one knows less than I." Afterward to the Dragon Masters. On certain occasions, where it has been necessary, I have completely reasoned out an environment. When you specify a world or planet of some kind, you can usually justify it if you want to take the trouble. You can assume a dense core, or as in the case of Big Planet, you can assume a very light core, made of very light materials, with a world of a large diameter. In general, it's possible to justify almost any kind of world you might like. Although, on the other hand, there are certainly instances where, if you take too much for granted, you might wind up with a fiasco, which happened to me with the worlds of Rigel in the Demon Princes series. I know and knew then that Rigel is a relatively young star. Therefore, any set of Rigelian planets would not have had time to cool. This idea simply slipped from my mind. I thought, here's a very radiant sun that has potential for a great number of inhabitable worlds. It could have what is called a large habitable zone. So I ignored the other consideration. Paul Anderson called it to my attention, and I justified it, after a lame fashion, in the next books. In general, I take it for granted that about any world is possible, or at least that no one will sue for any contradictions. Jack Vance, 1977. Liane the Wayfarer. Through the dim forest came Liane the Wayfarer, passing along the shadowed glades with a prancing, light-footed gait. He whistled, he caroled, he was plainly in high spirits. Around his finger he twirled a bit of wrought bronze, a circlet graved with angular crabbed characters, now stained black. By excellent chance he had found it, banded around the root of an ancient yew. Hacking it free, he had seen the characters on the inner surface, rude forceful symbols, doubtless the cast of a powerful antique rune. Best take it to a magician and have it tested for sorcery. Liane made a wry mouth. There were objections to the course. Sometimes it seemed as if all living creatures conspired to exasperate him. Only this morning, the spice merchant, what a tumult he had made dying. How carelessly he had spewed blood on Liane's cockcomb sandals. Still, thought Liane, every unpleasantness carried with it compensation. While digging the grave, he had found the bronze ring. And Liane's spirits soared. He laughed in pure joy. He bounded. He leapt. His green cape flapped behind him. The red feather in his cap winked and blinked. But still, Liane slowed his step. He was no whit closer to the mystery of the magic, if magic the ring possessed. Experiment, that was the word. He stopped where the ruby sunlight slanted down without hindrance from the high foliage, examined the ring, traced the glyphs with his fingernail. He peered through. A faint film, a flicker? He held it at arm's length. It was clearly a coronet. He whipped off his cap, set the band on his brow, rolled his great golden eyes, preened himself. Odd. It slipped down on his ears. It tipped across his eyes. Darkness. Frantically, Liane clawed it off. A bronze ring, a hand's breadth in diameter. Queer. He tried again. It slipped down over his head, his shoulders. His head was in the darkness of a strange separate space. Looking down, he saw the level of the outside light dropping as he dropped the ring. Slowly down. Now it was around his ankles, and in sudden panic, Liane snatched the ring up over his body, emerged blinking into the maroon light of the forest. He saw a blue-white, green-white flicker against the foliage. It was a Tukman, mounted on a dragonfly, and light glinted from the dragonfly's wings. Liane called sharply, "Here, sir! Here, sir!" The Tukman perched his mount on a twig. "Well, Liane, what do you wish?" "Watch now, and remember what you see." Liane pulled the ring over his head, dropped it to his feet, lifted it back. He looked up to the Tukman, who was chewing a leaf. "And what did you see?" "I saw Liane vanish from mortal sight, except for the red-curled toes of his sandals. All else was as air." "Ha!" cried Liane. "Think of it! Have you ever seen the like?" The Tukman asked carelessly, "Do you have salt? I would have salt." Liane cut his exultations short, eyed the Tukman closely. "What news do you bring me?" "3 herbs killed Florigin the Dream Builder, and burst all his bubbles. The air above the manse was colored for many minutes with the flitting fragments." "A gram." "Lord Candeve the Golden has built a barge of carven mowood 10 lengths high, and it floats on the river Scom for the regatta, full of treasure." 2 grams. "A golden witch named Lith has come to live on Thamber Meadow. She is quiet and very beautiful." 3 grams. "Enough," said the Tukman, and leaned forward to watch while Liane weighed out the salt in a tiny balance. He packed it in small panniers hanging on each side of the ribbed thorax, then twitched the insect into the air and flicked off through the forest vaults. Once more Liane tried his bronze ring, and this time brought it entirely past his feet, stepped out of it, and brought the ring up into the darkness beside him. What a wonderful sanctuary! A hole whose opening could be hidden inside the hole itself. Down with the ring to his feet, step through, bring it up his slender frame and over his shoulders, out into the forest with a small bronze ring in his hand. Ho! And off to Thamber Meadow to see the beautiful Golden Witch. Her hut was a simple affair of woven reeds, a low dome with 2 round windows and a low door. He saw Lith at the pond bare-legged among the water shoots, catching frogs for her supper. A white kirtle was gathered up tight around her thighs. Stock still she stood, and the dark water rippled rings away from her slender knees. She was more beautiful than Liane could have imagined, as if one of Florigin's wasted bubbles had burst here on the water. Her skin was pale, creamed, stirred gold, her hair a denser, wetter gold. Her eyes were like Liane's own, great golden orbs, and hers were wide apart, tilted slightly. Liane strode forward and planted himself on the bank. She looked up startled, her ripe mouth half open. "Behold, Golden Witch, here is Liane. He has come to welcome you to Thamber, and he offers you his friendship, his love." Lith bent, scooped a handful of slime from the bank, and flung it into his face. Shouting the most violent curses, Liane wiped his eyes free, but the door to the hut had slammed shut. Liane strode to the door and pounded it with his fist. "Open and show your witch's face, or I burn the hut!" The door opened, and the girl looked forth, smiling. "What now?" Liane entered the hut and lunged for the girl, but 20 thin shafts darted out, 20 points pricking his chest. He halted, eyebrows raised, mouth twitching. "Down, steel," said Lith. The blades snapped from view. "So easily could I seek your vitality," said Lith, "had I willed." Liane frowned and rubbed his chin as if pondering. "You understand," he said earnestly, "what a witless thing you do. Liane is feared by those who fear fear, loved by those who love love. And you His eyes swam the golden glory of her body. "You are ripe as a sweet fruit. You are eager. You glisten and tremble with love. You please Liane, and he will spend much warmness on you." "No, no," said Lith, with a slow smile. "You are too hasty." Liane looked at her in surprise. "Indeed." "I am Lith," said she. "I am what you say I am. I ferment, I burn, I seethe. Yet I may have no lover but him who has served me. He must be brave, swift, cunning." "I am he," said Liane. He chewed at his lip. "It is not usually thus. I detest this indecision." He took a step forward. "Come, let us—" She backed away. "No, no, you forget. How have you served me? How have you gained the right to my love?" "Absurdity," stormed Liane. "Look at me. Note my perfect grace, the beauty of my form and feature, my great eyes, as golden as your own, my manifest will and power. It is you who should serve me. That is how I will have it." He sank upon a low divan. "Woman, give me wine." She shook her head. "In my small domed hut I cannot be forced. Perhaps outside on Thamber Meadow, but in here among my blue and red tassels, with 20 blades of steel at my call, you must obey me. So choose. Either arise and go, never to return, or else agree to serve me on one small mission, and then have me and all my ardor." Liane sat straight and stiff. An odd creature, the Golden Witch. But indeed she was worth some exertion, and he would make her pay for her impudence. "Very well, then," he said blandly. "I will serve you. What do you wish? Jewels? I can suffocate you in pearls, blind you with diamonds. I have 2 emeralds the size of your fist, and they are green oceans, where the gaze is trapped and wanders forever among vertical green prisms. No, no jewels." "An enemy, perhaps? Ah, so simple. Liane will kill you 10 men. 2 steps forward, thrust, thus." He lunged, "and souls go thrilling up like bubbles in a beaker of mead." "No, I want no killing." He sat back, frowning. "What then?" She stepped to the back of the room and pulled at a drape. It swung aside, displaying a golden tapestry. The scene was a valley bounded by 2 steep mountains, a broad valley where a placid river ran, past a quiet village, and so into a grove of trees. Golden was the river, gold in the mountains, gold in the trees, gold so various, so rich, so subtle that the effect was like a many-colored landscape. But the tapestry had been rudely hacked in half. Liane was entranced. "Exquisite, exquisite." Lith said, "It is the magic valley of Ariventa so depicted. The other half has been stolen from me, and its recovery is the service I wish of you." "Where is the other half?" demanded Liane. "Who is the dastard?" Now she watched him closely. "Have you ever heard of Chun? Chun the Unavoidable?" Liane considered. "No. He stole the half to my tapestry, and hung it in a marble hall, and this hall is in the ruins to the north of Caen." "Ha!" muttered Liane. "The hall is by the Place of Whispers, and is marked by a leaning column with a black medallion of a phoenix and a 2-headed lizard." "I go," said Liane. He rose. "One day to Caen, 1 day to steal, 1 day to return. 3 days. Lith followed him to the door. "Beware of Chun the Unavoidable," she whispered. And Liane strode away whistling, the red feather bobbing in his green cap. Lith watched him, then turned and slowly approached the golden tapestry. "Golden Ariventa," she whispered. "My heart cries and hurts with longing for you." The Derna is a swifter, thinner river than the Scaum, its bosomy sister to the south. And where the Scaum wallows through a broad dale, purple with horse blossom, pocked white and gray with crumbling castles, the Derna has sheared a steep canyon, overhung by forested bluffs. An ancient flint road long ago followed the course of the Derna, but now the exaggeration of the meandering has cut into the pavement, so that Liane, treading the road to Caen, was occasionally forced to leave the road and make a detour through banks of thorn and tube grass which whistled in the breeze. The red sun, drifting across the universe like an old man creeping to his deathbed, hung low to the horizon when Liane breasted Porphyron Scar, looked across white-walled Cayenne and the blue bay of San Real beyond. Directly below was the marketplace, a medley of stalls selling fruit, slabs of pale meat, mollusks from the slime banks, dull flagons of wine. And the quiet people of Cayenne moved among the stalls, buying their sustenance, carrying it loosely to their stone chambers. Beyond the marketplace rose a bank of ruined columns, like broken teeth, legs to the arena built 200 feet from the ground by Mad King Shin. Beyond, in a grove of bay trees, the glossy dome of the palace was visible, where Candide the Golden ruled Cayenne, and as much of Ascolace as one could see from a vantage on Porphyron Scar. The Derna, no longer a flow of clear water, poured through a network of dank canals and subterranean tubes, and finally seeped past rotting wharves into the bay of San Real. A bed for the night, thought Liane, then to his business in the morning. He leapt down the zigzag steps, back, forth, and came out into the marketplace. And now he put on a grave demeanor. Liane the Wayfarer was not unknown in Cayenne, and many were ill-minded enough to work him harm. He moved sedately in the shade of the Pannoni wall, turned through a narrow cobbled street, bordered by old wooden houses glowing the rich brown of old stump water in the rays of the setting sun, and so came to a small square and the high stone face of the Magician's Inn. The host, a small fat man, sad of eye, with a small fat nose the identical shape of his body, was scraping ashes from the hearth. He straightened his back and hurried behind the counter of his little alcove. Liane said, "A chamber, well aired, and a supper of mushrooms, wine, and oysters." The innkeeper bowed humbly. "Indeed, sir. And how will you pay?" Liane flung down a leather sack, taken this very morning. The innkeeper raised his eyebrows in pleasure at the fragrance. "The ground buds of the space bush, brought from a far land," said Liane. "Excellent, excellent. Your chamber, sir, and your supper at once." As Liane ate, several other guests of the house appeared and sat before the fire with wine, and the talk grew large, and dwelt on wizards of the past and the great days of magic. "Great Fandal knew a lore now forgot," said one old man with hair dyed orange. "He tied white and black strings to the legs of sparrows and sent them veering to his direction. And where they wove their magic woof, great trees appeared, laden with flowers, fruits, nuts, or bulbs of rare liqueurs. It is said that thus he wove great Da forest on the shores of Sanra water." "Ha!" said a dour man in a garment of dark blue, brown, and black. "This I can do." He brought forth a bit of string, flicked it, whirled it, spoke a quiet word, and the vitality of the pattern fused the string into a tongue of red and yellow fire, which danced, curled, darted back and forth along the table, till the dour man killed it with a gesture. "And this I can do," said a hooded figure in a black cape sprinkled with silver circles. He brought forth a small tray, laid it on the table, and sprinkled therein a pinch of ashes from the hearth. He brought forth a whistle and blew a clear tone, and up from the tray came glittering motes, flashing the prismatic colors red, blue, green, yellow. They floated up a foot and burst in coruscations of brilliant colors, each a beautiful star-shaped pattern, and each burst sounded a tiny repetition of the original tone, the clearest, purest sound in the world. The motes became fewer, the magician blew a different tone, and again the motes floated up to burst in glorious ornamental spangles. Another time, another swarm of motes. At last the magician replaced his whistle, wiped off the tray, tucked it inside his cloak, and lapsed back to silence. Now the other wizards surged forward, and soon the air above the table swarmed with visions, quivered with spells. One showed the group 9 new colors of ineffable charm and radiance. Another caused a mouth to form on the landlord's forehead and revile the crowd, much to the landlord's discomfiture, since it was his own voice. Another displayed a green glass bottle from which the face of a demon peered and grimaced. another a ball of pure crystal which rolled back and forward to the command of the sorcerer who owned it, and who claimed it to be an earring of the fabled master Sankaferin. Liane had attentively watched all, crowing in delight at the bottled imp, and trying to cozen the obedient crystal from its owner without success. And Liane became pettish, complaining that the world was full of rock-hearted men, but the sorcerer with the crystal earring remained indifferent, and even when Liane spread out 12 packets of rare spice, he refused to part with his toy. Liane pleaded, "I wish only to please the witch Lith." "Please her with the spice, then." Liane said ingenuously, "Indeed, she has but one wish, a bit of tapestry which I must steal from Chun the Unavoidable." And he looked from face to suddenly silent face. "What causes such immediate sobriety?" "Ho, landlord, more wine!" The sorcerer with the earring said, "If the floor swam ankle-deep with wine, the rich red wine of Tanvilcat, the leaden print of that name would still ride the air." "Ha!" laughed Liane. "Let only a taste of that wine pass your lips, and the fumes would erase all memory."
"See his eyes," came a whisper, "great and golden."
"And quick to see," spoke Liane. "And these legs, quick to run, fleet as starlight on the waves. And this arm, quick to stab with steel. And my magic, which will set me to a refuge that is out of all cognizance." He gulped wine from a beaker. "Now behold, this is magic from antique days." He set the bronze band over his head, stepped through, brought it up inside the darkness. When he deemed that sufficient time had elapsed, he stepped through once more. The fire glowed, the landlord stood in his alcove, Liane's wine was at hand, but of the assembled magicians there was no trace. Liane looked about in puzzlement. "And where are my wizardly friends?" The landlord turned his head. "They took to their chambers. The name you spoke weighed on their souls." And Liane drank his wine in frowning silence. Next morning he left the inn and picked a roundabout way to the old town, a gray wilderness of tumbled pillars, weathered blocks of sandstone, slumped pediments with crumbled inscriptions, flagged terraces overgrown with rusty moss. Lizards, snakes, insects crawled the ruins. No other life did he see. Threading a way through the rubble, he almost stumbled on a corpse, the body of a youth, one who stared at the sky with empty eye sockets. Liane felt a presence. He leapt back, rapier half bared. A stooped old man stood watching him. He spoke in a feeble, quavering voice. "And what will you have in the old town?" Liane replaced his rapier. "I seek the place of whispers. Perhaps you will direct me." The old man made a croaking sound at the back of his throat. "Another? Another? When will it cease?" He motioned to the corpse. "This one came yesterday seeking the place of whispers. He would steal from Chun the Unavoidable. See him now." He turned away. "Come with me." He disappeared over a tumble of rock. Liane followed. The old man stood by another corpse with eye sockets bereft and bloody. "This one came 4 days ago, and he met Chun the Unavoidable. And over there behind the arch is another still, a great warrior in Cloyson armor. And there, he pointed. And there, like crushed flies." He turned his watery blue gaze back to Liane. "Return, young man, return, lest your body lie here in its green cloak to rot on the flagstones." Liane drew his rapier and flourished it. "I am Liane the Wayfarer. Let them who offend me have fear. And where is the place of whispers?" "If you must know," said the old man, "it is beyond that broken obelisk. But you go to your peril." "I am Liane the Wayfarer. Peril goes with me." The old man stood like a piece of weathered statuary as Liane strode off. And Liane asked himself, suppose this old man were an agent of Chun, and at this minute were on his way to warn him. Best to take all precautions. He leapt up on a high entablature and ran crouching back to where he had left the ancient. Here he came, muttering to himself, leaning on his staff. Liane dropped a block of granite as large as his head. A thud, a croak, a gasp, and Liane went his way. He strode past the broken obelisk into a wide court, the place of whispers. Directly opposite was a long, wide hall, marked by a leaning column with a big black medallion, the sign of a phoenix and a two-headed lizard. Liane merged himself with the shadow of a wall and stood watching like a wolf, alert for any flicker of motion. All was quiet. The sunlight invested the ruins with dreary splendor. To all sides, as far as the eye could reach, was broken stone, a wasteland leached by 1,000 rains, until now the sense of man had departed, and the stone was one with the natural earth. The sun moved across the dark blue sky. Liane presently stole from his vantage point and circled the hall. No sight nor sign did he see. He approached the building from the rear and pressed his ear to the stone. It was dead, without vibration. Around the side, watching up, down, to all sides, a breach in the wall. Liane peered inside. At the back hung half a golden tapestry. Otherwise, the hall was empty. Liane looked up, down, this side, that. There was nothing in sight. He continued around the hall. He came to another broken place. He looked within. To the rear hung the golden tapestry. Nothing else, to right or left, no sight or sound. Liane continued to the front of the hall and sought into the eaves, dead as dust. He had a clear view of the room, bare, barren, except for the bit of golden tapestry. Liane entered, striding with long, soft steps. He halted in the middle of the floor. Light came to him from all sides except the rear wall. There were a dozen openings from which to flee, and no sound except the dull thudding of his heart. He took 2 steps forward. The tapestry was almost at his fingertips. He stepped forward and swiftly jerked the tapestry down from the wall. And behind was Chun the Unavoidable. Liane screamed. He turned on paralyzed legs, and they were leaden, like legs in a dream which refused to run. Chun dropped out of the wall and advanced. Over his shiny black back, he wore a robe of eyeballs threaded on silk. Liane was running, fleetly now. He sprang, he soared. The tips of his toes scarcely touched the ground. Out the hall, across the square, into the wilderness of broken statues and fallen columns. And behind came Chun, running like a dog. Liane sped along the crest of a wall and sprang a great gap to a shattered fountain. Behind came Chun. Liane darted up a narrow alley, climbed over a pile of refuse, over a roof, down into a court. Behind came Chun. Liane sped down a wide avenue lined with a few stunted old cypress trees, and he heard Chun close at his heels. He turned into an archway, pulled his bronze ring over his head, down to his feet. He stepped through, brought the ring up inside the darkness. Sanctuary. He was alone in a dark magic space, vanished from earthly gaze and knowledge, brooding silence, dead space. He felt a stir behind him, a breath of air. At his elbow, a voice said, "I am Chun the Unavoidable." Lith sat on her couch near the candles, weaving a cap from frog skins. The door to her hut was barred, the windows shuttered. Outside, Thamber Meadow dwelled in darkness. A scrape at her door, a creak as the lock was tested. Lith became rigid and stared at the door. A voice said, "Tonight, O Lith, tonight it is 2 long bright threads for you. 2 because the eyes were so great, so large, so golden." Lith sat quiet. She waited an hour. Then, creeping to the door, she listened. The sense of presence was absent. A frog croaked nearby. She eased the door ajar, found the threads and closed the door. She ran to her golden tapestry and fitted the threads into the raveled warp. And she stared at the golden valley, sick with longing for Araventa, and tears blurred out the peaceful river, the quiet golden forest. "The cloth slowly grows wider," One day it will be done, and I will come home. Afterward to Liane the Wayfarer. I am aware of using no inflexible or predetermined style. Each story generates its own style, so to speak. In theory, I feel that the only good style is the style which no one notices, but I suppose that in practice this may not be altogether or at all times possible. In actuality, the subject of style is much too large to be covered in a sentence or two, and no doubt every writer has his own ideas on the subject. Jack Vance, 1976. Sale 25. 1. Henry Belt came limping into the conference room, mounted the dais, settled himself at the desk. He looked once around the room, a swift, bright glance, which, focusing nowhere, treated the 8 young men who faced him to an almost insulting disinterest. He reached in his pocket, brought forth a pencil and a flat red book, which he placed on the desk. The 8 young men watched in absolute silence. They were much alike, healthy, clean, smart, their expressions identically alert and wary. Each had heard legends of Henry Belt, each had formed his private plans and private determinations. Henry Belt seemed a man of a different species. His face was broad, flat, roped with cartilage and muscle, with skin the color and texture of bacon rind. Coarse white grizzle covered his scalp, his eyes were crafty slits, his nose a misshapen lump. His shoulders were massive, his legs short and gnarled. As he sat before the 8 young men, he seemed like a horned toad among a group of dapper young frogs.
"First of all," said Henry Belt, with a gap-toothed grin, "I'll make it clear that I don't expect you to like me. If you do, I'll be surprised and displeased. It will mean that I haven't pushed you hard enough."
He leaned back in his chair, surveyed the silent group.
"You've heard stories about me. Why haven't they kicked me out of the service? Incorrigible, arrogant, dangerous Henry Belt. Drunken Henry Belt. This last, of course, is slander. Henry Belt has never been drunk in his life. Why do they tolerate me? For one simple reason. Out of necessity. No one wants to take on this kind of job. Only a man like Henry Belt can stand up to it. Year after year in space, with nothing to look at but a half-dozen round-faced young scrubs. He takes them out, he brings them back. Not all of them, and not all of those who come back are spacemen today. But they'll all cross the street when they see him coming. Henry Belt, you say? They'll turn pale or go red. None of them will smile. Some of them are high-placed now. They could kick me loose if they chose. Ask them why they don't. Henry Belt is a terror, they'll tell you. He's wicked. He's a tyrant. Cruel as an axe, fickle as a woman. But a voyage with Henry Belt blows the foam off the beer. He's ruined many a man, he's killed a few, but those that come out of it are proud to say, I trained with Henry Belt. Another thing you may hear, Henry Belt has luck. But don't pay any heed. Luck runs out. You'll be my 13th class, and that's unlucky. I've taken out 72 young sprats no different from yourselves. I've come back 12 times, which is partly Henry Belt and partly luck. The voyages average about 2 years long. How can a man stand it? There's only one who could. Henry Belt. I've got more space-time than any man alive, and now I'll tell you a secret. This is my last time out. I'm starting to wake up at night to strange visions. After this class, I'll quit. I hope you lads aren't superstitious. A white-eyed woman told me that I'd die in space. She told me other things, and they've all come true. Who knows? If I survive this last trip, I figure to buy a cottage in the country and grow roses.
Henry Belt pushed himself back in the chair and surveyed the group with sardonic placidity. The man sitting closest to him caught a whiff of alcohol. He peered more closely at Henry Belt. Was it possible that even now the man was drunk? Henry Belt continued, We'll get to know each other well, and you'll be wondering on what basis I make my recommendations. Am I objective and fair? Do I put aside personal animosity? Naturally, there won't be any friendship. Well, here's my system. I keep a red book. Here it is. I'll put your names down right now. You, sir? I'm Cadet Lewis Lynch, sir.
You?
Edward Culpepper, sir.
Marcus Veronis, sir. Vidal Wesky, sir.
Marvin McGrath, sir.
Barry Ostrander, sir.
Clyde von Gluck, sir.
Joseph Sutton, sir.
Henry Belt wrote the names in the red book.
This is the system. When you do something to annoy me, I mark you down demerits. At the end of the voyage, I total these demerits, add a few here and there for luck, and am so guided. I'm sure nothing could be clearer than this. What annoys me? That's a question which is hard to answer. If you talk too much, demerits. If you're surly and taciturn, demerits. If you slouch and laze and dog the dirty work, demerits. If you're overzealous and forever scuttling about, demerits. Obsequiousness, demerits. Truculence, demerits. If you sing and whistle, demerits. If you're a stolid, bloody bore, demerits. You can see that the line is hard to draw. There's a hint which can save you many marks. No gossip. I've seen ships where the backbiting ran so thick it could have been jetted astern for thrust. I'm an eavesdropper. I hear everything. I don't like gossip, especially when it concerns myself. I'm a sensitive man, and I open my red book fast when I think I'm being insulted.
Henry Belt once more leaned back in his chair.
Any questions?
No one spoke. Henry Belt nodded.
Wise. Best not to flaunt your ignorance so early in the game. Here's some miscellaneous information. First, wear what you like. Personally, I dislike uniforms. I never wear a uniform. I never have worn a uniform. Secondly, if you have a religion, keep it to yourself. I dislike religions. I have always disliked religions. In response to the thought passing through each of your skulls, I do not think of myself as God, but you may do so if you choose. And this, he held up the red book, you may regard as the syncretic compendium. Very well. Any questions?
Yes, sir, said Culpepper.
Speak, sir.
Any objection to alcoholic beverages aboard ship, sir?
For the cadets, yes, indeed. I concede that the water must be carried in any event, that the organic compounds present may be reconstituted, but unluckily the bottles weigh far too much.
I understand, sir. Henry Belt rose to his feet.
One last word. Have I mentioned that I run a tight ship? When I say jump, you must jump. When I say hop, you must hop. When I say stand on your head, I hope instantly to see 12 feet. Perhaps you will think me arbitrary. Others have done so. After my 10th voyage, several of the cadets urged that I had been unreasonable. I don't know where you'd go to question them. All were discharged from the hospital long ago. But now we understand each other. Rather, you understand me, because it is unnecessary that I understand you. This is dangerous work, of course. I don't guarantee your safety. Far from it, especially since we are assigned to Old 25, which should have been broken up long ago. There are 8 of you present. Only 6 cadets will make the voyage. Before the week is over, I will make the appropriate notifications. Any more questions? Very well, then. Cheerio.
He stepped down from the dais, swaying just a trifle, and Culpepper once again caught the odor of alcohol. Limping on his thin legs as if his feet hurt, Henry Belt departed into the back passage. For a moment or two there was silence. Then von Gluck said in a soft voice, "My gracious."
"He's a tyrannical lunatic," grumbled Wesky.
"I've never heard anything like it. Megalomania."
"Easy," said Culpepper. "Remember, no gossiping."
"Bah," muttered McGrath. "This is a free country. I'll damn well say what I like."
"Mr. Belt admits it's a free country," said Culpepper. "He'll grade you as he likes, too." Wesky rose to his feet.
"I wonder somebody hasn't killed him."
"I wouldn't want to try it," said Culpepper. "He looks tough." He made a gesture, stood up, brow furrowed in thought. Then he went to look along the passageway into which Henry Belt had made his departure. There, pressed to the wall, stood Henry Belt. "Yes, sir," said Culpepper suavely. "I forgot to inquire when you wanted us to convene again." Henry Belt returned to the rostrum.
"Now is as good a time as any."
He took his seat, opened his red book. You, Mr. von Gluck, made the remark, "My gracious," in an offensive tone of voice. 1 demerit. You, Mr. Wesky, employed the terms tyrannical lunatic and megalomania in reference to myself. 3 demerits. Mr. McGrath, you observed that freedom of speech is the official doctrine of this country. It is a theory which presently we have no time to explore, but I believe that the statement in its present context carries an overtone of insubordination. 1 demerit. Mr. Culpepper, your imperturbable complacence irritates me. I prefer that you display more uncertainty, or even uneasiness. Sorry, sir. However, you took occasion to remind your colleagues of my rule, and so I will not mark you down. Thank you, sir. Henry Belt leaned back in the chair, stared at the ceiling. Listen closely, as I do not care to repeat myself. Take notes if you wish. Topic: Solar sails, theory and practice thereof. Material with which you should already be familiar, but which I will repeat in order to avoid ambiguity. First, why bother with the sail when nuclear jet ships are faster, more dependable, more direct, safer, and easier to navigate? The answer is threefold. First, a sail is not a bad way to move heavy cargo slowly but cheaply through space. Secondly, the range of the sail is unlimited, since we employ the mechanical pressure of light for thrust, and therefore need carry neither propulsive machinery, material to be ejected, nor energy source. The solar sail is much lighter than its nuclear-powered counterpart, and may carry a larger complement of men in a larger hull. Thirdly, to train a man for space, there is no better instrument than the handling of a sail. The computer naturally calculates sail cant and plots the course. In fact, without the computer, we'd be dead ducks. Nevertheless, the control of a sail provides working familiarity with the cosmic elementals: light, gravity, mass, space. There are 2 types of sail, pure and composite. The first relies on solar energy exclusively. The second carries a secondary power source. We have been assigned number 25, which is the first sort. It consists of a hull, a large parabolic reflector which serves as radar and radio antenna, as well as reflector for the power generator, and the sail itself. The pressure of radiation, of course, is extremely slight, on the order of an ounce per acre at this distance from the sun. Necessarily, the sail must be extremely large and extremely light. We use a fluorosiliconic film 1/10 of a mil in gauge, fogged with lithium to the state of opacity. I believe the layer of lithium is about 1,200 molecules thick. Such a foil weighs about 4 tons to the square mile. It is fitted to a hoop of thin-walled tubing, from which monocrystalline iron cords lead to the hull. We try to achieve a weight factor of 6 tons to the square mile, which produces an acceleration of between g100 and g1000 depending on proximity to the sun, angle of cant, circumsolar orbital speed, reflectivity of surface. These accelerations seem minute, but calculation shows them to be cumulatively enormous. G100 yields a velocity increment of 800 miles per hour every hour, 18,000 miles per hour each day, or 5 miles per second each day. At this rate, interplanetary distances are readily negotiable, with proper manipulation of the sail, I need hardly say. The virtues of the sail I've mentioned. It is cheap to build and cheap to operate. It requires neither fuel nor ejectant. As it travels through space, the great area captures various ions, which may be expelled in the plasma jet powered by the parabolic reflector, which adds another increment to the acceleration. The disadvantages of the sail are those of the glider or sailing ship, in that we must use natural forces with great precision and delicacy. There is no particular limit to the size of the sail. On 25 we use about 4 square miles of sail. For the present voyage we will install a new sail, as the old is well worn and eroded. That will be all for today. Once more Henry Belt limped down from the dais and out into the passage. On this occasion there were no comments after his departure. 2. The 8 cadets shared a dormitory, attended classes together, ate at the same table in the mess hall. "You think you know each other well," said Henry Belt. "Wait till we are alone in space. The similarities, the areas of agreement become invisible. Only the distinctions and differences remain." In various shops and laboratories, the cadets assembled, disassembled, and reassembled computers, pumps, generators, gyro platforms, star trackers, communication gear.
"It's not enough to be clever with your hands," said Henry Belt. "Dexterity is not enough. Resourcefulness, creativity, the ability to make successful improvisations, these are more important. We'll test you out."
And presently each of the cadets was introduced into a room on the floor of which lay a great heap of mingled housings, wires, flexes, gears, components of a dozen varieties of mechanism.
"This is a 26-hour test," said Henry Belt. "Each of you has an identical set of components and supplies. There shall be no exchange of parts or information between you. Those whom I suspect of this fault will be dropped from the class without recommendation. What I want you to build is, first, one standard MNX Mark IX computer. Second, a servo mechanism to orient a mass of 10 kilograms toward Mu Hercules." "Why do I specify Mu Hercules?"
"Because, sir, the solar system moves in the direction of Mu Hercules, and we thereby avoid parallax error, negligible though it may be, sir."
"The final comment smacks of frivolity, Mr. McGrath, which serves only to distract the attention of those who are trying to take careful note of my instructions. One demerit."
"Sorry, sir, I merely intended to express my awareness that for many practical purposes, such a degree of accuracy is unnecessary."
"That idea, cadet, is sufficiently elemental that it need not be labored. I appreciate brevity and precision."
"Yes, sir."
"Thirdly, from these materials, assemble a communication system operating on 100 watts, which will permit two-way conversation between Tycho Base and Phobos at whatever frequency you deem suitable."
The cadets started in identical fashion by sorting the material into various piles, then calibrating and checking the test instruments. Achievement thereafter was disparate. Culpeper and von Gluck, diagnosing the test as partly one of mechanical ingenuity and partly ordeal by frustration, failed to become excited when several indispensable components proved either to be missing or inoperative, and carried each project as far as immediately feasible. McGrath and Wesky, beginning with the computer, were reduced to rage and random action. Lynch and Sutton worked doggedly at the computer, Verona at the communication system. Culpeper alone managed to complete one of the instruments, by the process of sawing, polishing, and cementing together sections of two broken crystals into a crude, inefficient, but operative maser unit. The day after this test, McGrath and Wesky disappeared from the dormitory, whether by their own volition or notification from Henry Belt, no one ever knew. The test was followed by weekend leave. Cadet Lynch, attending a cocktail party, found himself in conversation with a Lieutenant Colonel Trenchard, who shook his head pityingly to hear that Lynch was training with Henry Belt.
"I was up with old horrors myself. I tell you, it's a miracle we ever got back. Belt was drunk 2/3 of the voyage."
"How does he escape court-martial?" asked Lynch with an involuntary glance over his shoulder, for fear that Henry Belt might be standing nearby with his red book.
"Very simple. All the top men seem to have trained under Henry Belt. Naturally, they hate his guts, but they all take a perverse pride in the fact. And maybe they hope that someday a cadet will take him apart."
"Have any ever tried?"
"Oh, yes. I took a swing at Henry once. I was lucky to escape with a broken collarbone and 2 sprained ankles. And he wasn't even angry. Good old Henry, the son of a bitch. If you come back alive, and that's no idle remark, you'll stand a good chance of reaching the top."
Lynch winced. "Is it worth 2 years with Henry Belt?"
"I don't regret it. Not now," said Trenchard. "What's your ship?"
"Old 25.
Trenchard shook his head. "An antique. It's tied together with bits of string."
"So I've heard," said Lynch glumly. "If I didn't have so much vanity, I'd quit tomorrow. Learn to sell insurance, or work in an office." The next evening, Henry Belt passed the word.
"Next Tuesday morning we go up. Have your gear packed. Take a last look at the scenes of your childhood. We'll be gone several months."
On Tuesday morning, the cadets took their places in the Angel wagon. Henry Belt presently appeared.
"Last chance to play it safe." Anyone decide they're really not space people after all?"
The pilot of the Angel wagon was disposed to be facetious. "Now, Henry, behave yourself. You're not scaring anybody but yourself." Henry Belt swung his flat, dark face around.
"Is that the case, mister? I'll pay you $10,000 to make the trip in place of one of the cads."
The pilot shook his head.
"Not for 100,000, Henry. One of these days your luck is going to run out, and there'll be a sad, quiet hulk drifting in orbit forever. I expect it, mister. If I wanted to die of fat belly, I'd take your job. If you'd stay sober, Henry, there might be an opening for you."
Henry Belt gave him his wolfish smile.
"I'm a better man drunk than you are sober, except for mouth. Any way you can think of, from dancing the fandango to Calcutta roughhouse."
"I'd be ashamed to thrash an old man, Henry. You're safe."
"Thank you, mister. If you are quite ready, we are."
"Hold your hats. On the count." The projectile thrust against the earth, strained, rose, went streaking up into the sky. An hour later, the pilot pointed. "There's your boat. Old 25. And 39 right beside it, just in from space." Henry Belt stared aghast from the port.
"What's been done to the ship? The decoration, the red, the white, the yellow, the checkerboard."
"Thanks some idiot of a landlubber," said the pilot. "The word came to pretty the old boats for a junket of congressmen. This is what transpired." Henry Belt turned to the cadets.
"Observe this foolishness. It is the result of vanity and ignorance. We will be occupied several days removing the paint."
They drifted close below the two sails, number 39 just down from space, spare and polished beside the bedizened structure of number 25. In 39's exit port, a group of men waited, their gear floating at the end of cords.
"Observe those men," said Henry Belt. "They are jaunty. They have been on a pleasant outing around the planet Mars. They are poorly trained. When you gentlemen return, you will be haggard and desperate. You will be well trained."
"If you live," said the pilot.
"That is something which cannot be foretold," said Henry Belt. "Now, gentlemen, clamp your helmets, and we will proceed."
The helmets were secured. Henry Belt's voice came by radio.
"Lynch, Ostrander will remain here to discharge cargo. Verona, Culpepper, Von Gluck, Sutton, leap with cords to the ship. Ferry across the cargo. Stow it in the proper hatches."
Henry Belt took charge of his personal cargo, which consisted of several large cases. He eased them out into space, clipped on lines, thrust them toward 25, leapt after. Pulling himself and the cases to the entrance port, he disappeared within. Discharge of cargo was effected. The crew from 39 transferred to the carrier, which thereupon swung down and away, thrust itself dwindling back toward Earth. When the cargo had been stowed, the cadets gathered in the wardroom. Henry Belt appeared from the master's cubicle. He wore a black t-shirt which was ridged and lumped to the configuration of his chest, black shorts from which his thin legs extended, and sandals with magnetic filaments in the soles.
"Gentlemen," said Henry Belt in a soft voice, "at last we are alone. How do you like the surroundings? Eh, Mr. Culpepper?"
"The hull is commodious, sir. The view is superb." Henry Belt nodded.
"Mr. Lynch, your impressions?"
"I'm afraid I haven't sorted them out yet, sir."
"I see. You, Mr. Sutton?"
"Space is larger than I imagined it, sir."
"True. Space is unimaginable. A good spaceman must either be larger than space or he must ignore it. Both difficult. Well, gentlemen, I will make a few comments, then I will retire and enjoy the voyage. Since this is my last time out, I intend to do nothing whatever. The operation of the ship will be completely in your hands. I will merely appear from time to time to beam benevolently about, or, alas, to make marks in my red book. Nominally, I shall be in command, but you six will enjoy complete control over the ship. If you return us safely to Earth, I will make an approving entry in my red book. If you wreck us or fling us into the sun, you will be more unhappy than I, since it is my destiny to die in space. Mr. Von Gluck, do I perceive a smirk on your face?" No, sir, it is a thoughtful half-smile. What is humorous in the concept of my demise, may I ask? It will be a great tragedy, sir. I was merely reflecting upon the contemporary persistence of, well, not exactly superstition, but, let us say, the conviction of a subjective cosmos. Henry Belt made a notation in the Red Book. Whatever is meant by this barbaric jargon, I'm sure I don't know, Mr. von Gluck. It is clear that you fancy yourself a philosopher and dialectician. I will not fault this, so long as your remarks conceal no overtones of malice and insolence, to which I am extremely sensitive. Now, as to the persistence of superstition. Only an impoverished mind considers itself the repository of absolute knowledge. Hamlet spoke on this subject to Horatio, as I recall, in the well-known work by William Shakespeare. I myself have seen strange and terrifying sights. Were they hallucinations? Were they the manipulation of the cosmos by my mind, or the mind of someone, or something, other than myself? I do not know. I therefore counsel a flexible attitude toward matters where the truth is still unknown. For this reason, the impact of an inexplicable experience may well destroy a mind which is too brittle. Do I make myself clear? Perfectly, sir. Very good. To return, then. We shall set a system of watches whereby each man works in turn with each of the other 5. I thereby hope to discourage the formation of special friendships or cliques. Such arrangements irritate me, and I shall mark accordingly. You have inspected the ship. The hull is a sandwich of lithium, beryllium, insulating foam, fiber, and an interior skin. Very light, held rigid by air pressure rather than by any innate strength of the material. We can therefore afford enough space to stretch our legs and provide all of us with privacy. The master's cubicle is to the left. Under no circumstances is anyone permitted in my quarters. If you wish to speak to me, knock on my door. If I appear, good. If I do not appear, go away. To the right are 6 cubicles which you may now distribute among yourselves by lot. Each of you has the right to demand the same privacy I do myself. Keep your personal belongings in your cubicles. I have been known to cast into space articles which I persistently find strewn about the wardroom. Your schedule will be 2 hours study, 4 hours on watch, 6 hours off. I will require no specific rate of study progress, but I recommend that you make good use of your time. Our destination is Mars. We will presently construct a new sail. Then, while orbital velocity builds up, you will carefully test and check all equipment aboard. Each of you will compute sail cant and course and work out among yourselves any discrepancies which may appear. I shall take no hand in navigation. I prefer that you involve me in no disaster. If any such occur, I shall severely mark down the persons responsible. Singing, whistling, humming are forbidden, as are sniffing, nose-picking, smacking the lips, and cracking knuckles. I disapprove of fear and hysteria, and mark accordingly. No one dies more than once. We are well aware of the risks of this, our chosen occupation. There will be no practical jokes. You may fight, so long as you do not disturb me or break any instruments. However, I counsel against it, as it leads to resentment, and I have known cadets to kill each other. I suggest coolness and detachment in your personal relations. Use of the microfilm projector is, of course, at your own option. You may not use the radio either to dispatch or receive messages. In fact, I have put the radio out of commission, as is my practice. I do this to emphasize the fact that, sink or swim, we must make do with our own resources. Are there any questions? Very good. You will find that if you all behave with scrupulous correctness and accuracy, we shall in due course return safe and sound, with a minimum of demerits and no casualties. I am bound to say, however, that in 12 previous voyages, this has failed to occur. Perhaps this will be the time, sir, offered Culpepper suavely. We shall see. Now, you may select your cubicles, stow your gear, generally make the place shipshape. The carrier will bring up the new sail tomorrow, and you will go to work. 3. The carrier discharged a great bundle of 3-inch tubing, paper-thin lithium hardened with beryllium, reinforced with filaments of monocrystalline iron, a total length of 8 miles. The cadets fitted the tubes end to end, cementing the joints.
When the tube extended a quarter-mile, it was bent bow-shaped by a cord stretched between two ends, and further sections added. As the process continued, the free end curved far out and around, and presently began to veer back in toward the hull. When the last tube was in place, the loose end was hauled down, socketed home, to form a great hoop 2.5 miles in diameter. Henry Belt came out occasionally in his spacesuit to look on, and occasionally spoke a few words of sardonic comment, to which the cadets paid little heed. Their mood had changed. This was exhilaration, to be weightlessly afloat above the bright cloud-marked globe, with continent and ocean wheeling massively below. Anything seemed possible, even the training voyage with Henry Belt. When he came out to inspect their work, they grinned at each other with indulgent amusement. Henry Belt suddenly seemed a rather pitiful creature, a poor vagabond suited only for drunken bluster. Fortunate indeed that they were less naive than Henry Belt's previous classes. They had taken Belt seriously. He had cowed them, reduced them to nervous pulp. Not this crew, not by a long shot. They saw through Henry Belt. Just keep your nose clean, do your work, keep cheerful. The training voyage won't last but a few months, and then real life begins. Gut it out. Ignore Henry Belt as much as possible. Already the group had made a composite assessment of its members, arriving at a set of convenient labels. Culpeper, smooth, suave, easygoing. Lynch, excitable, argumentative, hot-tempered. Von Gluck, the artistic temperament, delicate with his hands and sensibilities. Ostrander, prissy, finicky, over-tidy. Sutton, moody, suspicious, competitive. Verona, the plugger, rough at the edges, but persistent and reliable. Around the hull swung the gleaming hoop, and now the carrier brought up the sail, a great roll of darkly shining stuff. When unfolded and unfolded many times more, it became a tough gleaming film, flimsy as gold leaf. Unfolded to its fullest extent, it was a shimmering disk, already rippling and bulging to the light of the sun. The cadets fitted the film to the hoop, stretched it taut as a drumhead, cemented it in place. Now the sail must carefully be held edge-on to the sun, or it would quickly move away, under a thrust of about 100 pounds. From the rim, braided iron threads were led to a ring at the back of the parabolic reflector, dwarfing this as the reflector dwarfed the hull, and now the sail was ready to move. The carrier brought up a final cargo: water, food, spare parts, a new magazine for the microfilm viewer, mail. Then Henry Belt said, "Make sail." This was the process of turning the sail to catch the sunlight while the hull moved around Earth away from the sun, canting it parallel to the sun rays when the ship moved on the sunward leg of its orbit. In short, building up an orbital velocity which in due course would stretch loose the bonds of terrestrial gravity and send Sail 25 kiting out toward Mars. During this period, the cadets checked every item of equipment aboard the vessel. They grimaced with disgust and dismay at some of the instruments. 25 was an old ship, with antiquated gear. Henry Belt seemed to enjoy their grumbling. "This is a training voyage, not a pleasure cruise. If you wanted your noses wiped, you should have taken a post on the ground. I warn you, gentlemen, I have no sympathy for fault-finders. If you wish a model by which to form your own conduct, observe me. I accept every vicissitude placidly. You will never hear me curse or flap my arms in astonishment at the turns of fortune." The moody, introspective Sutton, usually the most diffident and laconic of individuals, ventured an ill-advised witticism. "If we modeled ourselves after you, sir, there'd be no room to move for the whiskey." Out came the red book. "Extraordinary impudence, Mr. Sutton. How can you yield so easily to malice? You must control the razor edge of your wit. You will make yourself unpopular aboard this ship." Sutton flushed pink. His eyes glistened. He opened his mouth to speak, then closed it firmly. Henry Belt, waiting, politely expectant, turned away. "You gentlemen will perceive that I rigorously obey my own rules of conduct. I am regular as a clock. There is no better, more genial shipmate than Henry Belt. There is not a fairer man alive. Mr. Culpeper, you have a remark to make?" "Nothing of consequence, sir. I am merely grateful not to be making a voyage with a man less regular, less genial, and less fair than yourself. Henry Belt considered. I suppose I can take no exception to the remark. There is indeed a hint of tartness and glancing obloquy. But, well, I will grant you the benefit of the doubt and accept your statement at its face value. Thank you, sir. But I must warn you, Mr. Culpepper, that there is a certain ease to your behavior that gives me cause for distress. I counsel you to a greater show of earnest sincerity, which will minimize the risk of misunderstanding. A man less indulgent than myself might well have read impertinence into your remark and charged you one demerit. I understand, sir, and shall cultivate the qualities you mention. Henry Belt found nothing more to say. He went to the port, glared out at the sail. He swung around instantly. Who is on watch? Sutton and Ostrander, sir. Gentlemen, have you noticed the sail? It has swung about and is canting to show its back to the sun. In another 10 minutes we shall be tangled in 100 miles of guy wires. Sutton and Ostrander sprang to repair the situation. Henry Belt shook his head disparagingly. This is precisely what is meant by the words negligence and inattentiveness. You two have committed a serious error. This is poor spacemanship. The sail must always be in such a position as to hold the wires taut. There seems to be something wrong with the sensor, sir, Sutton blurted. It should notify us when the sail swings behind us. I fear I must charge you an additional demerit for making excuses, Mr. Sutton. It is your duty to assure yourself that all the warning devices are functioning properly at all times. Machinery must never be used as a substitute for vigilance. Ostrander looked up from the control console. Someone has turned off the switch, sir. I do not offer this as an excuse, but as an explanation. The line of distinction is often hard to define, Mr. Ostrander. Please bear in mind my remarks on the subject of vigilance. Yes, sir, but who turned off the switch? Both you and Mr. Sutton are theoretically hard at work watching for any such accident or occurrence. Did you not observe it? No, sir. I might almost accuse you of further inattention and neglect in this case. Ostrander gave Henry Belt a long, dubious side glance. The only person I recall going near the console is yourself, sir. I'm sure you wouldn't do such a thing. Henry Belt shook his head sadly. In space, you must never rely on anyone for rational conduct. A few moments ago, Mr. Sutton unfairly imputed to me an unusual thirst for whiskey. Suppose this were the case. Suppose, as an example of pure irony, that I had indeed been drinking whiskey, that I was, in fact, drunk. I will agree, sir, that anything is possible. Henry Belt shook his head again. That is the type of remark, Mr. Ostrander, that I have come to associate with Mr. Culpepper. A better response would have been, in the future, I will try to be ready for any conceivable contingency. Mr. Sutton, did you make a hissing sound between your teeth? I was breathing, sir. Please breathe with less vehemence. A more suspicious man than myself might mark you for sulking and harboring black thoughts. Sorry, sir, I will breathe to myself. Very well, Mr. Sutton. Henry Belt turned away and wandered back and forth about the wardroom, scrutinizing cases, frowning at smudges on polished metal. Ostrander muttered something to Sutton, and both watched Henry Belt closely as he moved here and there. Presently Henry Belt lurched toward them. You show great interest in my movements, gentlemen. We were on the watch for another unlikely contingency, sir. Very good, Mr. Ostrander. Stick with it. In space, nothing is impossible. I'll vouch for this personally. 4. Henry Belt sent all hands out to remove the paint from the surface of the parabolic reflector. When this had been accomplished, incident sunlight was now focused upon an expanse of photoelectric cells. The power so generated was used to operate plasma jets, expelling ions collected by the vast expanse of sail, further accelerating the ship, thrusting it ever out into an orbit of escape. And finally, one day, at an exact instant dictated by the computer, the ship departed from Earth and floated tangentially out into space, off at an angle for the orbit of Mars. At an acceleration of g100, velocity built up rapidly. Earth dwindled behind. The ship was isolated in space. The cadet's exhilaration vanished, to be replaced by an almost funereal solemnity. The vision of Earth dwindling and retreating is an awesome symbol, equivalent to eternal loss, to the act of dying itself. The more impressionable cadets, Sutton, von Gluck, Ostrander, could not look astern without finding their eyes swimming with tears. Even the suave Culpepper was awed by the magnificence of the spectacle, the sun an aching pit not to be tolerated, Earth a plump pearl rolling on black velvet among a myriad glittering diamonds. And away from Earth, away from the sun, opened an exalted magnificence of another order entirely. For the first time, the cadets became dimly aware that Henry Belt had spoken truly of strange visions. Here was death, here was peace, solitude, star-blazing beauty which promised not oblivion in death, but eternity. Streams and spatters of stars, the familiar constellations, the stars with their prideful names presenting themselves like heroes, Achernar, Fomalhaut, Sadal-Sud, Canopus. Sutton could not bear to look into the sky. "It's not that I feel fear," he told von Gluck. "Or yes, perhaps it is fear. It sucks at me, draws me out there. I suppose in due course I'll become accustomed to it." "I'm not so sure," said von Gluck. "I wouldn't be surprised if space could become a psychological addiction, a need, so that whenever you walked on Earth, you felt hot and breathless." Life settled into a routine. Henry Belt no longer seemed a man, but a capricious aspect of nature, like storm or lightning, and like some natural cataclysm, Henry Belt showed no favoritism, nor forgave one jot or tittle of offense. Apart from the private cubicles, no place on the ship escaped his attention. Always he reeked of whiskey, and it became a matter of covert speculation as to exactly how much whiskey he had brought aboard. But no matter how he reeked or how he swayed on his feet, his eyes remained clever and steady, and he spoke without slurring in his paradoxically clear, sweet voice. One day he seemed slightly drunker than usual, and ordered all hands into spacesuits and out to inspect the sail for meteoric puncture. The order seemed sufficiently odd that the cadets stared at him in disbelief. "Gentlemen, you hesitate, you fail to exert yourselves, you luxuriate in sloth. Do you fancy yourselves at the Riviera? Into the spacesuits, on the double, and a demerit to the last man dressed." The last man proved to be Culpepper. "Well, sir," demanded Henry Belt, "you have earned yourself a mark. Is it below your dignity to compete?" Culpepper considered. "Well, sir, that might be the case. Somebody had to get the demerit, and I figured it might as well be me." "I deplore your attitude, Mr. Culpepper. I interpret it as an act of deliberate defiance." "Sorry, sir, I don't mean it that way." "You feel then that I am mistaken?" Henry Belt studied Culpepper carefully. "Yes, sir," said Culpepper with engaging simplicity. "You are absolutely wrong. My attitude is not one of defiance. I think I would call it fatalism. I look at it this way. If it turns out that I accumulate so many demerits that you hold back my commission, then perhaps I wasn't cut out for the job in the first place." For a moment, Henry Belt had nothing to say. Then he grinned wolfishly. "We shall see, Mr. Culpepper. I assure you that at the present moment I am far from being confident of your abilities. Now, everybody into space. Check hoop, sail, reflector, struts, and sensor. You will be adrift for 2 hours. When you return, I want a comprehensive report. Mr. Lynch, I believe you are in charge of this watch. You will present the report." "Yes, sir." "One more matter. You will notice that the sail is slightly bellied by the continual radiation pressure. It therefore acts as a focusing device, the focal point presumably occurring behind the cab. But this is not a matter to be taken for granted. I have seen a man burnt to death in such a freak accident. Bear this in mind." For 2 hours, the cadets drifted through space, propelled by tanks of gas and thrust tubes. All enjoyed the experience except Sutton, who found himself appalled by the immensity of his emotions. Probably least affected was the practical Verona, who inspected the sail with a care exacting enough even to satisfy Henry Belt. The next day the computer went wrong. Ostrander was in charge of the watch and knocked on Henry Belt's door to make the report. Henry Belt appeared in the doorway. He apparently had been asleep.
"What is the difficulty, Mr. Ostrander?"
"We're in trouble, sir. The computer has gone out." Henry Belt rubbed his grizzled pate.
"This is not an unusual circumstance. We prepare for this contingency by schooling all cadets thoroughly in computer design and repair. Have you identified the difficulty?"
"The bearings which suspend the data separation disks have broken. The shaft has several millimeters play, and as a result there is total confusion in the data presented to the analyzer."
"An interesting problem. Why do you present it to me?"
"I thought you should be notified, sir. I don't believe we carry spares for this particular bearing." Henry Belt shook his head sadly.
"Mr. Ostrander, do you recall my statement at the beginning of this voyage that you 6 gentlemen are totally responsible for the navigation of the ship?"
"Yes, sir, but
this is an applicable situation. You must either repair the computer or perform the calculations yourself."
"Very well, sir. I will do my best." 5. Lynch, Verona, Ostrander, and Sutton disassembled the mechanism, removed the worn bearing.
"Confounded antique," said Lynch. "Why can't they give us decent equipment? Or if they want to kill us, why not shoot us and save us all trouble?"
"We're not dead yet," said Verona. "You've looked for a spare?"
"Naturally. There's nothing remotely like this."
Verona looked at the bearing dubiously.
"I suppose we could cast a Babbitt sleeve and machine it to fit. That's what we'll have to do, unless you fellows are awfully fast with your math."
Sutton glanced out the port, quickly turned away his eyes. "I wonder if we should cut sail."
"Why?"
asked Ostrander. "We don't want to build up too much velocity. We're already going 30 miles a second. Mars is a long way off. And if we miss, we go shooting past. Then where are we?" "Sutton, you're a pessimist. Ashamed to find morbid tendencies in one so young." This from von Gluck, speaking from the console across the room.
"I'd rather be a live pessimist than a dead comedian."
The new sleeve was duly cast, machined, and fitted. Anxiously, the alignment of the data disks was checked. "Well," said Verona dubiously, "there's wobble. How much that affects the functioning remains to be seen. We can take some of it out by shimming the mount." Shims of tissue paper were inserted, and the wobble seemed to be reduced. "Now, feed in the data," said Sutton. "Let's see how we stand." Coordinates were fed into the system. The indicator swung. "Enlarged sail cant 4 degrees, said von Gluck. "We're making too much left concentric. Projected course." He tapped buttons, watched the bright line extend across the screen, swing around a dot representing the center of gravity of Mars. "I make it an elliptical pass about 20,000 miles out. That's at present acceleration, and it should toss us right back at Earth." "Great, simply great. Let's go, 25. This was Lynch. "I've heard of guys dropping flat on their faces and kissing Earth when they put down. Me? I'm going to live in a cave the rest of my life." Sutton went to look at the data disks. The wobble was slight but perceptible. "Good Lord," he said huskily. "The other end of the shaft is loose, too." Lynch started to spit curses. Verona's shoulders slumped. "Let's get to work and fix it." Another bearing was cast, machined, polished, mounted. The disks wobbled, scraped. Mars, an ochre disk, shouldered ever closer in from the side. With the computer unreliable, the cadets calculated and plotted the course manually. The results were at slight but significant variance with those of the computer. The cadets looked dourly at each other. "Well," growled Ostrander, "there's error. Is it the instruments, the calculation, the plotting, or the computer?" Culpepper said in a subdued voice, "Well, we're not about to crash head-on at any rate." Verona went back to study the computer. "I can't imagine why the bearings don't work better. The mounting brackets. Could they have shifted?" He removed the side housing, studied the frame, then went to the case for tools. "What are you going to do?" demanded Sutton. "Try to ease the mounting brackets around. I think that's our trouble." "Leave them alone. You'll bugger the machine so it'll never work." Verona paused, looked questioningly around the group. Well, what's the verdict? Maybe we'd better check with the old man, said Ostrander nervously. All well and good, but you know what he'll say. Let's deal cards. Ace of spades goes to ask him. Culpepper received the ace. He knocked on Henry Belt's door. There was no response. He started to knock again, but restrained himself. He returned to the group. Wait till he shows himself. I'd rather crash into Mars than bring forth Henry Belt and his red book. The ship crossed the orbit of Mars well ahead of the looming red planet. It came toppling at them with a peculiar clumsy grandeur, a mass obviously bulky and globular, but so fine and clear was the detail, so absent the perspective, that the distance and size might have been anything. Instead of swinging in a sharp elliptical curve back toward Earth, the ship swerved aside in a blunt hyperbola and proceeded outward, now at a velocity of close to 50 miles a second. Mars receded astern and to the side. A new part of space lay ahead. The sun was noticeably smaller. Earth could no longer be differentiated from the stars. Mars departed quickly and politely, and space seemed lonely and forlorn. Henry Belt had not appeared for 2 days. At last Culpepper went to knock on the door. Once, twice, 3 times. A strange face looked out. It was Henry Belt. Face haggard, skin like pulled taffy. His eyes were red and glared. His hair seemed matted and more unkempt than hair a 1/4 inch long should be. But he spoke in his quiet, clear voice. Mr. Culpepper, your merciless din has disturbed me. I am quite put out with you. Sorry, sir, we feared that you were ill. Henry Belt made no response. He looked past Culpepper, around the circle of faces. You gentlemen are unwontedly serious. Has this presumptive illness of mine caused you all distress? Sutton spoke in a rush. The computer is out of order. Why, then, you must repair it. It's a matter of altering the housing. If we do it incorrectly, Mr. Sutton, please do not harass me with the hour-by-hour minutiae of running the ship. But, sir, the matter has become serious. We need your advice. We missed the Mars turnaround. Well, I suppose there's always Jupiter. Must I explain the basic elements of astrogation to you? But the computer's out of order. Definitely. Then, if you wish to return to Earth, you must perform the calculations with pencil and paper. Why is it necessary to explain the obvious? Jupiter is a long way out, said Sutton in a shrill voice. Why can't we just turn around and go home? This last was almost a whisper. I see I've been too easy on you cads, said Henry Belt. You stand around idly. You chatter nonsense while the machinery goes to pieces and the ship flies at random. Everybody into spacesuits for sail inspection. Come now, let's have some snap. What are you all, walking corpses? You, Mr. Culpepper, why the delay? It occurred to me, sir, that we are approaching the asteroid belt. As chief of the watch, I consider it my duty to can't sail to swing us around the area. You may do this, then join the rest in hull and sail inspection. Yes, sir. The cadets donned spacesuits, Sutton with the utmost reluctance. Out into the dark void they went, and now here was loneliness indeed. When they returned, Henry Belt had returned to his compartment. As Mr. Belt points out, we have no great choice, said Ostrander. We missed Mars, so let's hit Jupiter. Luckily it's in good position, otherwise we'd have to swing out to Saturn or Uranus. They're off behind the sun, said Lynch. Jupiter's our last chance. Let's do it right then. I say let's make one last attempt to set those confounded bearings. But now it seemed as if the wobble and twist had been eliminated. The discs tracked perfectly. The accuracy monitor glowed green. Great, yelled Lynch. Feed it the dope. Let's get going. All sail for Jupiter. Good Lord, but we're having a trip. Wait till it's over, said Sutton. Since his return from sail inspection, he had stood to one side, cheeks pinched, eyes staring. It's not over yet. And maybe it's not meant to be. The other 5 pretended not to have heard him. The computer spat out figures and angles. There was 1 billion miles to travel. Acceleration was less, due to the diminution in the intensity of sunlight. At least a month must pass before Jupiter came close. 6. The ship, great sail spread to the fading sunlight, fled like a ghost, out, always out. Each of the cadets had quietly performed the same calculation and arrived at the same result. If the swing around Jupiter were not performed with exactitude, if the ship were not slung back like a stone on a string, there was nothing beyond. Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto were far around the sun. The ship, speeding at 100 miles a second, could not be halted by the waning gravity of the sun, nor yet sufficiently accelerated in a concentric direction by sail and jet into a true orbit. The very nature of the sail made it useless as a brake. Always the thrust was outward. Within the hull, 7 men lived and thought, and the psychic relationship worked and stirred like yeast in a vat of decaying fruit. The fundamental similarity, the human identity of the 7 men, was utterly cancelled. Apparent only were the disparities. Each cadet appeared to others only as a walking characteristic, and Henry Belt was an incomprehensible thing, who appeared from his compartment at unpredictable times, to move quietly here and there with the blind blank grin of an archaic attic hero. Jupiter loomed and bulked. The ship, at last within reach of the Jovian gravity, sidled over to meet it. The cadets gave ever more careful attention to the computer, checking and counter-checking the instructions. Verona was the most assiduous at this, Sutton the most harassed and ineffectual. Lynch growled and cursed and sweated. Ostrander complained in a thin, peevish voice. Von Gluck worked with the calm of pessimistic fatalism. Culpeper seemed unconcerned, almost debonair, a blandness which bewildered Ostrander, infuriated Lynch, awoke a malignant hate in Sutton. Verona and Von Gluck, on the other hand, seemed to derive strength and refreshment from Culpeper's placid acceptance of the situation. Henry Belt said nothing. Occasionally, he emerged from his compartment to survey the wardroom and the cadets with the detached interest of a visitor to an asylum. It was Lynch who made the discovery. He signaled it with an odd growl of sheer dismay, which brought a resonant questioning sound from Sutton. My God, muttered Lynch. Verona was at his side. What's the trouble? Look, this gear. When we replaced the discs, we dephased the whole apparatus 1 notch. This white dot and this other white dot should synchronize. They're 1 sprocket apart. All the results would check and be consistent because they'd all be off by the same factor. Verona sprang into action. Off came the housing, off came various components. Gently, he lifted the gear, set it back into correct alignment. The other cadets leaned over him as he worked, except Culpeper, who was chief of the watch. Henry Belt appeared. You gentlemen are certainly diligent in your navigation, he said presently. Perfectionists, almost. We do our best, grated Lynch between set teeth. It's a damn shame sending us out with a machine like this. The red book appeared. Mr. Lynch, I mark you down not for your private sentiments, which are of course yours to entertain, but for voicing them and thereby contributing to an unhealthy atmosphere of despairing and hysterical pessimism. A tide of red crept up from Lynch's neck. He bent over the computer, made no comment. But Sutton suddenly cried out, What else do you expect from us? Do you think we're fish or insects? We came out here to learn, not to suffer or to fly on forever. He gave a ghastly laugh. Henry Belt listened patiently. Think of it, cried Sutton. The 7 of us, in this capsule, forever. All of us must die in due course, Mr. Sutton. I expect to die in space. I'm not afraid of death. But Sutton's voice trailed off as he glanced toward the port. I am afraid that I must charge you 2 demerits for your outburst, Mr. Sutton. A good spaceman maintains his dignity at all costs and values it more than his life. Lynch looked up from the computer. Well, now we've got a corrected reading. Do you know what it says? Henry Belt turned him a look of polite inquiry. We're going to miss, said Lynch. We're going to pass by just as we passed Mars. Jupiter is pulling us around and sending us out toward Gemini. The silence was thick in the room. Sutton seemed to whisper something, soundlessly. Henry Belt turned to look at Culpepper, who was standing by the porthole, photographing Jupiter with his personal camera. "Mr. Culpepper." "Yes, sir." "You seem unconcerned by the prospect which Mr. Sutton has set forth." "I hope it's not imminent, sir." "How do you propose to avoid it?" "I imagine that we will radio for help, sir." "You forget that I have destroyed the radio." "I remember noting a crate marked radio parts stored in the starboard jet pod." "I am sorry to disillusion you, Mr. Culpepper. That case is mislabeled." Ostrander jumped to his feet, left the wardroom. There was the sound of moving crates. A moment of silence. Then he returned. He glared at Henry Belt. "Whiskey. Bottles of whiskey." Henry Belt nodded. "I told you as much." "But now we have no radio," said Lynch in an ugly voice. "We never have had a radio, Mr. Lynch. You were warned that you would have to depend on your own resources to bring us home. You have failed, and in the process doomed me as well as yourself. Incidentally, I must mark you all down 10 demerits for a faulty cargo check." "Demerits," said Ostrander in a bleak voice. "Now, Mr. Culpepper," said Henry Belt, "what is your next proposal?" "I don't know, sir." Verona spoke in a placatory voice. "What would you do, sir, if you were in our position?" Henry Belt shook his head. "I am an imaginative man, Mr. Verona, but there are certain leaps of the mind which are beyond my powers." He returned to his compartment. Von Gluck looked curiously at Culpepper. "It is a fact. You're not at all concerned." "Oh, I'm concerned. But I believe that Mr. Belt wants to get home, too. He's too good a spaceman not to know exactly what he's doing." The door from Henry Belt's compartment slid back. Henry Belt stood in the opening. "Mr. Culpepper, I chanced to overhear your remark, and I now note down 10 demerits against you. This attitude expresses a complacence as dangerous as Mr. Sutton's utter funk. You rely on my capabilities. Mr. Sutton is afraid to rely on his own. This is not the first time I have cautioned you against this easy vice." "Very sorry, sir." Henry Belt looked about the room. "Pay no heed to Mr. Culpepper. He is wrong. Even if I could repair this disaster, I would not raise a hand. For I expect to die in space." 7. The sail was canted vectorless, edgewise to the sun. Jupiter was a smudge astern. There were 5 cadets in the wardroom. Culpepper, Verona, and Von Gluck sat talking in low voices. Ostrander and Lynch lay crouched, arms to knees, faces to the wall. Sutton had gone 2 days before. Quietly donning his spacesuit, he had stepped into the exit chamber and thrust himself headlong into space. A propulsion unit gave him added speed, and before any of the cadets could intervene, he was gone. He had left a short note. "I fear the void because of the terrible attraction of its glory. I briefly felt the exaltation when we went out on sail inspection, and I fought it back. Now, since we must die, I will die this way, by embracing this black radiance, by giving myself wholly. Do not be sorry for me. I will die mad, but the madness will be ecstasy." Henry Belt, when shown the note, merely shrugged. "Mr. Sutton was perhaps too imaginative and emotional to make a sound spaceman. He could not have been relied upon in any emergency." And his sardonic glance seemed to include the rest of them. Shortly thereafter, Lynch and Ostrander succumbed to inanition, a kind of despondent helplessness, manic depression in its most stupefying phase. Culpepper the suave, Verona the pragmatic, and Von Gluck the sensitive remained. They spoke quietly to themselves, out of earshot of Henry Belt's room. "I still believe," said Culpepper, "that somehow there is a means to get ourselves out of this mess, and that Henry Belt knows it." Verona said, "I wish I could think so. We've been over it 100 times. If we set sail for Saturn or Neptune or Uranus, The outward vector of thrust plus the outward vector of our momentum will take us far beyond Pluto before we're anywhere near. The plasma jets could stop us if we had enough energy, but the shield can't supply it and we don't have another power source. Von Gluck hit his fist into his hand. "Gentlemen," he said in a soft, delighted voice. Culpepper and Verona stared at him, absorbing warmth from the light in his face. "Gentlemen," said Von Gluck, "I believe we have sufficient energy at hand. We will use the sail. Remember, it is bellied. It can function as a mirror. It spreads 5 square miles of surface. Sunlight out here is thin, but so long as we collect enough of it—" "I understand," said Culpepper. "We back off the hull till the reactor is at the focus of the sail and turn on the jets." Verona said dubiously, "We'll still be receiving radiation pressure, and what's worse, the jets will impinge back on the sail. Effect cancellation. We'll be nowhere." "If we cut the center out of the sail, just enough to allow the plasma through, we'd beat that objection. And as for the radiation pressure, we'll surely do better with the plasma drive." "What do we use to make plasma? We don't have the stock." "Anything that can be ionized. The radio, the computer, your shoes, my shirt, Culpepper's camera, Henry Belt's whiskey." 8. The Angel wagon came up to meet Sail 25, in orbit beside Sail 40, which was just making ready to take out a new crew. Henry Belt said, "Gentlemen, I beg that you leave no trash, rubbish, old clothing aboard. There is nothing more troublesome than coming aboard an untidy ship. While we wait for the lighter to discharge, I suggest that you give the ship a final thorough policing." The cargo carrier drifted near, eased into position. 3 men sprang across space to Sail 40, a few hundred yards behind 25, tossed lines back to the carrier, pulled bales of cargo and equipment across the gap. The 5 cadets and Henry Belt, clad in spacesuits, stepped out into the sunlight. Earth spread below, green and blue, white and brown, the contours so precious and dear to bring tears to the eyes. The cadets transferring cargo to Sail 40 gazed at them curiously as they worked. At last they were finished, and the 6 men of Sail 25 boarded the carrier. "Back safe and sound, eh, Henry?" said the pilot. "Well, I'm always surprised." Henry Belt made no answer. The cadets stowed their cargo, and standing by the port, took a final look at Sail 25. The carrier retrojetted. The 2 sails seemed to rise above them. The lighter nosed in and out of the atmosphere, braking, extended its wings, glided to an easy landing on the Mojave Desert. The cadets, their legs suddenly loose and weak to the unaccustomed gravity, limped after Henry Belt to the carryall, seated themselves, and were conveyed to the administration complex. They alighted from the carryall, and now Henry Belt motioned the 5 to the side. "Here, gentlemen, is where I leave you. I go my way, you go yours. Tonight I will check my red book, and after various adjustments, I will prepare my official report. But I believe I can present you an unofficial resume of my impressions. First of all, this is neither my best nor my worst class. Mr. Lynch and Mr. Ostrander, I feel that you are ill-suited either for command or for any situation which might inflict prolonged emotional pressure upon you. I cannot recommend you for space duty. Mr. Von Gluck, Mr. Culpepper, and Mr. Verona, all of you meet my minimum requirements for a recommendation, although I shall write the words especially recommended only beside the names Clyde Von Gluck and Marcus Verona. You brought the sail back to Earth by essentially faultless navigation. It means that if I am to fulfill my destiny, I must make at least one more voyage into space. So now our association ends. I trust you have profited by it." Henry Belt nodded briefly to each of the 5 and limped off around the building. The cadets looked after him. Culpepper reached in his pocket and brought forth a pair of small metal objects which he displayed in his palm. "Recognize these?" "Humph," said Lynch in a flat voice. "Bearings for the computer disks. The original ones. I found them in the little spare parts tray. They weren't there before." Von Gluck nodded. The machinery always seemed to fail immediately after sail check, as I recall. Lynch drew in his breath with a sharp hiss. He turned, strode away. Ostrander followed him. Culpepper shrugged. To Verona he gave one of the bearings, to von Gluck the other. For souvenirs, or medals. You fellows deserve them. Thanks, Ed, said von Gluck. Thanks, muttered Verona. I'll make a stick pin of this thing. The three, not able to look at each other, glanced up into the sky where the first stars of twilight were appearing, then continued on into the building where family and friends and sweethearts awaited them. Afterward to Sail 25. Several years ago, Celia Goldsmith edited Amazing Stories. One evening at the home of Poul Anderson, she produced a set of cover illustrations, which she had bought by the dozen for reasons of economy, and asked those present to formulate stories based upon them. Poul rather gingerly accepted a cover whose subject I forget. Frank Herbert was assigned the representation of a human head, with a cutaway revealing an inferno of hellfire, scurrying half-human creatures, and the paraphernalia of a nuclear power plant. I was rather more fortunate and received a picture purporting to display a fleet of spaceships driven by sun sails. Theoretically, the idea is sound, and space scientists have long included this concept among their speculations for future planetary voyages. Astrogation, of course, becomes immensely complex, but by carefully canting the sail and using planetary and/or solar gravities, any region of the solar system may be visited, not always by the most direct route, but neither did the clipper ships sail great circle routes. The disadvantages are the complication of the gear and the tremendous expanse of sail, to be measured in square miles, necessary to accelerate any massive ship to any appreciable velocity within a reasonable time span. Which brings me back to my cover picture. The artist, no doubt for purposes of artistry, had depicted the ships with sails about the size of spinnakers for a 12-meter, which at Earth radius from the Sun would possibly produce as much as 1 fly power of thrust. Additionally, the sails were painted in gaudy colors, in defiance of the conventional wisdom which specifies that sun sails shall be flimsy membranes of plastic, coated with a film of reflective metal a few molecules thick. Still, no matter how illogical the illustration, I felt that I must justify each detail by one means or another. After considerable toil, I succeeded, with enormous gratitude that I had not been selected to write about the cutaway head which had been the lot of Frank Herbert. Jack Vance, 1976. The Gift of Gab. Middle afternoon had come to the shallows, the wind had died, the sea was listless and spread with silken gloss. In the south, a black broom of rain hung under the clouds, elsewhere the air was thick with pink murk. Thick crusts of seaweed floated over the shallows. One of these supported the biominerals raft, a metal rectangle 200 feet long, 100 feet wide. At 4 o'clock, an air horn high on the mast announced the change of shift. Sam Fletcher, assistant superintendent, came out of the mess hall, crossed the deck to the office, slid back the door, looked in. Where Carl Raitt usually sat, filling out his production report, the chair was empty. Fletcher looked over his shoulder, down the deck toward the processing house, but Raitt was nowhere in sight. Strange. Fletcher crossed the office, checked the day's tonnage. Rhodium trichloride, 4.01. Tantalum sulfide, 0.87. Tripyridyl renachloride, 0.43. The gross tonnage, by Fletcher's calculations, came to 5.31, an average shift. He still led Raitt in the pinch bottle sweepstakes. Tomorrow was the end of the month. Fletcher could hardly fail to make off with Raitt's Haig and Haig. Anticipating Raitt's protests and complaints, Fletcher smiled and whistled through his teeth. He felt cheerful and confident. Another month would bring to an end his 6 months contract. Then it was back to Starholm with 6 months' pay to his credit. Where in thunder was Raitt? Fletcher looked out the window. In his range of vision was the helicopter, guyed to the deck against the Sabrian line squalls, the mast, the black hump of the generator, the water tank, and at the far end of the raft, the pulverizers, the leaching vats, the sweat columns, and the storage bins. A dark shape filled the door. Fletcher turned, but it was Agostino, the day shift operator, who had just now been relieved by Blue Murphy, Fletcher's operator. "Where's Rate?" asked Fletcher. Agostino looked around the office. "I thought he was in here." "I thought he was over in the works." "No, I just came from there." Fletcher crossed the room, looked into the washroom. "Wrong again." Agostino turned away. "I'm going up for a shower." He looked back from the door. "We're low on barnacles." "I'll send out the barge." Fletcher followed Agostino out on deck, headed for the processing house. He passed the dock where the barges were tied up, entered the pulverizing room. The number 1 rotary was grinding barnacles for tantalum. The number 2 was pulverizing rhenium-rich sea slugs. The ball mill waited for a load of coral, orange-pink with nodules of rhodium salts. Blue Murphy, who had a red face and a meager fringe of red hair, was making a routine check of bearings, shafts, chains, journals, valves, and gauges. Fletcher called in his ear to be heard over the noise of the crushers. "Has Rate come through?" Murphy shook his head. Fletcher went on, into the leaching chamber where the first separation of salts from pulp was effected, through the forest of sweat tubes, and once more out upon the deck. No Rate. He must have gone on ahead to the office. But the office was empty. Fletcher continued around to the mess hall. Agostino was busy with a bowl of chili. Dave Jones, the hatchet-faced steward, stood in the doorway to the galley. "Rate been here?" asked Fletcher. Jones, who never used 2 words when one would do, gave his head a morose shake. Agostino looked around. "Did you check the barnacle barge? He might have gone out to the shelves." Fletcher looked puzzled. "What's wrong with Malberg?" "He's putting new teeth on the dragline bucket." Fletcher tried to recall the lineup of barges along the dock. If Malberg, the barge tender, had been busy with repairs, Rate might well have gone out himself. Fletcher drew himself a cup of coffee. "That's where he must be." He sat down. "It's not like Rate to put in free overtime." Malberg came into the mess hall. "Where's Carl? I want to order some more teeth for the bucket." "He's gone fishing," said Agostino. Malberg laughed at the joke. "Catch himself a nice wire eel, maybe. Or a decabrac." Dave Jones grunted. "He'll cook it himself." "Seems like a decabrac should make good eating," said Malberg. "Close as they are to a seal." "Who likes seal?" growled Jones. "I'd say they're more like mermaids," Agostino remarked, "with 10-armed starfish for heads." Fletcher put down his cup. "I wonder what time Rate left." Malberg shrugged. Agostino looked blank. "It's only an hour out to the shelves. He ought to be back by now." "He might have had a breakdown," said Malberg. "Although the barge has been running good." Fletcher rose to his feet. "I'll give him a call." He left the mess hall, returned to the office, where he dialed T3 on the intercom screen, the signal for the barnacle barge. The screen remained blank. Fletcher waited. The neon bulb pulsed off and on, indicating the call of the alarm on the barge. No reply. Fletcher felt a vague disturbance. He left the office, went to the mast, rode up the man lift to the cupola. From here he could overlook the half-acre of raft, the 5-acre crust of seaweed, and a great circle of ocean. In the far northeast distance, up near the edge of the shallows, the new pelagic recoveries raft showed as a small dark spot, almost smeared from sight by the haze. To the south, where the equatorial current raced through a gap in the shallows, the barnacle shelves were strung out in a long loose line. To the north, where the McPherson Ridge, rising from the deeps, came within 30 feet of breaking the surface, aluminum piles supported the sea slug traps. Here and there floated masses of seaweed, sometimes anchored to the bottom, sometimes maintained in place by action of the currents. Fletcher turned his binoculars along the line of barnacle shelves, spotted the barge immediately. He steadied his arms, screwed up the magnification, focused on the control cabin. He saw no one, although he could not hold the binoculars steady enough to make sure. Fletcher scrutinized the rest of the barge. Where was Carl Rate? possibly in the control cabin, out of sight. Fletcher descended to the deck, went around to the processing house, looked in. "Hey, Blue." Murphy appeared, wiping his big red hands on a rag. "I'm taking the launch out to the shelves," said Fletcher. "The barge is out there, but Rate doesn't answer the screen." Murphy shook his big bald head in puzzlement. He accompanied Fletcher to the dock, where the launch floated at moorings. Fletcher heaved at the painter, swung in the stern of the launch, jumped down on the deck. Murphy called down to him. "Want me to come along? I'll get Hans to watch the works." Hans Hines was the engineer, mechanic. Fletcher hesitated. "I don't think so. If anything's happened to Rate, well, I can manage. Just keep an eye on the screen. I might call back in." He stepped into the cockpit, seated himself, closed the dome over his head, started the pump. The launch rolled and bounced, picked up speed, shoved its blunt nose under the surface, submerged till only the dome was clear. Fletcher disengaged the pump, water rammed in through the nose, converted to steam, spat aft. Biominerals became a gray blot in the pink haze, while the outlines of the barge and the shelves became hard and distinct, and gradually grew large. Fletcher destaged the power. The launch surfaced, coasted up to the dark hull, grappled with magnetic balls that allowed barge and launch to surge independently on the slow swells. Fletcher slid back the dome, jumped up to the deck. "Rate! Hey, Carl!" There was no answer. Fletcher looked up and down the deck. Rate was a big man, strong and active, but there might have been an accident. Fletcher walked down the deck toward the control cabin. He passed the number 1 hold, heaped with black-green barnacles. At the number 2 hold, the boom was winged out, with the grab engaged on a shelf, ready to hoist it clear of the water. The number 3 hold was still unladen. The control cabin was empty. Carl Rate was nowhere aboard the barge. He might have been taken off by helicopter or launch, or he might have fallen over the side. Fletcher made a slow check of the dark water in all directions. He suddenly leaned over the side, trying to see through the surface reflections. But the pale shape under the water was a decabrac, long as a man, sleek as satin, moving quietly about its business. Fletcher looked thoughtfully to the northeast, where the Pelagic Recoveries raft floated behind a curtain of pink murk. It was a new venture, only 3 months old, owned and operated by Ted Crystal, former biochemist on the Biominerals raft. The Sabrian Ocean was inexhaustible. The market for metal was insatiable. The 2 rafts were in no sense competitors. By no stretch of imagination could Fletcher conceive Crystal or his men attacking Carl Rate. He must have fallen overboard. Fletcher returned to the control cabin, climbed the ladder to the flying bridge on top. He made a last check of the water around the barge, although he knew it to be a useless gesture. The current, moving through the gap at a steady 2 knots, would have swept Rate's body out over the deeps. Fletcher scanned the horizon. The line of shelves dwindled away into the pink gloom. The mast on the Biominerals raft marked the sky to the northwest. The Pelagic Recoveries raft could not be seen. There was no living creature in sight. The screen signal sounded from the cabin. Fletcher went inside. Blue Murphy was calling from the raft. "What's the news?" "None whatever," said Fletcher. "What do you mean?" "Rate's not out here." The big red face creased. "Just who is out there?" "Nobody. It looks like Rate fell over the side." Murphy whistled. There seemed nothing to say. Finally, he asked, "Any idea how it happened?" Fletcher shook his head. "I can't figure it out." Murphy licked his lips. "Maybe we ought to close down." "Why?" asked Fletcher. "Well, reverence to the dead, you might say." Fletcher grinned crookedly. "We might as well keep running." "Just as you like. But we're low on the barnacles." "Carl loaded a hold and a half." Fletcher hesitated, heaved a deep sigh. "I might as well shake in a few more shells." Murphy winced. "It's a squeamish business, Sam. You haven't a nerve in your body." "It doesn't make any difference to Carl now," said Fletcher. "We've got to scrape barnacles sometime. There's nothing to be gained by moping. I suppose you're right, said Murphy dubiously. I'll be back in a couple hours. Don't go overboard like Rate now. The screen went blank. Fletcher reflected that he was in charge, superintendent of the raft, until the arrival of the new crew, a month away. Responsibility, which he did not particularly want, was his. He went slowly back out on deck, climbed into the winch pulpit. For an hour he pulled sections of shelves from the sea, suspended them over the hold while scraper arms wiped off the black-green clusters, then slid the shelves back into the ocean. Here was where Rate had been working just before his disappearance. How could he have fallen overboard from the winch pulpit? Uneasiness inched along Fletcher's nerves, up into his brain. He shut down the winch, climbed down from the pulpit. He stopped short, staring at the rope on the deck. It was a strange rope, glistening, translucent, an inch thick. It lay in a loose loop on the deck, and one end led over the side. Fletcher started down, then hesitated. Rope? Certainly none of the barge's equipment. Careful, thought Fletcher. A hand scraper hung on the king post, a tool like a small adze. It was used for manual scraping of the shelves, if for some reason the automatic scrapers failed. It was 2 steps distant, across the rope. Fletcher stepped down to the deck. The rope quivered. The loop contracted, snapped around Fletcher's ankles. Fletcher lunged, caught hold of the scraper. The rope gave a cruel jerk. Fletcher sprawled flat on his face, and the scraper jarred out of his hands. He kicked, struggled, but the rope drew him easily toward the gunwale. Fletcher made a convulsive grab for the scraper, barely reached it. The rope was lifting his ankles to pull him over the rail. Fletcher strained forward, hacked, again and again. The rope sagged, fell apart, snaked over the side. Fletcher gained his feet, staggered to the rail. Down into the water slid the rope, out of sight among the oily reflections of the sky. Then, for half a second, a wave front held itself perpendicular to Fletcher's line of vision. 3 feet under the surface swam a decabrac. Fletcher saw the pink-golden cluster of arms, radiating like the arms of a starfish, the black patch at their core which might be an eye. Fletcher drew back from the gunwale, puzzled, frightened, oppressed by the nearness of death. He cursed his stupidity, his reckless carelessness. How could he have been so undiscerning as to remain out here loading the barge? It was clear from the first that Rate had never died by accident. Something had killed Rate, and Fletcher had invited it to kill him too. He limped to the control cabin, started the pumps. Water sucked in through the bow orifice, thrust out through the vents. The barge moved out away from the shelves. Fletcher set the course to northwest, toward biominerals, then went out on deck. Day was almost at an end. The sky was darkening to maroon. The gloom grew thick as bloody water. Gideon, a dull red giant, largest of Sabria's 2 sons, dropped out of the sky. For a few minutes only the light from blue-green Atreus played on the clouds. The gloom changed its quality to pale green, which by some illusion seemed brighter than the previous pink. Atreus sank and the sky went dark. Ahead shone the biominerals masthead light, climbing into the sky as the barge approached. Fletcher saw the black shapes of men outlined against the glow. The entire crew was waiting for him, the 2 operators, Agostino and Murphy, Malberg the barge tender, Damon the biochemist, Dave Jones the steward, Manners the technician, Hans Heinz the engineer. Fletcher docked the barge, climbed the soft stairs hacked from the wadded seaweed, stopped in front of the silent men. He looked from face to face. Waiting on the raft, they had felt the strangeness of Rate's death more vividly than he had. So much showed in their expressions. Fletcher, answering the unspoken question, said, "It wasn't an accident. I know what happened." "What?" someone asked. "There's a thing like a white rope," said Fletcher. "It slides up out of the sea. If a man comes near it, it snaps around his leg and pulls him overboard." Murphy asked in a hushed voice, "You're sure?" "It just about got me." Damon the biochemist asked in a skeptical voice, "A live rope?" "I suppose it might have been alive." What else could it have been? Fletcher hesitated. I looked over the side. I saw decabracs, one for sure, maybe 2 or 3 others. There was silence. The men looked out over the water. Murphy asked in a wondering voice, "Then the decabracs are the ones?" "I don't know," said Fletcher in a strange, sharp voice. "A white rope or fiber nearly snared me. I cut it apart. When I looked over the side, I saw decabracs." The men made hushed noises of wonder and awe. Fletcher turned away, started toward the mess hall. The men lingered on the dock, examining the ocean, talking in subdued voices. The lights of the raft shone past them, out into the darkness. There was nothing to be seen. Later in the evening, Fletcher climbed the stairs to the laboratory over the office to find Eugene Damon busy at the microfilm viewer. Damon had a thin, long-jawed face, lank blonde hair, a fanatic's eyes. He was industrious and thorough, but he worked in the shadow of Ted Crystal, who had quit Biominerals to bring his own raft to Sabria. Crystal was a man of great ability. He had adapted the vanadium-sequestering sea slug of Earth to Sabrian waters. He had developed the tantalum barnacle from a rare and sickly species into the hardy, high-yield producer that it was. Damon worked twice the hours that Crystal had put in, and while he performed his routine duties efficiently, he lacked the flair and imaginative resource which Crystal used to leap from problem to solution without apparent steps in between. He looked up when Fletcher came into the lab, then applied himself once more to the microscreen. Fletcher watched a moment. "What are you looking for?" he asked presently. Damon responded in the ponderous, slightly pedantic manner that sometimes amused, sometimes irritated Fletcher. "I've been searching the index to identify the long white rope which attacked you." Fletcher made a non-committal sound, went to look at the settings on the microfile throwout. Damon had coded for long, thin, dimensional classification EFG. On these instructions, the selector, scanning the entire roster of Sabrian lifeforms, had pulled the cards of 7 organisms. "Find anything?" Fletcher asked. "Not so far." Damon slid another card into the viewer. "Sabrian Annelid RRS 4924, read the title, and on the screen appeared a schematic outline of a long segmented worm. The scale showed it to be about 2.5 meters long. Fletcher shook his head. "The thing that got me was 4 or 5 times that long, and I don't think it was segmented." "That's the most likely of the lot so far," said Damon. He turned a quizzical glance up at Fletcher. "I imagine you're pretty sure about this long white marine rope?" Fletcher ignored him, scooped up the 7 cards, dropped them back into the file, looked in the codebook, reset the selector. Damon had the codes memorized and was able to read directly off the dials. Appendages, long, dimensions DEFG. The selector kicked 3 cards into the viewer. The first was a pale saucer which swam like a skate, trailing 4 long whiskers. "That's not it," said Fletcher. The second was a black, bullet-shaped water beetle with a posterior flagellum. "Not that one." The third was a kind of mollusk, with a plasm based on selenium, silicon, fluorine, and carbon. The shell was a hemisphere of silicon carbide, with a hump from which protruded a thin prehensile tendril. The creature bore the name Strizkel's monitor, after Esteban Strizkel, the famous pioneer taxonomist of Sabria. "That might be the guilty party," said Fletcher. "It's not mobile," objected Damon. "Strizkel finds it anchored to the North Shallows pegmatite dikes, in conjunction with the decabrac colonies." Fletcher was reading the descriptive material. The feeler is elastic without observable limit, and apparently functions as a food-gathering, spore-disseminating exploratory organ. The monitor typically is found near the decabrac colonies. Symbiosis between the 2 life forms is not impossible. Damon looked at him questioningly. "Well?" "I saw some decabracs out along the shelves." "You can't be sure you were attacked by a monitor," Damon said dubiously. After all, they don't swim. So they don't, said Fletcher. According to Strizkol. Damon started to speak, then noticing Fletcher's expression, said in a subdued voice, "Of course there's room for error. Not even Strizkol could work out much more than a summary of planetary life." Fletcher had been reading the screen. Here's Crystal's analysis of the one he brought up. They studied the elements and primary compounds of a Strizkol monitor's constitution. Nothing of commercial interest, said Fletcher. Damon was absorbed in a personal chain of thought. Did Crystal actually go down and trap a monitor? That's right, in the water bug. He spent lots of time underwater. Everybody to their own methods, said Damon shortly. Fletcher dropped the cards back in the file. Whether you like him or not, he's a good field man. Give the devil his due. It seems to me that the field phase is over and done with, muttered Damon. We've got the production line set up. It's a full-time job trying to increase the yield. Of course, I may be wrong. Fletcher laughed, slapped Damon on the skinny shoulder. I'm not finding fault, Gene. The plain fact is that there's too many avenues for one man to explore. We could keep 4 men busy. 4 men, said Damon. A dozen is more like it. 3 different protoplasmic phases on Sabria to the single carbon group on Earth. Even Strizkol only scratched the surface. He watched Fletcher for a while, then asked curiously, What are you after now? Fletcher was once more running through the index. What I came in here to check, the Decabrax. Damon leaned back in his chair. Decabrax? Why? There's lots of things about Sabria we don't know, said Fletcher mildly. Have you ever been down to look at a Decabrax colony? Damon compressed his mouth. No, I certainly haven't. Fletcher dialed for the Decabrax card. It snapped out of the file into the viewer. The screen showed Strizkol's original photo drawing, which in many ways conveyed more information than the color stereos. The specimen depicted was something over 6 feet long, with a pale seal-like body terminating in 3 propulsive veins. At the head radiated the 10 arms from which the creature derived its name, flexible members 18 inches long, surrounding the black disc which Strizkol assumed to be an eye. Fletcher skimmed through the rather sketchy account of the creature's habitat, diet, reproductive methods, and protoplasmic classification. He frowned in dissatisfaction. There's not much information here, considering that they're one of the more important species. Let's look at the anatomy. The Decabrax skeleton was based on an anterior dome of bone with 3 flexible cartilaginous vertebrae, each terminating in a propulsive vein. The information on the card came to an end. I thought you said Crystal made observations on the Decabrax, growled Damon. So he did. If he's such a howling good field man, where's his data? Fletcher grinned. Don't blame me, I just work here. He put the card through the screen again. Under general comments, Strizkol had noted, Decabrax appear to belong in the Sabrian Class A group, the silico-carbonitride phase, although they deviate in important respects. He had added a few lines of speculation regarding Decabrax relationships to other Sabrian species. Crystal merely made the comment, checked for commercial application, no specific recommendation. Fletcher made no comment. How closely did he check? Asked Damon. In his usual spectacular way. He went down in the water bug, harpooned one of them, dragged it to the laboratory, spent 3 days dissecting it. Precious little he's noted here, grumbled Damon. If I worked 3 days on a new species like the Decabrax, I could write a book. They watched the information repeat itself. Damon stabbed out with his long bony finger. Look! That's been blanked over. See those black triangles in the margin? Cancellation marks. Fletcher rubbed his chin. Stranger and stranger. It's downright mischievous, Damon cried indignantly, erasing material without indicating motive or correction. Fletcher nodded slowly. It looks like somebody's going to have to consult Crystal. He considered. Well, why not now? He descended to the office, where he called the Pelagic Recoveries Raft. Crystal himself appeared on the screen. He was a large blond man with a blooming pink skin and an affable innocence that camouflaged the directness of his mind. His plumpness similarly disguised a powerful musculature. He greeted Fletcher with cautious heartiness. "How's it going on biominerals? Sometimes I wish I was back with you fellows. This working on your own isn't all it's cracked up to be." "We've had an accident over here," said Fletcher. "I thought I'd better pass on a warning." "Accident?" Crystal looked anxious. "What's happened?" "Carl Raitt took the barge out and never came back." Crystal was shocked. "That's terrible! How? Why?" "Apparently something pulled him in. I think it was a monitor mollusk. Striskel's monitor." Crystal's pink face wrinkled in puzzlement. "A monitor? Was the barge over shallow water? But there wouldn't be water that shallow. I don't get it." "I don't either." Crystal twisted a cube of white metal between his fingers. "That's certainly strange. Raitt must be dead?" Fletcher nodded somberly. "That's the presumption. I've warned everybody here not to go out alone. I thought I'd better do the same for you." "That's decent of you, Sam." Crystal frowned, looked at the cube of metal, put it down. "There's never been trouble on Sabria before. I saw decabrax under the barge. They might be involved somehow." Crystal looked blank. "Decabrax? They're harmless enough." Fletcher nodded noncommittally. "Incidentally, I tried to check on decabrax in the microlibrary. There wasn't much information. Quite a bit of material has been canceled out." Crystal raised his pale eyebrows. "Why tell me?" "Because you might have done the canceling." Crystal looked aggrieved. "Now, why should I do something like that? I worked hard for biominerals, Sam. You know that as well as I do. Now I'm trying to make money for myself. It's no bed of roses, I'll tell you." He touched the cube of white metal, then noticing Fletcher's eyes on it, pushed it to the side of his desk, against Cozy's Universal Handbook of Constants and Physical Relationships. After a pause, Fletcher asked, "Well, did you or didn't you blank out part of the decabrax story?" Crystal frowned in deep thought. "I might have canceled one or two ideas that turned out bad. Nothing very important. I have a hazy idea that I pulled them out of the bank." "Just what were those ideas?" Fletcher asked in a sardonic voice. "I don't remember offhand. Something about feeding habits, probably. I suspected that the decks ingested plankton, but that doesn't seem to be the case." "No?" "They browse on underwater fungus that grows on the coral banks. That's my best guess." "Is that all you cut out?" "I can't think of anything more." Fletcher's eyes went back to the cube of metal. He noticed that it covered the handbook title from the angle of the V in universal to the center of the O in of. "What's that you've got on your desk, Crystal? Interesting yourself in metallurgy?" No, said Crystal. He picked up the cube, looked at it critically. "Just a bit of alloy. I'm checking it for resistance to reagents." "Well, thanks for calling, Sam. You don't have any personal ideas on how Raitt got it?" Crystal looked surprised. "Why on earth do you ask me? You know more about the decabrax than anyone else on Sabria." "I'm afraid I can't help you, Sam." Fletcher nodded. "Good night." "Good night, Sam." Fletcher sat looking at the blank screen, monitor mollusks, decabrax, the blanked microfilm. There was a drift here whose direction he could not identify. The decabrax seemed to be involved, and by association Crystal. Fletcher put no credence in Crystal's protestations. He suspected that Crystal lied as a matter of policy on almost any subject. Fletcher's mind went to the cube of metal. Crystal had seemed rather too casual, too quick to brush the matter aside. Fletcher brought out his own handbook. He measured the distance between the fork of the V and the center of the O, 4.9 centimeters. Now, if the block represented a kilogram mass, as was likely with such sample blocks, Fletcher calculated, in a cube, 4.9 centimeters on a side were 119 cc. Hypothesizing a mass of 1,000 grams, the density worked out to 8.4 grams per cc. Fletcher looked at the figure. In itself, it was not particularly suggestive. It might be one of 100 alloys. There was no point in going too far on a string of hypotheses. Still, he looked in the handbook. Nickel, 8.6 grams per cc. Cobalt, 8.7 grams per cc. Niobium, 8.4 grams per cc. Fletcher sat back and considered. Niobium, an element costly and tedious to synthesize, with limited natural sources and an unsatisfied market. The idea was stimulating. Had Crystal developed a biological source of niobium? If so, his fortune was made. Fletcher relaxed in his chair. He felt done in, mentally and physically. His mind went to Carl Raitt. He pictured the body drifting loose and haphazard through the night, sinking through miles of water into places where light would never reach. Why had Carl Raitt been pillaged of life? Fletcher began to ache with anger and frustration at the futility, the indignity of Raitt's passing. Carl Raitt was too good a man to be dragged to his death into the dark ocean of Sabria. Fletcher jerked himself upright, marched out of the office, up the steps to the laboratory. Damon was still busy with his routine work. He had 3 projects underway, 2 involving the sequestering of platinum by species of Sabrian algae, the third an attempt to increase the rhenium absorption of an Alphard alpha flat sponge. In each case, his basic technique was the same, subjecting succeeding generations to an increasing concentration of metallic salt under conditions favoring mutation. Certain of the organisms would presently begin to make functional use of the metal. They would be isolated and transferred to Sabrian brine. A few might survive the shock. Some might adapt to the new conditions and begin to absorb the now necessary element. By selective breeding, the desirable qualities of these latter organisms would be intensified. They would then be cultivated on a large-scale basis, and the inexhaustible Sabrian waters would presently be made to yield another product. Coming into the lab, Fletcher found Damon arranging trays of algae cultures in geometrically exact lines. He looked rather sourly over his shoulder at Fletcher. "I talked to Crystal," said Fletcher. Damon became interested. "What did he say?" "He says he might have wiped a few bad guesses off the film." "Ridiculous," snapped Damon. Fletcher went to the table, looked thoughtfully along the row of algae cultures. "Have you run into any niobium on Sabria, Gene?" "Niobium? No. Not in any appreciable concentration. There are traces in the ocean, naturally. I believe one of the corals shows a set of niobium lines." He cocked his head with bird-like inquisitiveness. "Why do you ask?" "Just an idea, wild and random." "I don't suppose Crystal gave you any satisfaction?" "None at all." "Then what's the next move?" Fletcher hitched himself up on the table. "I'm not sure. There's not much I can do. Unless..." He hesitated. "Unless what?" "Unless I make an underwater survey myself." Damon was appalled. "What do you hope to gain by that?" Fletcher smiled. "If I knew, I wouldn't need to go. Remember, Crystal went down, then came back up and stripped the microfile." "I realize that," said Damon. "Still, I think it's rather, well, foolhardy after what's happened." "Perhaps, perhaps not." Fletcher slid off the table to the deck. "I'll let it ride till tomorrow, anyway." He left Damon making out his daily check sheet, descended to the main deck. Blue Murphy was waiting at the foot of the stairs. Fletcher said, "Well, Murphy?" The round red face displayed a puzzled frown. "Agostino up there with you?" Fletcher stopped short. "No." "He should have relieved me half an hour ago. He's not in the dormitory. He's not in the mess hall." "Good God," said Fletcher. "Another one?" Murphy looked over his shoulder at the ocean. "They saw him about an hour ago in the mess hall." "Come on," said Fletcher. "Let's search the raft." They looked everywhere. processing house, the cupola on the mast, all the nooks and crannies a man might take it into his head to explore. The barges were all at dock, the launch and catamaran swung at their moorings. The helicopter hulked on the deck with drooping blades. Agostino was nowhere aboard the raft. No one knew where Agostino had gone. No one knew exactly when he had left. The crew of the raft collected in the mess hall, making small nervous motions, looking out the portholes over the ocean. Fletcher could think of very little to say. Whatever is after us, and we don't know what it is, it can surprise us, and it's watching. We've got to be careful. More than careful. Murphy pounded his fist softly on the table. But what can we do? We can't just stand around like silly cows. Sabria is theoretically a safe planet, said Damon. According to Strizkal and the Galactic Index, there are no hostile life forms here. Murphy snorted. I wish old Strizkal was here now to tell me. He might be able to theorize back Rate and Agostino. Dave Jones looked at the calendar. A month to go. We'll only run one shift, said Fletcher, until we get replacements. Call them reinforcements, muttered Malberg. Tomorrow, said Fletcher. I'm going to take the water bug down, look around, and get an idea what's going on. In the meantime, everybody better carry hatchets or cleavers. There was soft sound on the windows, on the deck outside. Rain, said Malberg. He looked at the clock on the wall. Midnight. The rain hissed through the air, drummed on the walls. The decks ran with water, and the masthead lights glared through the slanting streaks. Fletcher went to the streaming windows, looked toward the process house. I guess we better button up for the night. There's no reason to... He squinted through the window, then ran to the door and out into the rain. Water pelted into his face. He could see very little but the glare of the lights in the rain, and a hint of white along the shining gray-black of the deck, like an old white plastic hose. A snatch at his ankles, his feet were yanked from under him. He fell flat upon the streaming metal. Behind him came the thud of feet. There were excited curses, a clang and scrape. The grip on Fletcher's ankles loosened. Fletcher jumped up, staggered back against the mast. Something's in the process house, he yelled. The men pounded off through the rain. Fletcher came after. But there was nothing in the process house. The doors were wide, the rooms were bright. The squat pulverizers stood on either hand. Behind were the pressure tanks, the vats, the pipes of 6 different colors. Fletcher pulled the master switch. The hum and grind of the machinery died. Let's lock up and get back to the dormitory. Morning was the reverse of evening. First the green gloom of Atreus, warming to pink as Gideon rose behind the clouds. It was a blustery day, with squalls trailing dark curtains all around the compass. Fletcher ate breakfast, dressed in a skin-tight coverall threaded with heating filaments, then a waterproof garment with a plastic head dome. The water bug hung on davits at the east edge of the raft, a shell of transparent plastic with the pumps sealed in a metal cell amidships. Submerging, the hull filled with water through valves, which then closed. The bug could submerge to 400 feet, the hull resisting about half the pressure, the enclosed water the rest. Fletcher lowered himself into the cockpit. Murphy connected the hoses from the air tanks to Fletcher's helmet, then screwed the port shut. Malberg and Hans Heinz winged out the davits. Murphy went to stand by the hoist control. For a moment he hesitated, looking from the dark pink dappled water to Fletcher, and back at the water. Fletcher waved his hand. Lower away. His voice came from the loudspeaker on the bulkhead behind them. Murphy swung the handle. The bug eased down. Water gushed in through the valves, up around Fletcher's body, over his head. Bubbles rose from the helmet exhaust valve. Fletcher tested the pumps, then cast off the grapples. The bug slanted down into the water. Murphy sighed. He's got more nerve than I'm ever likely to have. He can get away from whatever's after him, said Damon. He might well be safer than we are here on the raft. Murphy clapped him on the shoulder. Damon, my lad, you can climb. Up on top of the mast you'll be safe. It's unlikely that they'll come there to tug you into the water. Murphy raised his eyes to the cupola 100 feet over the deck. And I think that's where I'd take myself. If only someone would bring me my food. Hines pointed to the water. There go the bubbles. He went under the raft. Now he's headed north. The day became stormy. Spume blew over the raft, and it meant a drenching to venture out on deck. The clouds thinned enough to show the outlines of Gideon and Atreus, a blood orange and a lime. Suddenly the winds died. The ocean flattened into an uneasy calm. The crew sat in the mess hall drinking coffee, talking in staccato, uneasy voices. Damon became restless and went up to his laboratory. He came running back down into the mess hall.
Decabracs! They're under the raft! I saw them from the observation deck.
Murphy shrugged. They're safe from me.
I'd like to get hold of one, said Damon. Alive.
Don't we have enough trouble already? Growled Dave Jones. Damon explained patiently.
We know nothing about Decabracs. They're a highly developed species. Crystal destroyed all the data we had, and I should have at least one specimen.
Murphy rose to his feet. I suppose we can scoop one up in a net.
Good, said Damon. I'll set up the big tank to receive it.
The crew went out on deck where the weather had turned sultry. The ocean was flat and oily. Haze blurred sea and sky together in a smooth gradation of color, from dirty scarlet near the raft to pale pink overhead. The boom was winged out, a parachute net was attached and lowered quietly into the water. Hines stood by the winch. Murphy leaned over the rail, staring intently down into the water. A pale shape drifted out from under the raft.
Lift!
Bawled Murphy. The line snapped taut. The net rose out of the water in a cascade of spray. In the center, a 6-foot decabrac pulsed and thrashed, gill slits rasping for water. The boom swung inboard. The net tripped. The decabrac slid into the plastic tank. It darted forward and backward. The plastic dented and bulged where it struck. Then it floated quiet in the center, head tentacles folded back against the torso. All hands crowded around the tank. The black eye spot looked back through the transparent walls. Murphy asked Damon, "Now what?" "I'd like the tank lifted to the deck outside the laboratory where I can get at it." "No sooner said than done." The tank was hoisted and swung to the spot Damon had indicated. Damon went excitedly off to plan his research. The crew watched the decabrac for 10 or 15 minutes, then drifted back to the mess hall. Time passed. Gusts of wind raked up the ocean into a sharp, steep chop. At 2 o'clock, the loudspeaker hissed. The crew stiffened, raised their heads. Fletcher's voice came from the diaphragm. "Hello aboard the raft. I'm about 2 miles northwest. Stand by to haul me aboard." "Ha!" cried Murphy, grinning. "He made it." "I gave odds against him of 4-1, Malberg said. "I'm lucky nobody took them." "Get a move on. He'll be alongside before we're ready." The crew trooped out to the landing. The water bug came sliding over the ocean, its glistening back riding the dark disorder of the waters. It slipped quietly up to the raft, grapples clamped to the plates fore and aft. The winch whined. The bug lifted from the sea, draining its ballast of water. Fletcher, in the cockpit, looked tense and tired. He climbed stiffly out of the bug, stretched, unzipped the waterproof suit, pulled off the helmet. "Well, I'm back." He looked around the group. "Surprised?" "I'd have lost money on you," Malberg told him. "What did you find out?" asked Damon. "Anything?" Fletcher nodded. "Plenty. Let me get into clean clothes. I'm wringing wet. Sweat." He stopped short, looking up at the tank on the laboratory deck. "When did that come aboard?" "We netted it about noon," said Murphy. "Damon wanted to look one over." Fletcher stood looking up at the tank with his shoulders drooping. "Something wrong?" asked Damon. "No," said Fletcher. "We couldn't have it worse than it is already." He turned away toward the dormitory. The crew waited for him in the mess hall. 20 minutes later, he appeared. He drew himself a cup of coffee, sat down. "Well," said Fletcher. I can't be sure, but it looks as if we're in trouble.
Decabrax? Asked Murphy.
Fletcher nodded. I knew it, Murphy cried in triumph. You can tell by looking at the blatherskites they're up to no good. Damon frowned, disapproving of emotional judgments. Just what is the situation? He asked Fletcher. At least as it appears to you. Fletcher chose his words carefully. Things are going on that we've been unaware of. In the first place, the Decabrax are socially organized. You mean to say they're intelligent? Fletcher shook his head. I don't know for sure. It's possible. It's equally possible that they live by instinct, like social insects. How in the world, began Damon. Fletcher held up a hand. I'll tell you just what happened. You can ask all the questions you like afterwards. He drank his coffee. When I went down under, naturally I was on the alert and kept my eyes peeled. I felt safe enough in the water bug, but funny things have been happening and I was a little nervous. As soon as I was in the water, I saw the Decabrax, 5 or 6 of them. Fletcher paused, sipped his coffee. What were they doing? Asked Damon. Nothing very much. Drifting near a big monitor which had attached itself to the seaweed. The arm was hanging down like a rope, clear out of sight. I edged the bug in just to see what the decks would do. They began backing away. I didn't want to waste too much time under the raft, so I swung off north, toward the deeps. Halfway there, I saw an odd thing. In fact, I passed it and swung around to take another look. There were about a dozen decks. They had a monitor, and this one was really big, a giant. It was hanging on a set of balloons or bubbles, some kind of pods that kept it floating, and the decks were easing it along, in this direction. In this direction, eh? Mused Murphy. What did you do? Asked Manners. Well, perhaps it was all an innocent outing, but I didn't want to take any chances. The arm of this monitor would be like a hawser. I turned the bug at the bubbles, burst some, scattered the rest. The monitor dropped like a stone. The decks took off in different directions. I figured I'd won that round. I kept on going north, and pretty soon I came to where the slope starts down into the deeps. I'd been traveling about 20 feet under. Now I lowered to 200. I had to turn on the lights, of course. This red twilight doesn't penetrate water too well. Fletcher took another gulp of coffee. All the way across the shallows, I'd been passing over coral banks and dodging forests of kelp. Where the shelf slopes down to the deeps, the coral gets to be something fantastic. I suppose there's more water movement, more nourishment, more oxygen. It grows 100 feet high, in spires and towers, umbrellas, platforms, arches, white, pale blue, pale green. I came to the edge of a cliff. It was a shock. 1 minute my lights were on the coral, all these white towers and pinnacles. Then there was nothing. I was over the deeps. I got a little nervous. Fletcher grinned. Irrational, of course. I checked the fathometer. Bottom was 12,000 feet down. I still didn't like it, and turned around, swung back. Then I noticed lights off to my right. I turned my own off, moved in to investigate. The lights spread out as if I was flying over a city, and that's just about what it was. Decabrax? Asked Damon. Fletcher nodded. Decabrax. You mean they built it themselves? Lights and all? Fletcher frowned. That's what I can't be sure of. The coral had grown into shapes that gave them little cubicles to swim in and out of, and do whatever they'd want to do in a house. Certainly they don't need protection from the rain. They hadn't built these coral grottos in the sense that we build a house, but it didn't look like natural coral either. It's as if they made the coral grow to suit them. Murphy said doubtfully, Then they're intelligent. No, not necessarily. After all, wasps build complicated nests with no more equipment than a set of instincts. What's your opinion? Asked Damon. Just what impression does it give? Fletcher shook his head. I can't be sure. I don't know what kind of standards to apply. Intelligence is a word that means lots of different things, and the way we generally use it is artificial and specialized. I don't get you, said Murphy. Do you mean these decks are intelligent or don't you? Fletcher laughed. Are men intelligent? Sure. So they say, at least. Well, what I'm trying to get across is that we can't use man's intelligence as a measure of the Decabrac's mind. We've got to judge him by a different set of values, Decabrac values. Men use tools of metal, ceramic, fiber, inorganic stuff, at least dead. I can imagine a civilization dependent upon living tools, specialized creatures the master group uses for special purposes. Suppose the Decabracs live on this basis. They force the coral to grow in the shape they want. They use the monitors for derricks or hoists, or snares, or to grab at something in the upper air. Apparently then, said Damon, you believe that the Decabracs are intelligent. Fletcher shook his head. Intelligence is just a word, a matter of definition. What the decks do may not be susceptible to human definition. It's beyond me, said Murphy, settling back in his chair. Damon pressed the subject. I am not a metaphysicist or a semanticist, but it seems that we might apply, or try to apply, a crucial test. What difference does it make one way or the other? Asked Murphy. Fletcher said, it makes a big difference where the law is concerned. Ah, said Murphy, the doctrine of responsibility. Fletcher nodded. We could be yanked off the planet for injuring or killing intelligent autochthonies. It's been done. That's right, said Murphy. I was on Alcade 2 when Graviton Corporation got in that kind of trouble. So if the decks are intelligent, we've got to watch our step. That's why I looked twice when I saw the deck in the tank. Well, are they or aren't they? Asked Malberg. There's one crucial test, Damon repeated. The crew looked at him expectantly. Well, asked Murphy. Spell it. Communication. Murphy nodded thoughtfully. That seems to make sense. He looked at Fletcher. Did you notice them communicating? Fletcher shook his head. Tomorrow I'll take a camera out and a sound recorder. Then we'll know for sure. Incidentally, said Damon, why were you asking about niobium? Fletcher had almost forgotten. Crystal had a chunk on his desk. Or maybe he did, I'm not sure. Damon nodded. Well, it may be a coincidence, but the decks are loaded with it. Fletcher stared. It's in their blood, and there's a strong concentration in the interior organs. Fletcher sat with his cup halfway to his mouth. Enough to make a profit on? Damon nodded. Probably 100 grams or more in the organism. Well, well, said Fletcher. That's very interesting indeed. Rain roared down during the night. A great wind came up, lifting and driving the rain and spume. Most of the crew had gone to bed, all except Dave Jones the steward and Manners the radio man, who sat up over a chessboard. A new sound rose over wind and rain, a metallic groaning, a creaking discord that presently became too loud to ignore. Manners jumped to his feet, went to the window. The mast! Dimly it could be seen through the rain, swaying like a reed, the arc of oscillation increasing with each swing. What can we do? Cried Jones. One set of guy lines snapped. Nothing now. I'll call Fletcher. Jones ran for the passage to the dormitory. The mast gave a sudden jerk, poised long seconds at an unlikely angle, then toppled across the process house. Fletcher appeared, stared out the window. With the masthead light no longer shining down, the raft was dark and ominous. Fletcher shrugged, turned away. There's nothing we can do tonight. It's worth a man's life to go out on that deck. In the morning, examination of the wreckage revealed that 2 of the guy lines had been sawed or clipped cleanly through. The mast, of lightweight construction, was quickly cut apart, and the twisted segments dragged to a corner of the deck. The raft seemed bald and flat. Someone or something, said Fletcher, is anxious to give us as much trouble as possible. He looked across the leaden-pink ocean to where the Pelagic Recoveries raft floated beyond the range of vision. Apparently, said Damon, you referred to Crystal. I have suspicions. Damon glanced out across the water. I'm practically certain. Suspicion isn't proof, said Fletcher. In the first place, what would Crystal hope to gain by attacking us? What would the Decabrax gain? I don't know, said Fletcher. I'd like to find out. He went to dress himself in the submarine suit. The water bug was made ready. Fletcher plugged a camera into the external mounting, connected a sound recorder to a sensitive diaphragm in the skin. He seated himself, pulled the blister over his head. The water bug was lowered into the ocean. It filled with water, and its glistening back disappeared under the surface. The crew patched the roof of the process house, jury-rigged an antenna. The day passed, twilight came, and plum-colored evening. The loudspeaker hissed and sputtered. Fletcher's voice, tired and tense, said, "Stand by, I'm coming in." The crew gathered by the rail, straining their eyes through the dusk. One of the dully glistening wave fronts held its shape, drew closer, and became the water bug. The grapples were dropped. The water bug drained its ballast and was hoisted into the chocks. Fletcher jumped down to the deck, leaned limply against one of the davits. "I've had enough submerging to last me a while." "What did you find out?" Damon asked anxiously. "I've got it all on film. I'll run it off as soon as my head stops ringing." Fletcher took a hot shower, then came down to the mess hall and ate the bowl of stew Jones put in front of him, while Manners transferred the film Fletcher had shot from camera to projector. "I've made up my mind to two things," said Fletcher. "First, the decks are intelligent. Second, if they communicate with each other, it's by means imperceptible to human beings." Damon blinked, surprised and dissatisfied. "That's almost a contradiction." "Just watch," said Fletcher. "You can see for yourself." Manners started the projector. The screen went bright. "The first few feet show nothing very much," said Fletcher. "I drove directly out to the end of the shelf and cruised along the edge of the deeps. It drops away like the end of the world, straight down. I found a big colony about 10 miles west of the one I found yesterday, almost a city." "City implies civilization," Damon asserted in a didactic voice. Fletcher shrugged. "If civilization means manipulation of environment, somewhere I've heard that definition, they're civilized." "But they don't communicate?" "Check the film for yourself." The screen was dark with the color of the ocean. "I made a circle out over the deeps," said Fletcher, turned off my lights, started the camera, and came in slow. A pale constellation appeared in the center of the screen, separated into a swarm of sparks. They brightened and expanded. Behind them appeared the outlines, tall and dim, of coral minarets, towers, spires, and spikes. They defined themselves as Fletcher moved closer. From the screen came Fletcher's recorded voice. "These formations vary in height from 50 to 200 feet, along a front of about half a mile." The picture expanded. Black holes showed on the face of the spires. Pale Decabrax shapes swam quietly in and out. "Notice," said the voice, "the area in front of the colony. It seems to be a shelf or a storage yard. From up here it's hard to see. I'll drop down 100 feet or so." The picture changed. The screen darkened. "I'm dropping now. Depth meter reads 360 feet. 380. I can't see too well. I hope the camera is getting it all." Fletcher commented, "You're seeing it better now than I could. The luminous areas in the coral don't shine too strongly down there." The screen showed the base of the coral structures and a nearly level bench 50 feet wide. The camera took a quick swing, peered down over the verge, into blackness. "I was curious," said Fletcher. "The shelf didn't look natural. It isn't. Notice the outlines on down? They're just barely perceptible. The shelf is artificial, a terrace, a front porch." The camera swung back to the bench, which now appeared to be marked off into areas vaguely differentiated in color. Fletcher's voice said, "Those colored areas are like plots in a garden. There's a different kind of plant or weed or animal on each of them. I'll come in closer. Here are monitors." The screen showed 2 or 3 dozen heavy hemispheres, then passed on to what appeared to be eels with saw edges along their sides, attached to the bench by a sucker. Next were float bladders, then a great number of black cones with very long loose tails. Damon said in a puzzled voice, "What keeps them there?" "You'll have to ask the Decabrax," said Fletcher. "I would if I knew how." "I still haven't seen them do anything intelligent," said Murphy. "Watch," said Fletcher. Into the field of vision swam a pair of Decabrax, black eye spots staring out of the screen at the men in the mess hall. "Decabrax," came Fletcher's voice from the screen. "Up to now, I don't think they noticed me," Fletcher himself commented. "I carried no lights, and made no contrast against the background. Perhaps they felt the pump." The Decabrax turned together, dropped sharply for the shelf. "Notice," said Fletcher. "They saw a problem, and the same solution occurred to both at the same time. There was no communication." The Decabrax had diminished to pale blurs on one of the dark areas along the shelf. "I didn't know what was happening," said Fletcher, "but I decided to move. And then, the camera doesn't show this, I felt bumps on the hull, as if someone were throwing rocks. I couldn't see what was going on until something hit the dome right in front of my face. It was a little torpedo, with a long nose like a knitting needle. I took off fast, before the decks tried something else." The screen went black. Fletcher's voice said, "I'm out over the deeps, running parallel with the edge of the shallows." Indeterminate shapes swam across the screen, pale wisps blurred by watery distance. "I came back along the edge of the shelf," said Fletcher, "and found the colony I saw yesterday." Once more the screen showed spires, tall structures, pale blue, pale green, ivory. "I'm going in close," came Fletcher's voice. "I'm going to look in one of those holes." The towers expanded. Ahead was a dark hole. "Right here I turned on the nose light," said Fletcher. The black hole had suddenly become a bright cylindrical chamber 15 feet deep. The walls were lined with glistening colored globes, like Christmas tree ornaments. A Decabrac floated in the center of the chamber. Translucent tendrils ending in knobs extended from the chamber walls and seemed to be punching and kneading the seal-smooth hide. "I don't know what's going on," said Fletcher, "but the deck doesn't like me going in on him." The Decabrac backed to the rear of the chamber, the knobbed tendrils jerked away, into the walls. I looked into the next hole. Another black hole became a bright chamber as the searchlight burnt in. A Decabrac floated quietly, holding a sphere of pink jelly before its eye. The wall tendrils were not to be seen. "This one didn't move," said Fletcher. "He was asleep or hypnotized or too scared. I started to take off, and there was the most awful thump. I thought I was a goner." The screen gave a great lurch. Something dark hurtled past and into the depths. "I looked up," said Fletcher. "I couldn't see anything but about a dozen decks. Apparently they'd floated a big rock over me and dropped it. I started the pump and headed for home." The screen went blank. Damon was impressed. "I agree that they show patterns of intelligent behavior. Did you detect any sounds?" "Nothing. I had the recorder going all the time. Not a vibration other than the bumps on the hull." Damon's face was wry with dissatisfaction. "They must communicate somehow. How could they get along otherwise?" "Not unless they're telepathic," said Fletcher. "I watched carefully. They make no sounds or motions to each other. None at all." Manners asked, "Could they possibly radiate radio waves? Or infrared?" Damon said glumly, "The one in the tank doesn't." "Oh, come now," said Murphy. "Are there no intelligent races that don't communicate?" "None," said Damon. "But they use different methods. Sounds, signals, radiation. But all communicate." "How about telepathy?" Hines suggested. "We've never come up against it. I don't believe we'll find it here," said Damon. "My personal theory," said Fletcher, "is that they think alike and so don't need to communicate." Damon shook his head dubiously. Assume that they work on a basis of communal empathy, Fletcher went on, that this is the way they've evolved. Men are individualistic. They need speech. The decks are identical. They're aware of what's going on without words. He reflected a few seconds. I suppose, in a certain sense, they do communicate. For instance, a deck wants to extend the garden in front of its tower. It possibly waits till another deck comes near, then carries out a rock, indicating what it wants to do. Communication by example, said Damon. That's right, if you can call it communication. It permits a measure of cooperation, but clearly no small talk, no planning for the future or traditions of the past. Perhaps not even awareness of past or future. Perhaps no awareness of time, cried Damon. It's hard to estimate their native intelligence. It might be remarkably high or it might be low. The lack of communication must be a terrific handicap. Handicap or not, said Malberg, they've certainly got us on the run. And why? Cried Murphy, pounding the table with his big red fist. That's the question. We've never bothered them. And all of a sudden, Rate's gone. And Agostino. Also our mast. Who knows what they'll think of tonight? Why? That's what I want to know. That, said Fletcher, is a question I'm going to put to Ted Crystal tomorrow. Fletcher dressed himself in clean blue twill, ate a silent breakfast, and went out to the flight deck. Murphy and Malberg had thrown the guy lines off the helicopter and wiped the dome clean of salt film. Fletcher climbed into the cabin, twisted the inspection knob. Green light. Everything in order. Murphy said half hopefully, Maybe I better come with you, Sam, if there's any chance of trouble. Trouble? Why should there be trouble? I wouldn't put much past Crystal. I wouldn't either, said Fletcher. But there won't be any trouble. He started the blades. The ram tubes caught hold, the copter lifted, slanted up, away from the raft, and off into the northeast. Biominerals became a bright tablet on the irregular wad of seaweed. The day was dull, brooding, windless, apparently building up for one of the tremendous electrical storms which came every few weeks. Fletcher accelerated, thinking to get his errand over with as soon as possible. Miles of ocean slid past. Pelagic recoveries appeared ahead. 20 miles southwest from the raft, Fletcher overtook a small barge laden with raw material for Crystal's macerators and leaching columns. He noticed that there were 2 men aboard, both huddled inside the plastic canopy. Pelagic recoveries perhaps had its troubles too, thought Fletcher. Crystal's raft was little different from biominerals, except that the mast still rose from the central deck, and there was activity in the process house. They had not shut down, whatever their troubles. Fletcher landed on the flight deck. As he stopped the blades, Crystal came out of the office, a big blond man with a round jocular face. Fletcher jumped down to the deck. "Hello, Ted," he said in a guarded voice. Crystal approached with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Sam. Long time since we've seen you." He shook hands briskly. "What's new at Biominerals? Certainly too bad about Carl." "That's what I want to talk about." Fletcher looked around the deck. 2 of the crew stood watching. "Can we go to your office?" "Sure, by all means." Crystal led the way to the office, slid back the door. "Here we are." Fletcher entered the office. Crystal walked behind his desk. "Have a seat." He sat down in his own chair. "Now, what's on your mind? But first, how about a drink? You like scotch, as I recall." "Not today, thanks." Fletcher shifted in his chair. "Ted, we're up against a serious problem here on Sabria, and we might as well talk plainly about it." "Certainly," said Crystal. "Go right ahead." "Carl Rate's dead. And Agostino." Crystal's eyebrows rose in shock. "Agostino, too? How?" "We don't know. He just disappeared." Crystal took a moment to digest the information. Then he shook his head in perplexity. "I can't understand it. We've never had trouble like this before." "Nothing happening over here?" Crystal frowned. "Well, nothing to speak of. Your call put us on our guard." The Decabrax seem to be responsible. Crystal blinked and pursed his lips, but said nothing. Have you been going out after Decabrax, Ted? Well now, Sam. Crystal hesitated, drumming his fingers on the desk. That's hardly a fair question. Even if we were working with Decabrax, or polyps, or club moss, or wire eels, I don't think I'd want to say one way or the other. I'm not interested in your business secrets, said Fletcher. The point is this. The Dex appear to be an intelligent species. I have reason to believe that you're processing them for their niobium content. Apparently they're doing their best to retaliate and don't care who they hurt. They've killed 2 of our men. I've got a right to know what's going on. Crystal nodded. I can understand your viewpoint, but I don't follow your chain of reasoning. For instance, you told me that a monitor had done for rate. Now you say Decabrac. Also, what leads you to believe I'm going for niobium? Let's not try to kid each other, Ted. Crystal looked shocked, then annoyed. When you were still working for biominerals, Fletcher went on, you discovered that the decks were full of niobium. You wiped all that information out of the files, got financial backing, built this raft. Since then, you've been hauling in Decabrax. Crystal leaned back, surveyed Fletcher coolly. Aren't you jumping to conclusions? If I am, all you've got to do is deny it. Your attitude isn't very pleasant, Sam. I didn't come here to be pleasant. We've lost 2 men, also our mast. We've had to shut down. I'm sorry to hear that, began Crystal. Fletcher interrupted. So far, Crystal, I've given you the benefit of the doubt. Crystal was surprised. How so? I'm assuming you didn't know the decks were intelligent, that they're protected by the Responsibility Act. Well, now you know. You don't have the excuse of ignorance. Crystal was silent for a few seconds. Well, Sam, these are all rather astonishing statements. Do you deny them? Of course I do, said Crystal with a flash of spirit. And you're not processing Decabrax? Easy now. After all, Sam, this is my raft. You can't come aboard and chase me back and forth. It's high time you understood it. Fletcher drew himself a little away, as if Crystal's mere proximity were unpleasant. You're not giving me a plain answer. Crystal leaned back in his chair, put his fingers together, puffed out his cheeks. I don't intend to. The barge that Fletcher had passed on his way was edging close to the raft. Fletcher watched it work against the mooring stage, snap its grapples. He asked, What's on that barge? Frankly, it's none of your business. Fletcher rose to his feet, went to the window. Crystal made uneasy protesting noises. Fletcher ignored him. The 2 barge handlers had not emerged from the control cabin. They seemed to be waiting for a gangway which was being swung into position by the cargo boom. Fletcher watched in growing curiosity and puzzlement. The gangway was built like a trough with high plywood walls. He turned to Crystal. What's going on out there? Crystal was chewing his lower lip, rather red in the face. Sam, you came storming over here, making wild accusations, calling me dirty names, by implication, and I don't say a word. I try to allow for the strain you're under. I value the goodwill between our 2 outfits. I'll show you some documents that will prove once and for all. He sorted through a sheaf of miscellaneous pamphlets. Fletcher stood by the window, with half an eye for Crystal, half for what was occurring out on deck. The gangway was dropped into position. The barge handlers were ready to disembark. Fletcher decided to see what was going on. He started for the door. Crystal's face went stiff and cold. Sam, I'm warning you, don't go out there. Why not? Because I say so. Fletcher slid open the door. Crystal made a motion to jump up from his chair. Then he slowly sank back. Fletcher walked out the door, crossed the deck toward the barge. A man in the process house saw him through the window and made urgent gestures. Fletcher hesitated, then turned to look at the barge. A couple more steps and he could look into the hold. He stepped forward, craned his neck. From the corner of his eye, he saw the gestures becoming frantic. The man disappeared from the window. The hold was full of limp white decabracs.
"Get back, you fool!"
came a yell from the process house. Perhaps a faint sound warned Fletcher. Instead of backing away, he threw himself to the deck. A small object flipped over his head from the direction of the ocean, with a peculiar fluttering buzz. It struck a bulkhead, dropped, a fish-like torpedo, with a long needle-like proboscis. It came flapping toward Fletcher, who rose to his feet and ran crouching and dodging back toward the office. 2 more of the fish-like darts missed him by inches. Fletcher hurled himself through the door into the office. Crystal had not moved from the desk. Fletcher went panting up to him. "Pity I didn't get stuck, isn't it? I warned you not to go out there." Fletcher turned to look across the deck. The barge handlers ran down the trough-like gangway to the process house. A glittering school of dartfish flickered up out of the water, struck at the plywood. Fletcher turned back to Crystal. "I saw decabracs in that barge, hundreds of them." Crystal had regained whatever composure he had lost. "Well, what if there are? You know they're intelligent as well as I do." Crystal smilingly shook his head. Fletcher's temper was going raw. "You're ruining Sabria for all of us." Crystal held up his hand. "Easy, Sam. Fish are fish. Not when they're intelligent and kill men in retaliation." Crystal wagged his head. "Are they intelligent?" Fletcher waited until he could control his voice. "Yes, they are." Crystal reasoned with him. "How do you know they are? Have you talked with them?" "Naturally, I haven't talked with them. They display a few social patterns. So do seals." Fletcher came up closer, glared down at Crystal. "I'm not going to argue definitions with you. I want you to stop hunting decabrac because you're endangering lives aboard both our rafts." Crystal leaned back a trifle. "Now, Sam, you know you can't intimidate me. You've killed 2 men. I've escaped by inches 3 times now. I'm not running that kind of risk to put money in your pocket." "You're jumping to conclusions," Crystal protested. "In the first place, you've never proved—" "I've proved enough. You've got to stop. That's all there is to it." Crystal slowly shook his head. "I don't see how you're going to stop me, Sam." He brought his hand up from under the desk. It held a small gun. "Nobody's going to bulldoze me. Not on my own raft." Fletcher reacted instantly, taking Crystal by surprise. He grabbed Crystal's wrist, banged it against the angle of the desk. The gun flashed, seared a groove in the desk, fell from Crystal's limp fingers to the floor. Crystal hissed and cursed, bent to recover it, but Fletcher leaped over the desk, pushed him over backward in his chair. Crystal kicked up at Fletcher's face, caught him a glancing blow on the cheek that sent Fletcher to his knees. Both men dived for the gun. Fletcher reached it first, rose to his feet, backed to the wall. "Now we know where we stand." "Put down that gun!" Fletcher shook his head. "I'm putting you under arrest, civilian arrest. You're coming to Biominerals until the inspector arrives." Crystal seemed dumbfounded. "What?" "I said I'm taking you to the Biominerals raft. The inspector is due in 3 weeks, and I'll turn you over to him." "You're crazy, Fletcher." "Perhaps, but I'm taking no chances with you." Fletcher motioned with the gun. "Get going. Out to the copter." Crystal coolly folded his arms. "I'm not going to move. You can't scare me by waving a gun." Fletcher raised his arm, sighted, pulled the trigger. The jet of fire grazed Crystal's rump. Crystal jumped, clapped his hand to the scorch. "Next shot will be somewhat closer," said Fletcher. Crystal glared like a boar from a thicket. "You realize I can bring kidnapping charges against you?" "I'm not kidnapping you. I'm placing you under arrest." "I'll sue Biominerals for everything they've got." "Unless Biominerals sues you first. Get going." The entire crew met the helicopter: Damon, Blue Murphy, Manners, Hans Heinz, Malberg, and Dave Jones. Crystal jumped haughtily to the deck, surveyed the men with whom he had once worked. "I've got something to say to you men." The crew watched him silently. Crystal jerked his thumb at Fletcher. Sam's got himself in a peck of trouble. I told him I'm going to throw the book at him, and that's what I'm going to do. He looked from face to face. If you men help him, you'll be accessories. I advise you, take that gun away from him and fly me back to my raft. He looked around the circle, but met only coolness and hostility. He shrugged angrily. Very well. You'll be liable for the same penalties as Fletcher. Kidnapping is a serious crime, don't forget. Murphy asked Fletcher, What shall we do with the varmint? Put him in Carl's room. That's the best place for him. Come on, Crystal. Back in the mess hall, after locking the door on Crystal, Fletcher told the crew, I don't need to tell you. Be careful of Crystal. He's tricky. Don't talk to him. Don't run any errands of any kind. Call me if he wants anything. Everybody got that straight? Damon asked dubiously, Aren't we getting in rather deep water? Do you have an alternative suggestion? Asked Fletcher. I'm certainly willing to listen. Damon thought. Wouldn't he agree to stop hunting Decabrac? No. He refused point blank. Well, said Damon reluctantly, I guess we're doing the right thing. But we've got to prove a criminal charge. The inspector won't care whether or not Crystal's cheated biominerals. Fletcher said, If there's any backfire on this, I'll take full responsibility. Nonsense, said Murphy. We're all in this together. I say you did just right. In fact, we ought to hand the sculpin over to the Dex and see what they'd say to him. After a few minutes, Fletcher and Damon went up to the laboratory to look at the captive Decabrac. It floated quietly in the center of the tank, the 10 arms at right angles to its body, the black eye area staring through the glass. If it's intelligent, said Fletcher, it must be as interested in us as we are in it. I'm not so sure it's intelligent, said Damon stubbornly. Why doesn't it try to communicate? I hope the inspector doesn't think along the same lines, said Fletcher. After all, we don't have an airtight case against Crystal. Damon looked worried. Bevington isn't a very imaginative man. In fact, he's rather official in his outlook. Fletcher and the Decabrac examined each other. I know it's intelligent. But how can I prove it? If it's intelligent, Damon insisted doggedly, it can communicate. If it can't, said Fletcher, then it's our move. What do you mean? We'll have to teach it. Damon's expression became so perplexed and worried that Fletcher broke into laughter. I don't see what's funny, Damon complained. After all, what you propose is, well, it's unprecedented. I suppose it is, said Fletcher. But it's got to be done, nevertheless. How's your linguistic background? Very limited. Mine is even more so. They stood looking at the Decabrac. Don't forget, said Damon, we've got to keep it alive. That means we've got to feed it. He gave Fletcher a caustic glance. I suppose you'll admit it eats. I know for sure it doesn't live by photosynthesis, said Fletcher. There's just not enough light. I believe Crystal mentioned on the microfilm that it ate coral fungus. Just a minute. He started for the door. Where are you going? To check with Crystal. He's certainly noted their stomach contents. He won't tell you, Damon said at Fletcher's back. Fletcher returned 10 minutes later. Well? Asked Damon in a skeptical voice. Fletcher looked pleased with himself. Coral fungus mostly, bits of tender young kelp shoots, stylax worms, sea oranges. Crystal told you all this? Asked Damon incredulously. That's right. I explained to him that he and the Decabrac were both our guests, that we planned to treat them exactly alike. If the Decabrac ate well, so would Crystal. That was all he needed. Later, Fletcher and Damon stood in the laboratory watching the Decabrac ingest black-green balls of fungus. 2 days, said Damon sourly. And what have we accomplished? Nothing. Fletcher was less pessimistic. We've made progress in a negative sense. We're pretty sure it has no auditory apparatus, that it doesn't react to sound, and apparently lacks means for making sound. Therefore, we've got to use visual methods to make contact. I envy you your optimism, Damon declared. The beast has given no grounds to suspect either the capacity or the desire for communication. Patience, said Fletcher. It still probably doesn't know what we're trying to do, and probably fears the worst. We not only have to teach it a language, grumbled Damon. We've got to introduce it to the idea that communication is possible, and then invent a language. Fletcher grinned. Let's get to work. Certainly, said Damon. But how? They inspected the decabrac, and the black eye area stared back through the wall of the tank. We've got to work out a set of visual conventions, said Fletcher. The 10 arms are its most sensitive organs, and presumably are controlled by the most highly organized section of its brain. So, we work out a set of signals based on the deck's arm movements. Does that give us enough scope? I should think so. The arms are flexible tubes of muscle. They can assume at least 5 distinct positions: straight forward, diagonal forward, perpendicular, diagonal back, and straight back. Since the beast has 10 arms, evidently there are 10 to the 5th power combinations, 100,000. Certainly adequate. It's our job to work out syntax and vocabulary. A little difficult for an engineer and a biochemist, but we'll have a go at it. Damon was becoming interested in the project. It's merely a matter of consistency and sound basic structure. If the deck's got any comprehension whatever, we'll put it across. If we don't, said Fletcher, we're gone geese, and Crystal winds up taking over the biominerals raft. They seated themselves at the laboratory table. We have to assume that the decks have no language, said Fletcher. Damon grumbled uncertainly and ran his fingers through his hair in annoyed confusion. Not proven. Frankly, I don't think it's even likely. We can argue back and forth about whether they could get along on communal empathy and such like, but that's a couple of light years from answering the question whether they do. They could be using telepathy, as we said. They could also be emitting modulated X-rays, establishing long and short code signals in some unknown to us subspace, hyperspace, or inner space. They could be doing almost anything we never heard of. As I see it, our best bet, and best hope, is that they do have some form of encoding system by which they communicate between themselves. Obviously, as you know, they have to have an internal coding and communication system. That's what a neuromuscular structure with feedback loops is. Any complex organism has to have communication internally. The whole point of this requirement of language as a means of classifying alien life forms is to distinguish between true communities of individual thinking entities and the communal insect type of apparent intelligence. Now, if they've got an ant or bee-like city over there, we're sunk, and Crystal wins. You can't teach an ant to talk. The nest group has intelligence, but the individual doesn't. So we've got to assume they do have a language, or to be more general, a formalized encoding system for intercommunication. We can also assume it uses a pathway not available to our organisms. That sound sensible to you? Fletcher nodded. Call it a working hypothesis, anyway. We know we haven't seen any indication the deck has tried to signal us, which suggests the creature is not intelligent. Fletcher ignored the comment. If we knew more about their habits, emotions, attitudes, we'd have a better framework for this new language. It seems placid enough. The decabrac moved its arms back and forth idly. The visual surface studied the two men. Well, said Fletcher with a sigh. First, a system of notation. He brought forward a model of the decabrac's head, which Manners had constructed. The arms were a flexible conduit and could be bent into various positions. We number the arms 0 to 9 around the clock, starting with this one here at the top. The 5 positions, forward, erect, diagonal back, and back, we call A, B, K, X, Y. K is normal position, and when an arm is at K, it won't be noted. Damon nodded his agreement. That's sound enough. The logical first step would seem to be numbers. Together they worked out a system of numeration and constructed a chart. The colon indicates a composite signal, i.e. two or more separate signals. Number 0, signal 0y. Number 1, signal 1y. Number 2, signal 2y, etc. 10, 0y, 1y. 11, 0y, 1y colon 1y. 12, 0y, 1y colon 2y, etc. 20, 0y, 2y. 21, 0y, 2y colon 1y. 22, 0y, 2y colon 2y, etc. 100, 0x, 1y. 101, 0x, 1y colon 1y. 102, 0x, 1y colon 2y, etc. 110, 0x, 1y colon 0y, 1y. 111, 0x, 1y colon 0y, 1y colon 1y. 112, 0x, 1y colon 0y, 1y colon 2y, etc. 120, 0x, 1y colon 0y, 2y. 121, 0x, 1y colon 0y, 2y colon 1y. 122, 0x, 1y colon 0y, 2y colon 2y, etc. 200, 0x, 2y. 201, etc. 202, etc. 1000, 0b, 1y, etc. 2000, 0b, 2y, etc. Damon said, "It's consistent, but possibly cumbersome. For instance, to indicate 5766, it's necessary to make the signal, let's see, 0b, 5y, then 0x, 7y, then 0y, 6y, then 6y. Don't forget that these are signals, not vocalizations," said Fletcher. "Even so, it's no more cumbersome than 5766. I suppose you're right. Now, words." Damon leaned back in his chair. "We just can't build a vocabulary and call it a language." "I wish I knew more linguistic theory," said Fletcher. "Naturally, we won't go into any abstractions." "Our basic English structure might be a good idea," Damon mused, "with English parts of speech. That is, nouns are things, adjectives are attributes of things, verbs are the displacements which things undergo, or the absence of displacement." Fletcher reflected. "We could simplify even further, to nouns, verbs, and verbal modifiers. Is that feasible? How, for instance, would you say the large raft? We'd use a verb meaning to grow big. Raft expanded. Something like that." "Humph," grumbled Damon. "You don't envisage a very expressive language." "I don't see why it shouldn't be. Presumably the decks will modify whatever we give them to suit their own needs. If we get across just a basic set of ideas, they'll take it from there. Or by that time, someone will be out here who knows what he's doing." "Okay," said Damon. "Get on with your basic decabrac. First, let's list the ideas a deck would find useful and familiar." "I'll take the nouns," said Damon. "You take the verbs. You can also have your modifiers." He wrote, "Number 1, water." After considerable discussion and modification, a sparse list of basic nouns and verbs was agreed upon and assigned signals. The simulated decabrac head was arranged before the tank, with a series of lights on a board nearby to represent numbers. "With a coding machine, we could simply type out our message," said Damon. "The machine would dictate the impulses to the arms of the model." Fletcher agreed. "Fine, if we had the equipment and several weeks to tinker around with it. Too bad we don't. Now, let's start. The numbers first. You work the lights, I'll move the arms. Just 1 to 9 for now. Several hours passed. The decabrac floated quietly, the black eye spot observing. Feeding time approached. Damon displayed the black-green fungus balls. Fletcher arranged the signal for food on the arms of the model. A few morsels were dropped into the tank. The decabrac quietly sucked them into its oral tube. Damon went through the pantomime of offering food to the model. Fletcher moved the arms to the signal food. Damon ostentatiously placed the fungus ball in the model's oral tube, then faced the tank, and offered food to the decabrac. The decabrac watched impassively. 2 weeks passed. Fletcher went up to Rate's old room to talk to Crystal, whom he found reading a book from the microfilm library. Crystal extinguished the image of the book, swung his legs over the side of the bed, sat up. Fletcher said, "In a very few days the inspector is due." "So?" "It's occurred to me that you might have made an honest mistake. At least I can see the possibility." "Thanks," said Crystal, "for nothing. I don't want to victimize you on what may be an honest mistake." "Thanks again. But what do you want?" "If you'll cooperate with me in having decabracs recognized as an intelligent life form, I won't press charges against you." Crystal raised his eyebrows. "That's big of you. And I'm supposed to keep my complaints to myself?" "If the decks are intelligent, you don't have any complaints." Crystal looked keenly at Fletcher. "You don't sound too happy. The deck won't talk, eh?" Crystal laughed at his joke. Fletcher restrained his annoyance. "We're working on him. But you're beginning to suspect he's not so intelligent as you thought." Fletcher turned to go. "This one only knows 14 signals so far, but it's learning 2 or 3 a day." "Hey," called Crystal. "Wait a minute." Fletcher stopped at the door. "What for?" "I don't believe you." "That's your privilege. Let me see this deck make signals." Fletcher shook his head. "You're better off in here." Crystal glared. "Isn't that a rather unreasonable attitude?" "I hope not." He looked around the room. "Anything you're lacking?" "No." Crystal turned the switch, and his book flashed once more on the ceiling. Fletcher left the room. The door closed behind him. The bolts shot home. Crystal sat up alertly, jumped to his feet with a peculiar lightness, went to the door, listened. Fletcher's footfalls diminished down the corridor. Crystal returned to the bed in 2 strides, reached under the pillow, brought out a length of electric cord detached from a desk lamp. He had adapted 2 pencils as electrodes, notching through the wood to the lead, binding a wire around the graphite core so exposed. For resistance in the circuit, he included a lamp bulb. He went to the window. He could see the deck all the way down to the eastern edge of the raft, as well as behind the office to the storage bins at the back of the process house. The deck was empty. The only movement was a white wisp of steam rising from the circulation flue and the hurrying pink and scarlet clouds behind. Crystal went to work, whistling soundlessly between intently pursed lips. He plugged the cord into the baseboard strip, held the 2 pencils to the window, struck an arc, burnt at the groove, which now ran nearly halfway around the window, the only means by which he could cut through the tempered barrel silica glass. It was slow work and very delicate. The arc was weak and fractious, fumes grated in Crystal's throat. He persevered, blinking through watery eyes, twisting his head this way and that, until 5:30, half an hour before his evening meal, when he put the equipment away. He dared not work after dark, for fear the flicker of light would arouse suspicion. The days passed. Each morning, Gideon and Atreus brought their respective flushes of scarlet and pale green to the dull sky. Each evening they vanished in sad dark sunsets behind the western ocean. A makeshift antenna had been jury-rigged from the top of the laboratory to a pole over the living quarters. Early one afternoon, Manners blew the general alarm in short, jubilant blasts to announce a signal from the LG-19, putting into Sabria on its regular 6 months call. Tomorrow evening, lighters would swing down from orbit, bringing the sector inspector, supplies, and new crews for both biominerals and pelagic recoveries. Bottles were broken out in the mess hall. There was loud talk, brave plans, laughter. Exactly on schedule, the lighters, 4 of them, burst through the clouds. 2 settled into the ocean beside biominerals, 2 more dropped down to the pelagic recoveries raft. Lines were carried out by the launch. The lighters were warped against the dock. First aboard the raft was Inspector Bevington, a brisk little man, immaculate in his dark blue and white uniform. He represented the government, interpreted its multiplicity of rules, laws, and ordinances. He was empowered to adjudicate minor offenses, take custody of criminals, investigate violations of galactic law, check living conditions and safety practices, collect imposts, bonds, and duties, and in general personify the government in all of its faces and phases. The job might well have invited graft and petty tyranny, were not the inspectors themselves subject to minute inspection. Bevington was considered the most conscientious and the most humorless man in the service. If he was not particularly liked, he was at least respected. Fletcher met him at the edge of the raft. Bevington glanced at him sharply, wondering why Fletcher was grinning so broadly. Fletcher was thinking that now would be a dramatic moment for one of the Decabrax monitors to reach up out of the sea and clutch Bevington's ankle. But there was no disturbance. Bevington leaped to the raft without interference. He shook hands with Fletcher, seeking up and down the dock. "Where's Mr. Rate?" Fletcher was taken aback. He had become accustomed to Rate's absence. "Why, he's dead." It was Bevington's turn to be startled. "Dead?" "Come along to the office," said Fletcher, "and I'll tell you about it. This last has been a wild month." He looked up to the window of Rate's old room where he expected to see Crystal looking down, but the window was empty. Fletcher halted. Empty indeed. The window was vacant even of glass. He started down the deck. "Here," cried Bevington. "Where are you going?" Fletcher paused long enough to call over his shoulder, "You'd better come with me," then ran to the door leading into the mess hall. Bevington came after him, frowning in annoyance and surprise. Fletcher looked into the mess hall, hesitated, came back out on deck, looked up at the vacant window. Where was Crystal? As he had not come along the deck at the front of the raft, he must have headed for the process house. "This way," said Fletcher. "Just a minute," protested Bevington. "I want to know just what and where—" But Fletcher was on his way down the eastern side of the raft toward the process house, where the lighter crew was already looking over the cases of precious metal to be transshipped. They glanced up when Fletcher and Bevington came running up. "Did anybody just come past?" asked Fletcher. "A big blond fellow?" "He went in there." The lighterman pointed toward the process house. Fletcher whirled, ran through the doorway. Beside the leaching columns he found Hans Heinz, looking ruffled and angry. "Crystal come through here?" Fletcher panted. "Did he come through here? Like a hurricane. He gave me a push in the face." "Where did he go?" Heinz pointed. "Out on the front deck." Fletcher and Bevington ran off, Bevington demanding petulantly, "Exactly what's going on here?" "I'll explain in a minute," yelled Fletcher. He ran out on deck, looked toward the barges and launch. No Ted Crystal. He could only have gone in one direction, back toward the living quarters, having led Fletcher and Bevington in a complete circle. A sudden thought hit Fletcher. The helicopter! But the helicopter stood undisturbed, with its guy lines taut. Murphy came toward them, looking perplexedly over his shoulder. "Seen Crystal?" asked Fletcher. Murphy pointed. "He just went up them steps." "The laboratory!" cried Fletcher in sudden agony. Hard in his mouth, he pounded up the steps, Murphy and Bevington at his heels. If only Damon were in the laboratory, not down on deck or in the mess hall. The lab was empty, except for the tank with the Decabrac. The water was cloudy, bluish. The Decabrac was thrashing from end to end of the tank, the 10 arms kinked and knotted. Fletcher jumped on a table, vaulted directly into the tank. He wrapped his arms around the writhing body, lifted. The supple shape squirmed out of his grasp. Fletcher grabbed again, heaved in desperation, raised it out of the tank.
Grab hold, he hissed to Murphy between clenched teeth. Lay it on the table. Damon came rushing in. What's going on? Poison, said Fletcher. Give Murphy a hand. Damon and Murphy managed to lay the decabrac on the table. Fletcher barked, Stand back, flood coming. He slid the clamps from the side of the tank. The flexible plastic collapsed. 1,000 gallons of water gushed across the floor. Fletcher's skin was beginning to burn. Acid! Damon, get a bucket. Wash off the deck. Keep him wet. The circulatory system was still pumping brine into the tank. Fletcher tore off his trousers, which held the acid against his skin, gave himself a quick rinse, turned the brine pipe around the tank, flushing off the acid. The decabrac lay limp, its propulsion vanes twitching. Fletcher felt sick and dull. Try sodium carbonate, he told Damon. Maybe we can neutralize some of the acid. On sudden thought, he turned to Murphy. Go get Crystal. Don't let him get away. This was the moment that Crystal chose to stroll into the laboratory. He looked around the room in mild surprise, hopped up on a chair to avoid the water. What's going on in here? Fletcher said grimly, You'll find out. To Murphy, Don't let him get away. Murderer! Cried Damon in a voice that broke with strain and grief. Crystal raised his eyebrows in shock. Murderer? Bevington looked back and forth between Fletcher, Crystal, and Damon. Murderer? What's all this? Just what the law specifies, said Fletcher. Knowingly and willfully destroying one of an intelligent species. Murder. The tank was rinsed. He clamped up the sides. The fresh brine began to rise up the sides. Now, said Fletcher, hoist the deck back in. Damon shook his head hopelessly. He's done for. He's not moving. We'll put him back in anyway, said Fletcher. I'd like to put Crystal in there with him, Damon said with passionate bitterness. Come now, Bevington reproved him. Let's have no more talk like that. I don't know what's going on, but I don't like anything of what I hear. Crystal, looking amused and aloof, said, I don't know what's going on either. They lifted the decabrac, lowered him into the tank. The water was about 6 inches deep, rising too slowly to suit Fletcher. Oxygen, he called. Damon ran to the locker. Fletcher looked at Crystal. So you don't know what I'm talking about. Your pet fish dies. Don't try to pin it on me. Damon handed Fletcher a breather tube from the oxygen tank. Fletcher thrust it into the water beside the decabrac's gills. Oxygen bubbled up. Fletcher agitated the water, urged it into the gill openings. The water was 9 inches deep. Sodium carbonate, Fletcher said over his shoulder. Enough to neutralize what's left of the acid. Bevington asked in an uncertain voice. Is it going to live? I don't know. Bevington squinted sidewise at Crystal, who shook his head. Don't blame me. The water rose. The decabrac's arms lay limp, floating in all directions like Medusa locks. Fletcher rubbed the sweat off his forehead. If only I knew what to do. I can't give it a shot of brandy. I'd probably poison it. The arms began to stiffen, extend. Ah, breathed Fletcher. That's better. He beckoned to Damon. Gene, take over here. Keep the oxygen going into the gills. He jumped to the floor where Murphy was flushing the area with buckets of water. Crystal was talking with great earnestness to Bevington. I've gone in fear of my life these last 3 weeks. Fletcher is an absolute madman. You'd better send up for a doctor, or a psychiatrist. He caught Fletcher's eye, paused. Fletcher came slowly across the room. Crystal returned to the inspector, whose expression was harassed and uneasy. I'm registering an official complaint, said Crystal, against biominerals in general and Sam Fletcher in particular. As a representative of the law, I insist that you place Fletcher under arrest for criminal offenses against my person. Well, said Bevington, cautiously glancing at Fletcher, I'll certainly make an investigation. He kidnapped me at the point of a gun, cried Crystal. He's kept me locked up for 3 weeks. To keep you from murdering the decabracs, said Fletcher. That's the second time you said that, Crystal remarked ominously. Bevington is a witness. You're liable for slander. Truth isn't slander. I've netted decabracs, so what? I also cut kelp and net coelacanths. You do the same. The decks are intelligent. That makes a difference. Fletcher turned to Bevington. He knows it as well as I do. He'd process men for the calcium in their bones if he could make money at it. You're a liar, cried Crystal. Bevington held up his hands. Let's have order here. I can't get to the bottom of this unless someone presents facts. He doesn't have facts, Crystal insisted. He's trying to run my raft off of Sabria. Can't stand the competition. Fletcher ignored him. He said to Bevington, You want facts. That's why the decabrac is in that tank, and that's why Crystal poured acid in on him. Let's get something straight, said Bevington, giving Crystal a hard stare. Did you pour acid into that tank? Crystal folded his arms. The question is completely ridiculous. Did you? No evasions now. Crystal hesitated, then said firmly, No, and there's no vestige of proof that I did so. Bevington nodded. I see. He turned to Fletcher. You spoke of facts. What facts? Fletcher went to the tank, where Damon was still swirling oxygenated water into the gills. How's he coming? Damon shook his head dubiously. He's acting peculiar. I wonder if the acid got him internally? Fletcher watched the long, pale shape for a half-minute. Well, let's try him. That's all we can do. He crossed the room, wheeled the model decabrac forward. Crystal laughed, turned away in disgust. What do you plan to demonstrate? Asked Bevington. I'm going to show you that the decabrac is intelligent and is able to communicate. Well, well, said Bevington. This is something new, is it not? Correct. Fletcher arranged his notebook. How did you learn his language? It isn't his. It's a code we worked out between us. Bevington inspected the model, looked down at the notebook. These are the signals? Fletcher explained the system. He's got a vocabulary of 58 words, not counting numbers up to 9. I see. Bevington took a seat. Go ahead, it's your show. Crystal turned. I don't have to watch this fakery. Bevington said, You'd better stay here and protect your interests. If you don't, no one else will. Fletcher moved the arms of the model. This is admittedly a crude setup. With time and money, we'll work out something better. Now I'll start with numbers. Crystal said contemptuously, I could train a rabbit to count that way. After a minute, said Fletcher, I'll try something harder. I'll ask who poisoned him. Just a minute, bawled Crystal. You can't tie me up that way. Bevington reached for the notebook. How will you ask? What signals do you use? Fletcher pointed them out. First, interrogation. The idea of interrogation is an abstraction which the deck still doesn't completely understand. We've established a convention of choice, or alternation, like which do you want? Maybe he'll catch on what I'm after. Very well. Interrogation. Then what? Decabrac, receive, hot water. Hot water is for acid. Interrogation. Man, give, hot water. Bevington nodded. That's fair enough. Go ahead. Fletcher worked the signals. The black eye area watched. Damon said anxiously, He's restless, very uneasy. Fletcher completed the signals. The decabrac's arms waved once or twice, gave a puzzled jerk. Fletcher repeated the set of signals, added an extra interrogation, man. The arms moved slowly. Man, read Fletcher. Bevington nodded. Man? But which man? Fletcher said to Murphy, Stand in front of the tank. And he signaled, Man, give, hot, water, interrogation. The decabrac's arms moved. Null 0, read Fletcher. No. Damon, step in front of the tank. He signaled the decabrac. Man, give, hot, water, Interrogation. Null. Fletcher turned to Bevington. You stand in front of the tank. He signaled. Null. Everyone looked at Crystal. Your turn, said Fletcher. Step forward, Crystal. Crystal came slowly forward. I'm not a chump, Fletcher. I can see through your gimmick. The Decabrac was moving its arms. Fletcher read the signals, Bevington looking over his shoulder at the notebook. Man, give, hot, water. Crystal started to protest. Bevington quieted him. Stand in front of the tank, Crystal. To Fletcher, ask once again. Fletcher signaled. The Decabrac responded. Man, give, hot, water, yellow, man, sharp, come, give, hot, water, go. There was silence in the laboratory. Well, said Bevington flatly, I think you've made your case, Fletcher. You're not going to get me that easy, said Crystal. Quiet, rasped Bevington. It's clear enough what's happened. It's clear what's going to happen, said Crystal in a voice husky with rage. He was holding Fletcher's gun. I secured this before I came up here, and it looks as if... He raised the gun toward the tank, squinted, his big white hand tightened on the trigger. Fletcher's heart went dead and cold. Hey! Shouted Murphy. Crystal jerked. Murphy threw his bucket. Crystal fired at Murphy. Missed. Damon jumped at him. Crystal swung the gun. The white-hot jet pierced Damon's shoulder. Damon, screaming like a hurt horse, wrapped his bony arms around Crystal. Fletcher and Murphy closed in, wrested away the gun, locked Crystal's arms behind him. Bevington said grimly, You're in trouble now, Crystal, even if you weren't before. Fletcher said, He's killed hundreds and hundreds of the decks. Indirectly, he killed Carl Raitt and John Agostino. He's got a lot to answer for. The replacement crew had moved down to the raft from the LG-19. Fletcher, Damon, Murphy, and the rest of the old crew sat in the mess hall, 6 months of leisure ahead of them. Damon's left arm hung in a sling. With his right, he fiddled with his coffee cup. I don't quite know what I'll be doing. I have no plans. The fact is, I'm rather up in the air. Fletcher went to the window, looked out across the dark scarlet ocean. I'm staying on. What? Cried Murphy. Did I hear you right? Fletcher came back to the table. I can't understand it myself. Murphy shook his head in total lack of comprehension. You can't be serious. I'm an engineer, a working man, said Fletcher. I don't have a lust for power or any desire to change the universe. But it seems as if Damon and I set something into motion, something important. And I want to see it through. You mean teaching the decks to communicate? That's right. Crystal attacked them, forced them to protect themselves. He revolutionized their lives. Damon and I revolutionized the life of this one deck in an entirely new way. But we've just started. Think of the potentialities. Imagine a population of men in a fertile land, men like ourselves except that they never learned to talk. Then someone gives them contact with a new universe, an intellectual stimulus like nothing they'd ever experienced. Think of their reactions, their new attack on life. The decks are in that same position, except that we've just started with them. It's anybody's guess what they'll achieve. And somehow I want to be part of it. Even if I didn't, I couldn't leave with the job half done. Damon said suddenly, I think I'll stay on too. You two have gone stir-crazy, said Jones. I can't get away fast enough. The LG-19 had been gone 3 weeks. Operations had become routine aboard the raft. Shift followed shift. The bins began to fill with new ingots, new blocks of precious metal. Fletcher and Damon had worked long hours with the Decabrac. Today would see the great experiment. The tank was hoisted to the edge of the dock. Fletcher signaled once again his final message. Man, show you signals.
You bring many decabracs. Man shows signals. Interrogation. The arms moved in assent. Fletcher backed away. The tank was hoisted, lowered over the side, submerged. The decabrac floated up, drifted a moment near the surface, slid down into the dark water. "There goes Prometheus," said Damon, "bearing the gift of the gods." "Better call it the Gift of Gab," said Fletcher, grinning. The pale shape had vanished from sight. "10 gets you 50, he won't be back," Calder, the new superintendent, offered them. "I'm not betting," said Fletcher. "Just hoping." "What will you do if he doesn't come back?" Fletcher shrugged. "Perhaps net another, teach him. After a while, it's bound to take hold." 3 hours went by. Mists began to close in. Rains blurred the sky. Damon, peering over the side, looked up. "I see a deck. But is it our deck?" A decabrac came to the surface. It moved its arms. Many decabracs show signals. "Professor Damon," said Fletcher, "your first class." Afterward to the Gift of Gab. I don't want the early stories to disappear exactly, but I wish I wasn't reminded of them. They represent a process of learning the trade, so to speak. A good analogy might be this. Suppose you were trying to learn oil painting. You'd start in by making lots of botches. You might come up with a recognizable tree, maybe, or a cat, or something of that sort. And then later in your life, someone would rummage among these early productions and perhaps remark, for lack of anything better to say, "What a charming cat that is," or "This particular thing has a nice airy quality about it." Of course, by this time you'd be trying something more advanced, and you'd only be conscious of the flaws in the early pieces, how crooked the cat's tail is. I reread one of my early stories the other day, and the style now seems rather, well, journalistic. Jack Vance, 1977.